this all again. Outside, you can never box me in. We play to win. Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend. We play to win. And if you need the proof and check stats, I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Aim for the stars, never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see us great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win. We play to win. Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in. We play to win. Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend. We play to win. And if you need the proof and check stats, I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see us great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to another day of Asian Counter Strike. It is the Perfect World Asia League Fall Edition 2020, and we're now down to the penultimate day of the group stage. My name is Blair, and before we get things started, we have a nice little recap video for those of you who missed the action yesterday.
Viva's just like, right, you've had your fun, now I'm gonna wreck you with a deagle. Viva's genuinely better with a deagle than actual rifles. Scout shot completely blind's gonna net one. They need to clear the man from the corner. They still haven't cleared him. It's falling apart, bitch. They've got 4 kills, 5 kills. Neff has not been dealt with. They trying to just ignore the man in the back lines.
Well,
That works. You can
Q
take
with a
that.
double hit. Yep, he'll be happy with that. Olivia needs a kill though, quickly. He's gonna find it as well. He spots the player down in barbecue, and Olivia getting a double kill. The kills, they're not coming through, and bingo, drawn into the open. The kill comes through, and the round is lost. But Olivia secures a 4K.
Olivia, ooh, you don't
Get out of
see
there.
him miss those shots.
Get out of there. Nice.
No, Olivia's had enough. He's had enough. Yes.
He's not gonna miss. Good job.
He's
He
had
gets forward
enough.
with the D goal.
He's
He's like,
had
okay, we're getting
enough.
5 rounds in the half, guys. He's in a very exposed position, but this is going to work out for him. He spots the shadow. Now the smoke goes down towards the bomb site. He's going to tap and pull one into the open, and Olivia
god.
with a perfect 1v2 clutch.
He almost got 3. That was ridiculous in itself, but he almost lines up 3.
Oh my god, what?
3 kills spamming with the deagle. I don't think any of them were headshots either. Advent takes the peak. Techno's just gone huge. A triple spray down for the youngster, and now it's left all onto Zoking. He needs the quad kill to win this one. Bomb's gonna be tapped. He's gonna fall for it. The door's open, and he gets the headshot as well. Jam Young has managed to find a pick. In fact, they're all falling.
Momentary lapse of judgment there.
What a day of Counter-Strike. We saw some pretty big upsets taking place, and maybe today is going to be more of the same. As I said earlier, my name is Blair, and joining me today, of course, as usual, it's going to be Tom Biz, we have Dinko, and oi, 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 it's your boy, Hawker, coming in out of nowhere. An absolute improvement over Mitch. That's what I'm going to
Instant.
say. Let's start with you, Hawker. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm, new boy on the block. I'm ready for Asian Counter-Strike. I'm ready for my brain to be turned all different ways, all different directions. It's going to be fun, Blair.
It is indeed going to be fun. That's what we enjoy, getting our brain just punched and sometimes tickled as well, Dinko. We have some interesting games today here.
Yeah, we do. I was just kind of hoping Hawker was going to finish that sentence with, he can't wait for his brain to be turned on. So I wasn't the only one that said something early on in the morning. But this is going to be an exciting day. I think getting later stages of the group stages and previous PAL, we knew exactly what was happening. So it was boring, right? Because we knew the games didn't mean anything. But here in these last few games, the PAL 4, we know these matches all mean something. So exciting times ahead. Some teams you don't expect to be fighting for survival are.
All right, let's take a look at yesterday's results as well. And Tom, you can probably talk us through it. It was some pretty surprising results at the end of the day, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Like, obviously, Beyond winning is probably the most standard, although they almost managed to lose that game, being 8-0 down on Mirage. So, still not in the best of form. Vici losing 2-0 to Checkmate. Like, we've even had people on Twitter, I know Impression was sort of putting stuff out saying he thinks they're going to make a change now after that performance. And honestly, Checkmate really surprised us. They were fantastic. And obviously the biggest one, it's crazy to call that the biggest one with the Checkmate game, but WotZai getting their first win and it's versus Invictus makes absolutely no sense at all. So yeah, yesterday is one of those days that probably just ends up going into the void for not making any sense whatsoever. But hey, that's Counter-Strike sometimes.
Indeed, it is. Of course, Asian Counter-Strike to be more precise. As we take a look at the group standings as it stands, and it's kind of interesting right now because if you take a look at the groups, we have the top 4 teams. We have Tiger, we have Tyloo, we got Invictus, we got Vici, the usual suspects. But what is this we see? We see Checkmate. Now, they've played 8 games, they have 1 more remaining, in the 5th position with 12 points. Now, look at the bottom 5, right? We got Beyond, Sigma, After, Bren, and WotZai. No one's safe yet. Because out of all these teams, if you look at Beyond, they're on 9 points. Now, if they win this game, it's still not confirmed if they're going to make it through. But if they lose against Vici, which is coming up later on today, I think it's the first game of the day. The thing is, there's a matchup between Sigma and Bren, which is going to be taking place today. So one of these teams, either Sigma or Bren, are going to get 12 points, and they're going to knock out Beyond if they don't get the win. So this has to be Hawk, like the most high stakes games for Beyond, and unfortunately for them, they're facing off against a Vici, who we know are probably the cleanest team in the region. But then again, they lost a Checkmate. So what's going on? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that sums it up pretty nicely, Blair. We don't really know what's going on. We don't really know what's going to go on. But I can tell you that from what I saw, especially last season from Beyond, the thing that surprised me most heading into playoffs, heading into those important games, was that we didn't really see the same out of Olivia. We actually saw it be much more of a team effort. And I know that Olivia played really well yesterday, so I'm curious to see what the other guys can do today and whether Olivia can step up in this matchup.
Well, speaking of Bolivia and speaking of these guys, Dinko, I know you have a thought. But you can probably talk about it over today's schedule where we have the games here. And Dinko, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to touch on Alex's point there. Beyond have fallen off on that individual front. It is just Olivia at the moment. We had a few step-ups from STK yesterday, but the rest of the team have been pretty lackluster coming into this tournament. So when they take on Vici this morning, this is, of course, the matchup we all have eyes on. Vici Gaming actually haven't really even done enough just yet. There's a couple of matches they should have won. Against Czech yesterday should have been the confirmation of the playoffs, but Vici not getting it done. Sigma versus Bran Esports. Now this is going to be a battle of mistakes. I feel Bran definitely looking better in this tournament, but still not quite at the level they need to be. I feel like Derek is just such an individual star for the team. He really has to show up if Bran are going to be able to handle the firepower. Because you remember back, Sigma have been looking really poised in these last couple of games.
Yeah, he has indeed. And Tom, very quickly, the final game of the day as well. We have Tyloo versus Invictus. Tyloo haven't lost a map. They've lost maps. They haven't lost a match yet. But the thing is, the only team they lost or dropped maps to, or even lost a series to, was Invictus in the previous PAL. So it's going to be an interesting game, although I feel like at the end of the day, it doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it's more for seeding and, well, I guess for Tyloo if they want to get the number 1 seed, but realistically they know that they're going to beat everyone in the playoffs anyway, so for them it really doesn't matter. They're probably going to try and have some fun with it again, and for the other side of things, Invictus, it would be nice for them to get the victory because they've looked really dicey throughout this tournament. They've probably been the team I've been least impressed with, considering what we expect of their roster, so... And that includes like Vici obviously dropping games and like Tiger losing to Checkmate as well. Like I would say Invictus have been the most disappointing. So yeah, hopefully we'll see a step up from them, but realistically, I'm still going to favor Tyloo.
Yeah, probably going to be just fighting for those placement points for Invictus so they don't face Tyloo early on. But let's take a look at the map vetoes. I do believe we have that ready for this game. Again, like we said, it's a must-win game for both the teams. And look at that. That's interesting for me, Hawka, that neither Beyond nor Vici went for that first nuke pick.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see, was whether we'd see that nuke be picked by either of these teams. Because Vici normally love nuke, we know this, but they did lose it yesterday, whereas Beyond got a really big win on nuke yesterday. So I assumed at least one of them was going to pick it, but no, we see the overpass from Vici. Not a map you see necessarily that often from them as that first pick. I do wonder whether that's more of a weakness they think they found in Beyond's game. And this is one of those vetoes that does scare me slightly, Blair, because I've seen these vetoes before from Vici where it doesn't feel like they're that confident in the maps they should be really good on.
Yeah, that's so surprising for me, especially when Vici could have maybe gone for a train here, Dinko. I know they've gone for overpass. I know they can play that map. I know they've lost most of their overpasses against the likes of Tyloo, but I don't know. Maybe train would have been the right pick.
No, I think overpass would be pretty good for Vici. We've started to see Beyond's map pool is terrible, right? And that's the problem for them. No matter which map Beyond have gone towards, even if it's maps that they're comfortable on in the past, it's just been terrible for them. So I think Vici, just anywhere they take this, are going to be favored heavily. Obviously, nuke is one of those factors that this series, it's kind of a weird one because that's literally the only map Beyond can play well. I mean, that's literally the only map they've got left. So the fact that the overpasses come in here, I feel like this is going to be an easy map for Vici. We've seen them play against the likes of Tyloo. We've seen them play against the best teams in the region on this map. And to be honest, they've looked pretty okay in those matches. You know, maybe not winning most of them, but they should have no
Pretty
problem
close.
against Beyond.
Yeah, it has been a pretty close scoreline. So I do believe we have the game almost ready to go live. So Tom, quickly, starting with you, are we going to see map number 3? Are we going to allow? Is Vici rather going to allow Beyond to take it all the way to nuke?
I think that playing against Vici, a bit like with Hawker's background, unfortunately, you're just going to see all the cracks in Beyond.
Okay, so a 2-0 is
Do you know,
what
do you know
we're
what's
going
funny
with?
with that background? It's actually
It's
it was
so
given
funny looking.
it was given by Mitch, and obviously when he sits in front of it, it's full size.
Exactly.
As a Hobbit-sized background.
I like how we completely put a spin on that, Tom, and you put Mitch down at the same time. I love it. That's the way we want to roll. Mitch, we're watching
here
this. We
for
all
it.
love you. But then again, Hawka is definitely an improvement. Hawka, quickly, I assume you're going to be going with Vici, but do you think it's going to be like a 2-mapper, or maybe are we going to be seeing nuke?
I think we just go the distance, honestly, just because it's Asian Counter-Strike, Blair, and from what I've seen from Asian Counter-Strike, anything I expect to happen doesn't happen. So because of that, we're going 3 maps. It's just going to be a slog. But I think Vici should win.
Should win.
That's all I'm
little
confident in
trepidation.
saying.
Wow, we've got
Yeah.
two
Little bit of
people sitting on the
trepidation,
fence now. Great.
Well, I'm
No
just
surprise.
going
Dinko,
to go out and say
put it out
Vici are
there,
going
put
to
it
beat
out
them
there, yeah.
2-0. They're going to smash them. It's just going to happen. Beyond have looked absolutely terrible in this tournament. So I just see Vici winning this easily.
I like that. A little bit of conviction. Gentlemen, learn. But once again, jokes aside, Tom, Hawkhead, thank you for joining us here over here. We'll catch you after the map. As you're going to be jumping into map number 1 of the series. Here's the thing, Dinko. We saw Checkmate versus Vici yesterday. We said it was going to be Vici 2-1, 2-0, but Checkmate,
Yeah, but
they
Checkmate are
surprised us.
playing way better than Beyond, so...
That's true. That's crazy. Like,
It's-
they're a team I didn't know about for 3 weeks ago. I was like, okay, who are these guys? I saw some of the players, some of the names. I'm like, all right, okay, I've heard of Kaz. I know this guy. And also, I love this camera angle. We don't see enough overpass. We don't see enough vertigo in PAL 2020 fall.
We see all the other maps, mainly Mirage, mainly Inferno. But we never really... Nuke's a pretty well like a map that's played a lot
Which
in
is
Asia, which is kind
crazy.
of weird, yeah. But
Yeah.
we don't see much overpass. And I feel like if an Asian team learns Overpass to a good extent, they're going to have fun on this map. You could be aggressive on the CT side. You could be super aggressive on the CT side, super aggressive on the T side. This is a map that would suit so many of the teams in this tournament, and I don't understand why it's not played as much. Maybe it's just complicated. Maybe it requires effort, and sometimes
It is,
teams don't really do that.
I have to agree. I feel like there's one of the maps like a nuke and like a train, which does require way more variations on a CD side or T side. Like you need more setups and whatnot. But I feel like that's something a team like say Beyond, maybe Vici, and all these guys would be looking to bring out more often, right? Which Vici does. Unfortunately, Tyler just keeps winning it. Doesn't matter what. Just keep pushing aggressively and taking them down. But I do believe we have almost all the players ready here. I'm more excited about the next game because let's be real. Let's try to paint a picture for this particular matchup. Yes, it's a must-win game for Beyond. If they lose this, they're not qualifying. They don't have enough points because either Sigma or Bren are going to get 12 points and Beyond's going to be knocked down to the 7th or 8th position. So if Beyond, if they lose this, they're done, right? But if there was ever a time, Dinko, for them to finally break the curse of beating a top-tier Asian/Chinese team, now is the time. Today's the day.
The problem I have with this though, Blair, is how many times have they come close to beating a top Asian team or a top Chinese team? So close, so many times, especially at the start of this tournament. That's when they're fully confident. That's when they're at their best, right? Then they lose to some teams they just shouldn't have any business losing to. That's going to destroy their confidence. So now we have Beyond, tournament life on the line, a must-win game against Vici. Their confidence shot after losing against some teams they should never lose to, and they've never been able to beat a top Chinese team. So you add that all together, and we get a 2-0 for Vici.
Oh, I mean, Vici did lose to a Mongolian team we didn't know about 3 weeks ago.
That is true.
Anything can happen, Dinko.
Vici, they seem to. That was the only game that we've seen them ever drop to like a team that's a little bit below them, right? That's an underdog match that we never see Vici lose to underdogs. It's weird. So obviously they're in a weird spot right now, but they've just got so many good individuals across the board. Like Olivia can definitely take the fight to them, but he's not going to be enough against the likes of Kaze, against Jam Young. Yeah, and I don't think we see two slower days in a row from Jam Young. Jam Young still had a good performance yesterday. That's something people need to realize. Vici didn't play terrible yesterday. They just got outplayed. That's the thing. Vici did not play badly. You take a look on the first map, there was individuals stepping up across the board. The scoreboard looked pretty normal. It's just, it was a massive performance from Checkmate. We've seen 69 kills between 2 players on one map. And that is just incredible from Checkmate. So that was definitely more of a good performance, I feel, from Checkmate and an underperformance from Vici. So that's why self-confidence coming into today. Said I didn't believe in them make the final. I still don't. But we'll see how this goes.
Well, I don't know if you guys can hear on the broadcast, but you can hear my neighbor's dog just barking. He's excited for this game because I sure am. Olivia's gonna find 2 kills. Unfortunately, one of them is SDK. He finds Advent as well. But yeah, all things kind of equal as a 4v4. But look at where the T's are. They're already inside the side, bombs down. It's a 4v4. Meryl's realizes he's going to get hunted down. It's a good read from him, but they're not going to stop anytime soon. They're going to continue to push, and Meryl's doing a pretty decent job trying to stay alive. In the end, he faces, and that's going to be him getting taken down. Now, Zoking and Kaze are kind of low, and Olivia's going to find his second kill. It's 3v3. They don't have a kit, but a nice tap from QQ makes this a little bit more easier. Jam Young, he was comparatively a little quiet yesterday. He's going to be found out, and it's all on Zoking, hiding in the corner at the edge of the smoke like a wraith. He's going to pounce on them in a 2-quick 1v2 clutch coming out from Mr. Zoking. And Vici, well, they take a curious pistol round. That was... that was funny.
Yeah, it was a pretty scrappy start to the pistol round, but Vici, they managed to pull it off. This was probably
unfortunate.
Yeah, I feel like Olivia probably could have done even more for the team there. And that's what's going to be required of them, I feel like, here for Beyond. And, I mean, you can't really deal much with Zoking just pulling a clutch off that like that, but it is going to be a 5-man setup over towards the B-bomb site here for Beyond on the USPs. Vici looking to start things off with the SMGs. They've got a MAC-10 in the hands of Alman, Advent with an UMP. There has been sort of questions surrounding Vici whether or not this is going to be the roster sticks together for a while. I don't know. I feel like they'll be reluctant to make a change. But I think they should.
I actually had a pretty interesting Twitter
I did read that,
yesterday. Yeah, and one of the guys who replied, Henry, he's heavily involved with the Perfect World. He does a lot of adminning and whatnot, and he's like very well involved in the Chinese scene for a lot of years, and he also speaks excellent English, mind you, for a native Chinese, which is so impressive considering that I can't speak a word of Mandarin, apart from ni hao or ni howdy, as Trace would probably say. And there we go. There, my word, Dinka, you're a man of culture. But the thing with this line, from what I heard, is that Advent he just seems to want to remain as an IGL, right? Which is great. He supposedly plans to retire from IGLing in 2021. The interesting thing is what he mentions about the culture when it comes to Counter-Strike in China, where basically it's interesting. It's how people are willing to learn, but people aren't willing to teach. There is an inability of the veterans when it comes to teaching or kind of explaining how Counter-Strike is supposed to be approached, which is so weird for me to really understand. Like for someone like Advent, for example, right, who's been around for so long, and don't get me wrong, the guy has a very good brain for the macro aspect of Counter-Strike, even the micro things when it comes to Asian CS or CS in general. You gotta understand, this is a guy who was able to knock out North. We're struggling, true, but they were able to qualify for the major, taking on some CIS, some EU teams as well. He's got a good brain, a very healthy Counter-Strike brain on his side of his skull, but it's just that he's not able to kind of transfer the knowledge to the younger players, which is so insane for me. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I think the CS scene in the UK has had a bit of a similar problem. It's like some of these young, we had the older players back in Source, some of them good in-game leaders, obviously. But when we moved to CSGO, I feel like no one really passed on the torch or passed on the baton, right? It was just kind of, you're left in the dark, figure out what to do on your own. And we've got a few players now coming through, Mezzy over in C9, we've got Smooya as well. We've got some UK players, but there's no one that's really tactical, right? There's no one coming out of there that looks tactical. Well, STK, that's a nice lineup. 3 kills coming out of nowhere. Jamyoung, Zhouking, and Kaze brought down with 1 foul swoop. And that's exactly what you want to see from STK as he goes forward for a 4K. Advent bowling. What a round from Beyond, and in particular STK. But what are Vici doing there?
How does he get 3 kills? Yeah, that should never be the case. 1. Maybe
Did a
2.
flash come around this corner? No, utility.
No.
0 utility used up to clear this close corner. That's unlike Vici, but fair enough. STK takes all of his opportunities.
A player who we sometimes point fingers to, maybe not as often as we do towards QQ, but good to see him getting off to a good start here. Again, this is a map pick from Vici. A map where they have been they've struggled against Tyloo. But they have put up numbers, so they're going to be feeling still very comfortable. Interesting how Vici, they win the pistol, and Beyond, they went for the full eco. They lost, what? Did they lose 1 player in the second round? I think that's all they lost, and they're forced to go for an eco here. Beyond not going for the second round force buy, and panning out for them. They don't lose a single player in that previous round.
Oh, Olivia.
What? What?
Jamyoung's found a teleporter.
Wait, what?
He's found a teleporter, Blair. He's right behind him, and now a couple of kills coming in for Vici. Followed up. Zouking takes down KTZ.
They got Glocks!
They got Glocks, Blair. It's Glocks all over again. It's Sigma back on the server, but QQ, he's going to try and recover this for the team. They desperately need to pull this back. We just talked about Beyond. The fact that they didn't lose any players in the previous, but they are losing to Glocks in this one. And that's it, Blair. 3-1. Vici Gaming. They win on the Glocks, and if that doesn't make you side with Vici Gaming in this one, I don't know what will.
It's too early in the morning for a full Glock win. How did he sneak in behind them?
He went long. Look at them all
I
coming out
know.
long.
I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice.
They just walked up long. No one's watching long, of course. They just walked behind them. Jamyoung, he finds a teleporter. He gets right behind them, and oh no, it's a nightmare situation here for Beyond. They've got a buy coming back into it. They have a chance to recover themselves and redeem the round here. I probably used those words the wrong way around, because it's early in the morning and we've already seen something that's brain breaking. Oh, okay, and TZ not too far off getting that kill. He will have to fall away back into the B-bomb site. A couple of shots coming through these walls, and all right now, Vici
How could it
Gaming.
not have? I'm sorry. Like, how could it not have anyone
So
spotting
dumb.
towards long?
STK held long in the previous round, gets 4 kills. This time they don't put anybody at long.
I mean, considering the speed at which Jam Young arrives on the site.
Yeah, but they didn't even hear him. So I don't know how that. I don't know how he gets right behind him with a Glock without him hearing. I want to look at that back because I didn't really notice. I was preoccupied with middle. And while KTC and QQ, they're going to take a couple of kills and they're going to try and pull this round back for Beyond. He might just be able to do it. Look at KT's position. He's got a chance here to try and win this round. 37 seconds still on this timer. And Vici now moving forward. Low HP on Alman. Low HP on Kaze. And they have to go for the bomb plant. And Kaze runs into the open with it. Now it's just Advent. He's not going to win the clutch. What a round from KTZ. 3 kills. And what a scrappy game of Counter-Strike we've got on our hands to start things off, Blair.
I don't even. I'm actually taking a look at the Twitch stream with the replay of that round to see what really transpired and how much of an investment Vici made. They bought 1 flashbang, Dinko. They didn't even use it. They didn't even use the flashbang. Oh my god in heaven. This is so crazy. Like, I'm still recovering from that round, Dinko. Overpass is a map where you don't usually get blocked like that. I didn't even notice on the minimap. It's just, ugh.
Still just thinking back to that moment, but you know, Vici haven't capitalized on the opportunity, if that makes you feel any better. But they're going to try and reply in this back and forth game of Counter-Strike that we've got on the server right now. And Soaking, taking a good opening. It won't be Jam Young following up, but KTZ and Mayrolls, they can only get 2. So man advantage in play here for Beyond. Olivia and STK trying their best to get back in, and STK nearly gets the double, but it's Alman and Kaze in a 2v1. The star player of Beyond still available here on the server. 100 HP to his name. A chance to win the round here. Kaze peeks into the open, but now Alman has repositioned, quickly finding the headshot in a 4th round for Vici Gaming. A nice recovery from them, and that does put the money in the bin for Beyond. And, you know, this back and forth that we've seen established at the start of this map, that's never going to favor the CT economy. The CT economy is going to be in the ropes. It's going to be dead in the water for the next couple of rounds here. And Vici, well, this is their chance to grab some sort of control over this.
Oh, yeah. And it was a little expensive, though, but considering the money right now, there's no point going for the Force, what I was about to say, but no, the Force is going to be coming in. MP5, MP9, pistols. And Vici, well, I mean, they've had almost everything go their way, Dinko, apart from a couple of rifle buys they lost, one of which was completely their fault, the way they just walked into SDK's M4A4 and gave him 4 kills. I think I'm heading towards long once more. At least this time, Beyond have SDK with the Deagle. It's going to be just jump spotting. The problem is, even if they do spot them, it's going to be very hard for him to keep them at bay. Utility-wise, no smoke for Mr. SDK. He's got Olivia playing up close. He has a smoke and a flashbang, but he's kind of in a contact position. They do at least have KNTZ heading back towards the A bomb site. But here comes the smokes, and it's going to be Olivia. Advent's going to out-duel him, something you don't see that often. And SDK blinded at the back of the bomb site, and unfortunately, he just gets a couple of body tags, and Jam Young with a little bit of a wall bang as well on the QQ. Okay. If I'm Beyond, and just go for the save. Yeah, your money's non-existent. You're gonna have to go for an eco anyway, and you have a little bit of some weaponry with which you could try and work with into the next round. But yeah, Vici, they're gonna get off to a fantastic start, Dinko, despite a couple of hiccups. It's gonna be 5-2.
Yeah, it's an important round for them to win as well. Vici desperately need to grab control of this one early on because it was wild. It was a wild start. We've seen Glock wins, we've seen pistol wins, we've seen rushes back and forth, but finally, a little bit of normality on the server.
The good thing is I have my Asian CSGO clip of the day very early in the morning.
You got that one out of the way. You didn't. It took a while to get one yesterday. Got a screenshot instead.
Yeah, Esther wasn't bad actually. Like it was some pretty solid Counter-Strike, all things considered.
Which is kind of weird considering it ended up with 2-1 for Huatsai against Invictus, 2-0 for Checkmate against Vici. Yeah, that was a weird day. Beyond get the
guess,
win, but probably could have went
well,
either way though in that series, to be honest.
I guess that's what happens, right? Like when you see teams like pulling off upsets like that, they need to play good Counter-Strike. They need to play some solid CS. That's exactly what we saw, right? We saw Checkmate playing the game of their lives. It's the map of their lives, if you ask me, on Nuke, where they just completely destroyed Vici. So very impressive. But looks like normal services have resumed, as we do have round number 7. Going to be another stack taking place here towards the B bomb site. And off the opting to head on back. 30 seconds, nothing shown. With a minute left on the clock. As Vici, they're taking this very, very slow, very, very passively, looking for the push, looking for the aggression, and then they go for the hit, the execute towards B, and the timing couldn't have been better, but it could just be a ruse, Dinko. It could all be.
Oh, well, Zoking. Short at middle, looking for these shots. It's going to be Advent taking down his own teammate. Advent coming back in with a kill on the STK. And it's a 4 versus 4. And well, Kaze takes down KTZ in reply now. 4v3 ensues. Jamyang trying to make his way out along. Mayros is stuck in the corner. He'll eventually fall. Jamyang takes him away. 2v4. Olivia and QQ trying to pull it off here for the team. And it's not going to be happening, surely. It should be 6-2. Absolutely no problem for Vici. QQ dives forward, but Jamyang takes him away. And he'll find the follow-up as well.
Well, it looked a little scary there. But it does work out in the end. And yeah, this map's already looking a little grim for Zoking. A lot of TK is taking place very early in the day. And I guess Meryl's is waiting for the flashbang, which never arrived. Instead, the only thing arriving was Jamyang's AK-47 bullets into his general direction. The buy is going to be coming in once more for Beyond. No AWP out. The money's still not looking that great. A double hole towards Connector. Have Olivia floating towards bathrooms. I think they're kind of paranoid now. Nice nade though. QQ down 55 HP. E bomb side. It's going to be the contact play. Zoking. Oh, that's an instant shot on the QQ, who was kind of low. Meryl's needs to do a lot, Dinko, but he can only find one. Now the bomb has been spotted. It's been dropped. STK is aware of this. Can he reach there in time though? As Advin's going to come pushing, taking the fight. That was weird from Advin. He could have waited for a couple of seconds for his teammate to arrive. And now it's all on Jamyang. 1v2, bomb down. Still has a lot of time to work with. The problem is he doesn't know where the second CT is.
He can definitely win this round. The problem is the bomb. He's got 48 seconds, so if he's going to attempt this round, he's got to go through connector. He's going to take his time, walking through the bathrooms. 38 seconds, not a whole lot of time to waste. He has to go down the connector straight away, start taking these fights. I'm starting to really wonder if it's even possible now, Blair. He's taken so much time to get here. There's only 30 seconds left, and I would just say if I was Jamyang, you're not winning this round. Given the money, maybe he can just go and try and take a couple of players down here, ruin that economy for the CT side, and not going to work out. KTC has a better position, and that's going to be a third round for Beyond. Get the rifles out, they get another round on the board, at least that's something. Not going to be lying down and dying just yet.
Good entry from Zoking, but yeah, the bomb being a little too late and the drop from STK. Great work from him. Good work, good spacing from Olivia as well. Not allowing the C4 to be retrieved. And yeah, despite Jamyang trying to be sneaky, going for the long route, doesn't quite pan out. And Beyond, 6-3. Again, got to remind everyone the money is still not that great for Beyond. We have the auto shotty in the hands of STK. Rest of the M4s. The flames are going to force him out. He's in. The flame is burning alive, Dinko. And Zoking's going to deal the final blow. At least it's just the alligator taken out of the equation, so I don't think they're going to be too worried. Zoking is going to be facing Olivia. Instantly finds the headshot, and Zoking, 4 HP, but has done his job. 2 kills for him, and now they have to go for a play. They need to find something, some information, some kill for Beyond. It's 3 to 5. They're very isolated as well, and it's going to require like a multi-kill hero round from one of these players to make it work, and it's not happening. Dinko KNTG is going to be found out. Jamyoung's just going to hold W. The round's done. They're just going to have to go for the save.
I don't know what about you, Vlad, but I kind of feel like Vici are just showing the early signs of just outclassing Beyond right now. Beyond don't seem to have that same fire we've seen before. It doesn't feel like they're competing as much as they used to against Vici. I don't know. I don't know what's happened. Like they've just completely fallen off. Like what has happened to Beyond?
It's also, I don't know. It's also like, I remember watching some of the Thai teams play. It's like if you're playing a map which is your opponent's map pick and you're not super comfortable on it, or you haven't played it that often, you try and be a little aggressive, right? You try to kind of throw a curveball and be unpredictable, make it uncomfortable for your opponents, and that is just a beautiful round, flawless round. Meryl's just got wrecked. He knew exactly where he was as well, and Zoking with an impressive 3k. Maybe you saw my tweet. I was like, get Zoking out, get Ronin baby, and it's like, all right, I'll show you. I don't think he's got a Twitter account, but
the thing is with Zoking, he has these performances every now and then, like per map, that he'll just show up and have an excellent map, but it's the consistency with Zoking that is never really going to be there, mainly because of his role, right?
His role, exactly. And I don't know if many of the younger players will be as, as willing to go in and die.
Definitely not.
Right? They want to be the star player. Zoking's the guy who's going to run in, give the information to someone like Kaze, and enable that opening, right? Even if he does get taken down. He's also, from what I understand, very, very impactful in the game when it comes to mid-round calling. He supposedly gives a lot of mid-round calls alongside Advent, which I know some people might be like, but that's not a big deal. There can be a lot of players who can chime in, but it's a very cultural thing. In Asia, since, it's never been, like, the cerebral approach to Counter-Strike has never been given much of an importance. It's more about how good you can aim, which is why you have these insane fraggers. But when it comes down to it, even someone as tenured as Kaze, they won't really communicate much, which is, it's weird. It's a strange, I guess it's a cultural thing as well.
This kind of focusing on their individual performance, I guess. And Kaze is going to get that smoke down and the bomb following in behind it. Zoking now looking for these players with the AK. He's going to line one up. Oh god, this is risky, Zoking. Can I get a second? Oh, he's run out of ammo. QQ. He'll take him down, but Jamyoung was immediately there to trade away, and he will get 2 before falling himself. And now it's just Olivia, and he will crumble. I love how Vici are willing to just throw away their rifles. They've got so much money, they're actually willing to hunt the USBs down just to get the kills. And 8 to 3 on the board is Vici, already winning the half by a minimum of 1. Beyond haven't shown us anything on the CT side to give us confidence. I feel like Vici are probably going to get at least 10 rounds here at the half, Blair.
I think it'd be an understatement, and I really feel I'd be very surprised if they don't get to 10 rounds. This is looking rough. Beyond, yeah, they got a couple of rounds. Again, it wasn't convincing, was it? Apart from the SDK sprayed up, which is great. Oh, it's a straight-on B hit, Dinko. Merald, he's blind, he's burning alive, and he's going to push out through the smoke. Unfortunately, Advin's going to catch him. At least the opening kill goes the way of KNTZ, but they're going to be forced back. Incredible, great utility usage. Molotovs being deployed, smokes towards heavens. Bomb yet to be planted. It is finally going to be planted now. That Molotov's not going to do much. Retake on all 4 players coming in from pretty much the same position, apart from the 1 player towards the door, and the nade doesn't do any damage, but these are some pretty decent postman positions. It's going to be very hard, but it is doable here.
Well, it's going to be Advent with a kill. KNTZ taking one away,
Okay,
but look at that Advent. That is disgusting. 4K from Advent. Come on, Vici. This is just doing it to them now. Beyond just getting embarrassed, left red-faced. Advent shutting them down. 9-3. Vici Gaming having a great time right now. And if there's any questions about whether or not Overpass was going to be a good pick from Vici, well, you can see how uncomfortable it's made Beyond, right? They're just not used to playing on this map. That's nice from Advent. Who's on Advent's PC?
I don't know. I don't know. Is Freeman back? Is like Advent calling? As a coach, and is Freeman playing, or is Advent put in like crazy amount of hours in deathmatch or something? Because that was sharp. And again, it's not just criticizing Admin. I think even Admin is aware that when it comes to aim, he's not exactly the sharpest player, but the Deagles are doing a bit of damage, Dinko. A little bit of aggression from Beyond. I wish we saw this earlier on, instead of kind of like this standard setups where Vici just been tearing them apart. But 3v4, almost a 3v2 if you ask me, looking at health for QQ and Jam Young, but Advin's still alive, Dinko, and that's the scare.
Well, that's a bit of a turnaround from Beyond, and letting loose, getting themselves into position where they might be able to pick up this round. Now, I'm not gonna say this is a round that you can be particularly happy with if you're Beyond in terms of how you're winning these rounds, but you desperately need to win rounds in this first half. Now you're getting into the late stages, and QQ's position, I feel like he's gonna get one here. He's got a good spot for it, and he's gonna hit the shots on the Advent. Damage is being done, and there's the kill. He could get all three. What? Huge play from QQ. What a round from him, and that's 4 on the board for Beyond.
Like a berserker, yeah. Well, like a berserker Viking standing in the flames. Oh boy, that was tasty.
He's back. QQ God. I mean, that's the problem, right? He's taking QQ God out of his name, and he's just QQ. Now he's started to find his form again. Just the last second before the last tick hits him, gets that last shot off. Vici, terrible approach to the B-bombs, I have to say, but nonetheless, good round from Beyond, or in particular, QQ.
Yeah, QQ. And also, again, we spoke about trying to throw a curveball, trying to be unpredictable, trying to be a little bit more aggressive. There you go. I know you did it with the Deagles. It did rely a lot on the individual heroics at the end of the day. But if you have the individuals, at least try and make that work. Because clearly, your CD-side protocol is not exactly... It's not the best. You are clearly struggling here against what Vici is throwing at you. So mix it up. I wish they'd done this earlier. And it's kind of crazy that in the penultimate round of the first half, Dinko, is this the first or the second time we're seeing Olivia with an AWP? Because it looks like the
second
money,
time, right?
Second time, yeah. Because the money has just been garbage this entire half.
Oh, it has. It's been put in the bin because of the back and forth established at the start of this map. The rounds being won, the clock rounds being lost. These are just rounds you cannot afford to have at the start of a half if you're on the CT side. That economy game is so incredibly important, especially if you're the underdog in the matchup. And what QQ, he previously had a massive round. He's going to try and do it again here. Zolking going down. QQ will fall after one single kill. And Vici are doing a good job at winning these trades. But Olivia, he's on the op. He's hungry for the round win. And he's going to go over the top. And no scope. Oh, a third kill. What a play from Olivia. 4 kills and a round delivered for Beyond. They desperately need them in this first half. And Olivia stepping up with a hero performance. It's a string of hero plays from the teammates now as well. QQ getting a 4K in the previous round. Olivia with the AWP getting a 4K in this one. They need everything they can get. And this is making a meal out of the first half at least.
Absolutely. Olivia waking up. That's a win condition.
Oh, it's just confident. Jumps over the top. No scope. Drops back. Repositions for short. Easy kills.
Kaze who?
Give me them all. Olivia probably has looked better in this tournament than he did in the previous one on an individual level, right? What I was talking about yesterday was the fact the only thing that was kind of lacking was his clutch ability. Look at that. Last 2 days now, he's won an incredible clutch in the previous round. Such an MVP performance in this one. God, he's so sick now. This is Olivia hitting his peak form. At least in this tournament. Oh, QQ. Oh, what 3 kills? That's huge from QQ.
Late resurgence, but it is happening. They don't expect the third player, and it's all on Kaze looking to recreate what Olivia did earlier. I think is aware there's a player nearby. SDK just jiggle peeking, but Kaze is so damn good. And here we go, Dinko. Kaze 1v1 versus Olivia. Op versus Op. The Malaysian Wundikit versus the Thai genius. And Kaze's looking the wrong way, and he's been spotted out. Olivia, slow, patient, and despite a 3K from Kaze, a little bit of a BM shot as well. I love it. Oh, don't go for it. Oh, he's going for another one. Olivia's like, you think you're good with the op? You think you're good with the op? You think you're good with the op? Well, there you go. Beyond.
Fired up.
Fired up. I like this. A little bit of life at the end. And we're going to end the half 9-6, considering how lopsided it looked at one point.
Yeah, well, we said we'd be surprised if they don't get 10 rounds, and Vici, well, they don't get 10 rounds. You surprised, Blair?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, so am I.
expect
I mean, that was a terrible half from Beyond throughout the start, right? Wasn't fantastic from Vici. A lot of mistakes definitely coming through from them, but it was definitely better from Vici. Beyond looked a little uncomfortable, and to be fair, the only reasons they do win rounds in this first half is off the back of huge individual performances. But like I said, that's all that matters at this point. They needed to salvage the half, and they got it done. Olivia with an incredible resurgence towards the end of the half. As soon as they got that AWP in his hands, god damn, he was looking good. QQ as well, you know, he's been one of the players I've been critical of in this tournament so far, because I do feel like he has been a bit of a liability to Beyond in terms of those early rounds, and he has had two maps that I've been impressed with now. This one and a previous couple of series ago. But Jam Young, oh, he's down straight away. KTZ was so ready for that. And he spotted the player running back short as well.
Almond, very lucky to get out of there alive. He's kind of isolated on the bomb site. But Beyond not going to press matters towards B. They're going to be heading slowly back towards A bomb site. I think Vici have realized that. They have Kaze waiting, P2K in hand. He's got Zoking as well to help him out, the hero of the first pistol half. Kaze spots out a player towards long. Trying to force him to face. He's got a smoke. Trying to delay them, spots a lot of players, and the rotation should be coming in. Kazi's still waiting for the flank from long, but this is great work from Beyond. They've snuck their way in, and the Glocks are going to come swarming onto the bomb side. QQ, Olivia, and they're all dead. In a span of 2 seconds, everyone on the VG side gets taken down, and Beyond. It was, I mean, where did this come from? 7-9, just 2 rounds away from tying things up, and considering VG are going to go for the force fight, if they can survive this force buy and they win the following eco round, they're going to tie things up, Dinko, and then it's anyone's map.
Oh, it is. And this is going to be very impressive if Beyond can pull it all the way back, because honestly, it's kind of funny how people in chat, if you've been following it over the past couple of days, Blair and I have probably made some statements at the start of the map that completely sound ridiculous and untrue towards the middle of the map, right? It's just incredible how Asian Counter-Strike doesn't really follow a pattern. It just is. It just is, Blair.
It do be like that. It do be like that, Dinko. But right now, what we're seeing is Beyond starting to wake up. What we're seeing is Beyond realizing, hey, guys, we lose this series, there's no chance of us making the playoffs. That could, I feel like that would probably break this team. Like, there are going to be changes. 100%. So, in order to stave that off, and even if they win this, there's no guarantee. That's a scary thing. There's no guarantee. The hit's going to be coming in towards B, and one man holds. It is the captain himself. Advent, 8-50 in hand. Finds one, Dinko. Looking for more. Almost gets a second kill as well. He dinks down Olivia. Look at how low they are. Jam Young. 3 bullets, 3 kills. Very possible. 30 seconds on the bomb timer. 1 down. Galil retrieved. Things can get scarier, but he's not aware of what we are. Dinko, he doesn't know how low QQ is, how low Olivia is, and he's going to kind of fade away from this fight. Can't really blame him. He's got that Kevlar helmet. The Galil can come in real handy. But Beyond, they're going to get to round number 8. And if they play the cards right, if they don't make too many mistakes, they're going to tie things up in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think they should be. I think at this point, Beyond have just kind of had this purple patch of form that Vici haven't been able to break. I do feel like even though Kaze has had some rounds where he's getting some kills, and Jam Young the same, it does feel like they're not really at their level right now. You know, they're good enough players. They're so sick. So even when they're underperforming and they're not quite hitting the heights we know they're capable of, they're still going to get enough kills that makes it look like the average player. But that's not what you expect from Jam Young and Kaze, because they're not the average player. And that's what I expect more from them. And right now, probably not exactly the performances we'd want from them.
they haven't really had any game-changing moments. I think Jamyang has had that one Glock round, obviously, but that was more the mistake of Beyond that let him get behind. But for the most part, we haven't seen any of those Olivia rounds from Vici yet, right? You haven't seen those big 4Ks, flashy kills coming in and taking over the server alone. And that's kind of what you expect from Kaze and Jamyang, and it hasn't really played out that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, it has seemed more like a team effort, though. It's looked... Oh,
yeah, but it's fallen flat now. They need some sort of hero play to step up, but Olivia's going to walk around the back. He knows the player's up there. And clear heaven. Now confirms that Advent has indeed moved towards Bank, and he's gone around the corner again. Advent just getting away, but here comes the kill for Olivia.
I'm scared.
Hello, Alman. Like, how? Advent just walked up there. How does this happen? But yeah, the B bomb site completely taken. Kaze's in towards Connector. This round's done. 9-9, tied up. This is very impressive from Beyond. I mean, this was 9-3 at one point.
Even more impressive for me is the way... is like how Vici haven't been able to, well, do anything there, right? Like, you saw that flank coming in with the MAC-10 protocol to right. At least an AK retrieve by Zoking. That's something that they could try and work with. You know, you want to hold on to the AK-47. Especially with Zoking just raw aim. I feel like it could come in handy. It does have that one-tap potential compared to, let's say, an AUG or an M4A4. Kaze trying to be sneaky. He should be checked here. He should be checked if they do creep up. But a solid round from Beyond. I don't see them losing any more players. Yeah, they're not really going for the hunt. And they lose the one AK-47, but that's okay. Scores have been tied up, and it was 9-3 for Vici. And now it's been 6 rounds in a row, Dinko. That's pretty impressive from Beyond. I really felt like they were out of this. Like, they're just going to let this map go and then try and come back on map number 2 and 3. But they are not going to go down without a fight. Because reminding all of the viewers, once again, for those of you who probably missed the pre-match segment, this is a must-win game for Beyond. If they lose this series, they're out of the tournament. They're not going to be qualifying for the playoffs for next week. And even if they win this, there's no 100% guarantee either. But yeah, a must-win for sure for the Thai side. As you're going to be a fast play taking place towards long. A bit of some nade damage, but they're wasting no time. 4 players is gathering up together. A death ball of AK-47s heading straight towards long. And Zoking's going to spot this one out, Dinko.
He's got a good angle here as well. They're going to start coming around the corner. He's looking away from the flashback. Oh, he's given away that he's here. Mayrolls can just preemptively fire towards his head. And Zoking goes down without a single kill. Not the start Vici would have been looking for.
Kaze, though, he's got his weapon of choice. And we all know what he can do on the CD side of this map with the AWP. Ash going to be going up high for his teammate to peek with, and it's going to be Almond. Goes to the peak, doesn't find anyone. Almond should be careful. The timing is atrocious. Now it's all on Kaze. Backup is arriving, but it's a 3v5. 45 seconds, they're going to come walking up in. Kaze now finds one, finds a second kill, looking for more. As Aztec is going to find another kill, and there's too many players for Kaze to find. Jamyang able to get one kill in the 1v3. But it's not going to be good enough. Dinko, what's happening? I'll tell you what's happening. Beyond's winning. They're winning right now. They're in the lead, 10-9. How did this even happen? They even lost a full buy round with 5 rifles and a full 5 belts of utility to Glocks, to 5 Glocks. And even despite that round, they're in the lead right now, Dinko. I don't know.
Well, what is going on here? This is ridiculous. How can you look so... Wait, we talk about Beyond, right? We talk about how they drop off map to map. How the hell have Vici started this tournament looking like gods and come to this point? This is ridiculous. Advent's going to throw the smoke down. STK just walking up, taking him down, the in-game leader out of it. And now it's going to be Zoking crumbling as well. Beyond 11-9 up. On overpass.
You can even see the confidence. You can even see the confidence in that round. Like, they knew it was going to be maybe a half buy, a forced buy, and especially in a round like that, you don't want to. Ooh, nice shot. I'll say it there, but yeah, you're not. You want to play that smart, right? You want to play that at like a proper anti-eco or anti-force buy. Instead of like whole W rush B, just mowed them down, just ran in, no F's given, and just completely took everyone down. Just to 1 casualty, 11-9. Money looking fantastic. For 4 of the players, Meryl's the only one who's kind of broke, but that's okay when the rest of your teammates have like $8,000 apiece. And Vici now trailing by 2 rounds. This is shocking.
Oh, this is truly awful from Vici. 9-3. That they're now 11-9 down. How has this played out this way? Kaze, time to just reignite the fires of Vici. Advent's gonna get one. Kaze with the second kill. Good start for Vici, and they hold on to it. They're gonna get away, and that's the start they'd be looking for. This should be enough to win the round now. We'll see if they can pull it off, though, as Beyond turn up on the B-bomb side. They've got a 3 versus 5 here if they go in towards the side of the map. And Kaze, it's going to be an easy kill. He's got 1 kill onto Mayrolls. He's looking for another one. It's Jam Young, actually, who'll pick off SDK. And that is more like it from Vici.
That's clear. Oh, Almond.
Trying to get fired up. I like this. Vici need that. They need some sort of fire in their belly, because right now they have gone flat. And while Beyond, they still have a buy coming into this. They're still going to be feeling, in control. They're just going to say to each other, okay, well, that's a little bit of a hiccup. Let's focus up, get this next one under the belt. Just break any potential momentum or confidence that Vici can pick up.
Also, I feel like Kaze is too nice a guy to like do any BM. I don't think if you've ever spoken to him, he's like super reserved, super quiet, super polite, a sweetheart. He's such a nice guy. And so Almond's like, "Oh, you're not gonna shoot his body? I'll do it for you, bro." Ooh, Almond, the cheeky boost. That's a danger man taken out of the equation very early on.
This is what I like to see from Vici. A little bit of innovation, a little bit of a gimmick coming through, right? Couple boosts across the map. Overpass is a map that delivers itself to teams that put practice in on the server. Vici are that team. They're the team we talk about all the time, putting the most preparation in. This is where they're going to see the advantages. This is where they're going to see the rewards, is if they actually pull boosts off, if they go and do different things, innovate on the map. I know it's not really innovative in any other region, but right now it's perfect for Asia. And well, it's going to work out. Jam Young taking QQ away. Oh, God, Advent. Get out of that. He's been taken down to 6 HP. Ain't is he not too far off getting that spam kill? That really does feel like Beyond have to make an individual play here, Blah. This is...
They do. The good thing is no one's really slacking, I feel like, on the side, apart from Mayrolls, who had a pretty quiet first half. Yeah, he's kind of struggling here. 6 kills for him. But if he manages to kind of thread the needle here, this could be great timing. He hears a player jumping. Oh, he's crept up. This is brilliant from Mayrolls. But that's as far as it'll go. Zoking turns around. And Mayrolls, unfortunately, caught looking the wrong direction. This one's done. This round's done. Vici going to be tying things up. It got a little worrying, Dinko, but they seem to have woken up at the right time. Still, money very solid for Beyond. They're going to be able to go for a buy. SDK spots out the player. Flashbang out, and they peek with the flash. Brilliantly done by Kaze and Zoking there. Well, for even Stevens. Money is good enough for the buy. Mayrolls, unfortunately, will have to probably make do with the Deagle. Kevlar at least purchase a little bit of extra utility, because that is clearly going to be lacking for the side. And yeah, I love this opening kills.
That's so good.
Yeah, the re-aggression. Lovely stuff.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, right, they get that initial aggression kill on the boost, right? They get their opening kill. They find the follow-up from Jam Young's other gimmicky boost position. But once they get those advantages, they don't really go for more. And that's what I like, because they've done enough to win the round. Now they just need to hold on and hold the advantages. And while another good start this time for Vici, another opening kill their way. And it feels like Beyond probably starting to get a little bit pressured. Now they're going to try and take Kaze down, and STK is going to manage it. You won't find Kaze through the smoke.
Kaze's having a pretty solid game so far, despite how close the scoreline is. He's on 20 kills. It's not like the rest of his team's like individually struggling. It's just that a few of the rounds that slipped away was kind of shocking. V4. As it slowed down a little bit, have Beyond. Look like they are very much heading towards his A-bomb site. This aggressive hold from Zoking. Oh, the flash is good. They don't spot him, but he sees a shadow. Dinko is going to find one. Almond joins the fray to get a kill for himself as well. And now Olivia, he misses the shot. He knew exactly where he was, but Almond decapitates him. And now KNTZ left alone. It's a 1v3. He's got the bomb. He's got the time. But there's no escape route. He heads towards connector. There's already a player waiting for him. Jam Young, the one player you don't want to face, has already got that exit covered. So he just has to head on to the site, but the 2 players to find, it's not going to be easy. Advent is gonna, well, it's going to be Almond actually going to get the kill, but there was no way he's going to win that duel. 12-11, Vici, they're back into the game, somehow.
Yeah, that is exactly the kind of run that you needed a couple rounds previous, right? It's just a clean win where Kaze gets that opening kill. They've been playing this well in terms of just setting Kaze up, keeping him all over the map. He's been at B, he's been at middle, he's just everywhere. And if it's not Kaze getting the opening kill, they've got a boost ready for Almond to pick it off, right? It's Vici searching for the opening pick. And now that they've done that, they've been able to set the pace. They've been able to set the tone of this map. And that's something that Overpass delivers on. And, you know, the CT side, you can actually dictate the pace. And you can't really do that anywhere else, right? This is one of the maps that allows you to do that the most. Indeed. You can go for these boosts, you can go for the aggression, you can get those early kills and stop Beyond in their tracks. And I feel like that was exactly what Vici needed, because at one point on this T side, Beyond were in full control, complete control. They were dominating every early battle, they were doing whatever they wanted. Vici were just sitting passive and letting them do it. So now, Vici have taken the fight to Beyond, really getting comfortable in having aggression, and it's been working out for Vici. Not exactly, I wasn't a fan of Kaze peeking out towards middle there early on, but he's so good, but he fully committed to middle there, and that kind of shows to me a little bit that they might not have a great read of what's going on right now. It is going to be just pistols out for Beyond.
Yeah, that could have been a little scary, but he does fall away. What surprised me was for Vici, look, that first half 9-6, look, 9 rounds on a T side, still great. Good resurgence from Beyond, but I didn't expect it'd be enough. And just how tepid a start that they had on the CT side as, ooh, Kaze, he reads it to perfection, Dinko. They're not going to allow these pistols to swarm the bomb site. Great Molotov as well, Zoking with a little bit of re-aggression, and they're just getting picked apart by the Zoking-Kaze combo. Nothing they can do unless KNTZ and Meryl just pops off with the deagles, which they're good, but yeah, this is flawless. Clean round. Oh, even Advent's pissed off. Okay. All right. Beyond, they've poked a sleeping dragon, Dinko.
They have. And Vici just kind of realized, well, come on, guys. This is ridiculous. This was absolutely ridiculous. We're getting absolutely bind out. This was 9-3. How have we let this happen? And luckily, they've been able to step up. 4 rounds in a row now for Vici Gaming. It has been quite dominant over the last couple, and Beyond will be back in with the rifles. They'll see if they can turn it up, see if they can get back into things here in this first map. And well, it'll be Mayrolls with the headshot. Kaze going down early on into the round, and finally an opening duel going in favor of Beyond, followed up as well. What is Soking doing there? Trying to reposition, but it was a little too late to do that, I feel. Probably should have just committed to the bathrooms. Oh, Almond. Oh, he's gone down as well. This is just an unfortunate round for Vici, but one that Beyond desperately need, right? They needed this round.
This is a perfect round from Beyond. Firstly, they get the opening pick. They catch Zoking. They didn't waste any time. The call immediately was rush B, and they even had a player flanking. Okay, Jamyoung. All right. Okay, I think that's it. Advent getting found out by QQ. It's going to ensure that Jamyoung does not try and do something utterly ridiculous. And Beyond, I like that round. Get a couple of kills towards long. They know the rotation is going to take place. Immediately pivot back towards B. They catch out Almond trying to go on the lurk, or rather on the flank, and boom, round's done. And nothing saved for the side of Vici. Money's not going to be a problem though. They're pretty flush at cash considering the past couple of rounds they won were very convincing. But Beyond, they're not quite done yet as well. They realize, again, reminding everyone, for Vici, this isn't really a high-stakes game, apart from the fact that they wouldn't want to face Tyloo early on, so they want to get as many wins as possible under the belt before they're done with the group stage. It pretty much a shoe-in for the playoffs. But for Beyond, if they lose a series, it's a GG well played. They're out of here. They're not going to qualify. So everything on the line for Beyond. So whatever they have, whatever tricks they have, whatever levels of Super Saiyan brilliancy they can just kind of bring out from their bodies and their minds, it needs to happen here. And it's a very tough opponent, so it's never going to be easy. But at least if they're going to go down Dinko, they're going to go down swinging. And you know what? I'm okay with that. If they go down, that is. I'm being too much of a naysayer. Don't want to be that.
No, the crazy thing about this game, Blair, is coming into this match, neither of these teams are safe, right? That's the scary thing for this matchup. Vici losing the checkmate yesterday, that kind of throws them out into the Wild West, right? To get this win against Beyond, they feel much more comfortable. I think that should be enough. But Vici don't want to have to be fighting this late into the group stages to stay alive, just stay afloat. STK is going to get rid of Kaze.
4v4, 50 seconds left, and now, well, Featured, they're going to be holding on to the site. Now Beyond's trying to move forward, up through middle. STK gonna go down. Zoking with a headshot. And now 3 versus 3 intact. Olivia has pulled 1 kill back. And Zoking, he's tapped in the Molotov. Olivia's gonna take him as well. And it's a 2 versus 3. Beyond charging into the A-bomb site, and they're winning every single fight. It's 13-13 unless Jamyoung can pull off a 1v3 clutch. They know exactly where he is. He needs to move forward and get this first kill into Mayrolls. It's not going to work out for him. He's Molotov back. He's done in this round. It's going to be a 13th round for Beyond. They tie things up again. Jamyoung is hoping that they chase after him, hoping that he's dropped into the site, and there's a chance, but doesn't win it against KNTZ. 13-13, tied up on the server once more, and Beyond are showing grit, tenacity to stay afloat here on the T side.
Are staying afloat. That was such a good read from Olivia. Just I love this read. I might just reposition. He hears. I think the bottle from the incendiary. It hit Zoking, or you heard the lick of the flame, and boom, instantly takes him down through the smoke. Great stuff from Olivia. Showing that it's not exactly a one-trick pony. It's not just about the aim. The guy's got the brains to back it up as well. The best player from his country. Starting to wake up. He hasn't had a bad game at all. I think everyone's been pretty even all across for the Thai side, apart from Mayrolls, who's had a rough day in the office. But apart from that, STK, QQ, KNTZ ably supporting their star player. 13 all. If they're able to win this round, Dinko, they could break it, but Kaze, flick of the wrist. And Mayrolls, well, he's gonna go the way of the French monarchy back in the revolution. It's Kaze, he's looking for more. Smokes off short. I'm not a big fan of him sticking around there too long. And he's going to do a smart thing, falls on back. The problem here is Zoking's isolated, Dinko. But he's ready. He's ready. He reads the timing to perfection. STK just comes walking up. It's like, well, there's no one nearby. They can't have left anyone towards connector. And Zoking's like, surprise, I'm here. And he gets another kill. And now it's the 5v3. The hit's going to be coming in towards speed. They're trying to go for the contact play. KNTZ might be able to catch a player, but a sound made by Advent. He gets the kill. Advent finds both. And now QQ is left alone, Tinko. The bomb's dropped in front of Monster. And the round's done. QQ just going to hold on to this AK-47. At least they can go for another buy, maybe. Mayrolls can drop. Olivia can buy for himself. And KNTZ can probably purchase as well. So yeah, this save is going to be imperative for Beyond. Is he lagged out?
He's timed out.
Oh. Well, at least as long as he doesn't like leave the server before the time expires, he should have the AK, I guess.
Come on, you can do it. I think you probably keep him on the server until the next round. Please, come on.
Boom, he's there. Yeah, we good.
He made it.
Whew.
Woo. He could time out now. He could completely disappear. He can poof into thin air.
There we go.
We have match medic, so
I can hear some typing in the chat. Yeah, he's definitely disconnected, but
yeah.
Good timing. Good timing.
Good timing indeed. Well, Kaze, another 6-shot coming in from him. Another good opening kill to the round. They desperately needed it, and they've got it under their belt. Advent, I mean, he has been pretty sick. He has had a couple of moments here where he's looked pretty good.
Advent saved his teammate there. Like, he made a little bit of noise, right? Or else, who was it? I think it was Almond over there. He would have been taken out. And, yeah, Advent. He has put in them deathmatch hours as we have Droney McDroneface joining.
He's
us.
back. He hasn't been here for a very long time, Blood, but he's returned.
He has returned, and he's returned with KNTZ, the photographer. 7 flashbang grenades used, which is kind of less, to be honest.
This is the player we're highlighting for the fact that his flashbangs are being thrown, and he's thrown 7. Kind of shows how questionable utility usage is.
16 smokes, though, 12 Molotovs. So he's made up with it for other things. 17 kills for him. I actually want to take a look at the scoreboard, if possible, PGL. So I just want to see like if there's anyone kind of slacking. I know Mayrolls has had a pretty terrible day.
Yep. Very terrible tournament, to be honest. He has been really inconsistent. I think he's had 1 or 2 good maps, but...
He has. But he's someone you look forward to. Oh, there we go. We have a scoreboard there. So
21.
I like the kill spread for everyone else. So 17, 16, 17 for Olivia to get KNTZ. And
QQ's pretty similar as well.
Yeah, he was 16 to 17, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, he's 19 and 19. He's top fragging right now.
That's impressive. Someone we always point out kind of being the weakling of being too up and down for the side of Beyond, but yeah, he's had a good game. All the way waiting for him to reconnect. For the side of Vici, Zoking and Kaze sitting on top pretty. 50... Actually, no, sorry, 45 kills between the two of them. Almond, Jamyong. Jamyong having a comparatively quieter game. When I say quiet game, he's still on 17 kills. And Advent on 14. Man, Advent's been having a pretty solid game so far. I'm pretty happy for him.
He has been, and if you think back to some of even the spray transfers that he was able to pull off, he had some nutty rounds from Advent. And that's not exactly what you expect or test to this player. So I'm looking forward to seeing him continue this coming into the last few rounds of regulation, at least here. Beyond will be fighting for the win in regulation. They'll need 3 rounds in a row. Vici need 2 to close Overpass and send us on to map number 2. The confident win under their belt. Well, not so much confident. This hasn't been the cleanest of Counter-Strike from either team, but a win nonetheless is exactly what you would want. And Mayrolls, whoa, he's been chunked down to 48. Now, that is not the start that Mayrolls would have been hoping for. Things are going bad to worse for Mayrolls right now. We'll see if he can redeem himself in this round and find a kill at least.
He's just been it's been bad luck, some rough duels, and the time. Oh my lord, the timing is perfect. The nade's not going to find anything, and Almond, if it was just 1 or 2 players, he would have got the kill. He sees 3 and he does a smart thing. He falls on back. They're still going to go for a cheeky boost here, Dinko, on top of the smoke towards Sandbags, but the play, it's towards A. The bomb's all the way near T-spawn. Someone's got to retrieve it, and I think the job is QQ. She's going to be heading on back. That's going to delay the push. Now, Beyond have quite a bit of map control to work with. They have control of Long, and so Almond with 12... I feel bad for Mayrolls at this point. It's just having nothing going his way. Almond spotted a player towards the entrance of Connector as well. And this should be the tell. Kaze op out. Goes for a little bit of a wide swing. There's a player very up close. Olivia, he knows where Kaze is. You can hear a player coming up to his dumpster as well. But he has no idea where Zoking is lying in wait.
Oh, it's going to be Olivia with a good kill. Almond going down early on into the round, and now 4v4. Kaze holding on. He's overrun. Zoking trying his best. Gets a double kill on the M4, and Olivia is going to fight back. But again, he is required to do everything for this Beyond team. Sprints to the bomb site. 15 seconds. Has to commit to the plan. They're going to overrun him. He goes for the kill, but it's Advent who comes on in, and it's the BM as well. 15-13 for Vici. No bomb plant, which means no extra cash, and that means it's going to be a pretty terrible buy coming up here for Beyond. And it's unfortunately the buy that they have to use to try and stay alive here on Overpass. I think Vici have done enough, but I think they've done enough now to take Overpass over the line. It has been a pretty scrappy game of Counter-Strike from the offset, right? We've just seen crazy rounds throughout the first few. We've seen a full Glock round. We got your Asian CS clip of the day. 4 rounds deep. Like that's nuts.
I honestly wanted a good clip, like, you know, we have those crazy spray transfers or something cool. Instead, we saw a team losing to 5 blocks, which is unfortunate, Dinko.
It is unfortunate, but that is the way it goes here in the land of Asian Counter-Strike. Either you get some incredible mechanical skill on display, or you get that.
Or you get that. Oh, sometimes you get the good stuff, sometimes you get the bad stuff. That was unfortunately the bad stuff.
Excruciatingly bad stuff.
Yeah. As you're probably wondering what I'm talking about, it was that round number 4 where Beyond lost to 5 Glocks. Well, imagine if that round hadn't happened. Imagine what the scoreline could be in here. Like,
yeah,
in the parallel universe, if Beyond hadn't lost to 5 Glocks, they'd probably be in a driver's seat. It would probably be 15-13 for the Thai side.
But then again, you got to ask the other questions if we're talking about, you know, smaller entities of the rounds. How many of these clutches or many individual plays? Beyond want to piss around on their own, you have to remember as well.
Why is SDK so far ahead of everyone else? The spacing was so off.
Yeah, it's off in this approach. And well, Jamyong, oh, he's not got anything. How does Jamyong not got a single kill there? Advent and Almond shutting it down. 16-13. It's Vici that take away map number 1. It is their map pick. I think they'll be happy enough getting it over the line. You know, Beyond usually play well when they're playing against some of these top Asian teams, at least elevate their performance, but this isn't good enough to beat Vici right now. I think that's pretty evident from what we've just seen. So, scrappy game of Counter-Strike overall. We've had Tom and Hawker actually saying that. I nearly said Mitch, but he's not here today. Morka. Yeah, he's like a coffee. And well, he's here. What are you thinking, Alex, of this game?
Yeah, that was a fun one to watch for sure. I think, especially in that first half, it really felt like Vici were just going to dominate. But there were so many of those individual rounds, right? We actually saw the Beyond players stepping up like we wanted to. And I actually think that first half could have gone better for Beyond if they got that AWP out earlier. You guys talked about it. They barely got the AWP into Olivia's hand in that first half. We're going to have to see the Glock round again, fellas. So just brace yourselves for this one. I don't even know if I want to watch because, that was rough.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, I did mention in the cast as well, if that round hadn't gone the way of Vici, like if Beyond hadn't fluffed that, this could have been a closer affair. In fact, it could have even potentially been Beyond maybe taking this map, which would have been a big surprise.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think they probably should have taken the map if I'm like looking at this like realistically without a few of these rounds put in. The problem is, brutally honest, I don't think either of them are good overpass teams. I think this is a bit of a pocket pick that came in for Vici. It's not been a good map for them versus Tyloo, and I don't think Tyloo are an amazing overpass team either. I think it's just that they have the better individuals in terms of aggression. And I think Vici actually played a really, really sloppy CT side. I think there was a round where you sort of highlighted like a small part of it, Dinko, where Zoking gets caught onto long, like he's trying to retreat back. And that's mainly because Kaze was making plays that would either win them the round or instantly lose them the round. And that's not Vici. That's not what we've come to know about this team, where you go, if Kaze runs out long and kills 3 people on the CT side, we win. No, that's not Vici. That was never what we looked at this team. We were like, oh, they've got good structure, they've got picks, they've got trades, they've got nade setups. They were the one team. They were the chosen one, Blair. They were the ones that were meant to bring light to us, not ruin everything. They were just running in and trying to get kills. Like, this is not the team that we loved at the beginning. And sure, they got it over the line, but I think that's only because Beyond lost to Glocks, for God's sake.
Yeah, but I also want to touch on the point that Beyond won so many of these individual rounds in the first half to even give them enough to play with going into the second. If they didn't get a couple of those rounds where Olivia gets a 4K, QQ gets a 4K on the Deagle, standing in a Molotov, these are rounds that Beyond won that got them into that first half. They would have been banged out 11-4, 12-3, minimum 10-5, but they stepped up and they got 6 rounds in the first half that made it somewhat competitive.
They got 3 kills with a Deagle is basically what you're trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. It's just these individual moments. So yeah, that's exactly what Beyond needed in the first half. It's not exactly a sustainable play style.
Is that not just more mistakes by Vici?
I don't think so. I think they played
the
it well
3
in the
men
round where
pushing
Olivia...
through Monster with a Deagle on the other side is 100% mistakes by Vici. You cannot deny that.
QQ was playing barrels, right? That's the most thought out position. He just does well.
No one ever Molotovs that.
No, they mollied him. They mollied him as well. He just stood in the fire.
That's great Counter-Strike, Tom. What are you talking about? Shut up. Shut your face. Okay, heading into map number 2, we have 2 more maps remaining here. Potentially 2 more maps. We have Mirage coming up, and then, of course, the final decider is going to be Nuke. Now, we know Vici can bleed on Nuke. We saw that yesterday against Checkmate, and we know Beyond like playing Nuke. We know Mirage is kind of a question mark for Beyond right now, but traditionally, historically, based on the stats, they have been good on it. Now, I'm going to throw this your way, Dinko, because you've been a little bit more optimistic compared to some of these guys. Do you think Beyond have what it takes? They've looked pretty decent on Overpass. I know it's a rough map, but it showed signs of life. Do you think it's going to go to map number 3?
I think Mirage is definitely a map that we've kind of always talked about for Beyond being one of their best, but they haven't really looked like that recently. And Vici put a lot of work into Mirage. It's one of the maps they're actually looking the best on right now. So I think I'm going to go with Vici on this one. I don't think Beyond will be winning.
All right. Well, we're going to be finding out if that's going to be the case. Once again, Tom, Hoggo, thank you for joining us, as we're going to be going to a very quick break, and then we'll be back with more action here. The first best of 3 of the day, map number 2, coming up after a very short break.
my break if you're fragile. Hit me with the arrows, treat me like a black rose. Break if you're fragile. Hit me with the arrows, treat me like a black rose.
Did you know that at a bakery you sometimes get fresh bread? I didn't know.
You do?
Dinko just told me about it. Welcome back, everyone, to PAL 2020, the fall edition. Map number 1 done and dusted between Vici and Beyond. A must-win game for Beyond, an absolute must-win for Beyond, and even for Vici. They're not quite safe yet, Dinko. They want to have this one wrapped in a nice package and done with as quickly as possible. They've done what was needed on Overpass, although there were a few hiccups here and there, and of course gave you my personal Asian CSGO clip of the day with that Glock round win from Vici. But heading into Mirage, now, if you're talking about older Vici, like a few months older Vici, where they didn't know how to work with Kazi on the CD side, I would have 100% given the edge of Beyond. But recently, Vici, at least in this tournament, have looked much better on the CD side of Mirage.
Yeah, Vici's main operation, as it is for a lot of teams, but mainly Vici because they used to be able to beat everybody else, is to beat Tyloo. And a big problem in their map pool was Mirage, right? That's a map that Tyloo have looked fantastic on in the past, not so much in this tournament, which is kind of weird. Like, not much is making sense in this tournament. Vici decided they're going to go ahead, use the break between events to really work on their Mirage. They had a few events leading up to this, obviously, but they had some time to work on their map pool, and Mirage was something that they've been practicing a lot. We've seen it in the interviews at the start of this tournament, the fact that they've really been working on Mirage. And like you said, they underutilized Kaze. I feel like it's better now. It's not exactly in a good spot. I mean, there's still more to be done on this map, but they're taking the right approaches. They're taking the right steps, at least. But it's definitely a lot better. We've seen convincing wins out of Vici here in Mirage. And Beyond, the other thing is they've sucked on their own map. This is usually their home ground for so long, and they've just kind of fallen off on it. So we know they can play it. We've seen it yesterday from Beyond, that Olivia has had these clutch moments. They're going to need that against Vici. Usually when you're against the weaker teams, you're like, we don't exactly want to have to see big plays from Olivia. We don't want to have to see big clutches come in from him. But when it's against Vici, they have to. They just need every individual to show up. And Mayrolls, he needs to play better on this map.
It's kind of interesting how I'm looking at the stats, and Vici haven't played a Beyond on at least, well, ever by the looks of it, or in a very long time on Mirage, and at least in the past 3 to 4 months. And if you look at the side of Beyond, it's kind of like a mixed bag of results, right? They lost to Sigma, they lost to Tyloo 16-14. I mean, it's Tyloo. They've beaten Tyloo, though, so that's something going their way. They've beaten After, they've beaten Invictus, they've lost to Bren as well. It's kind of like a mixed bag of results when it comes to this map for the side of Beyond. And then you look at Vici. They've beaten After, they've beaten Invictus, they've even beaten Tyloo 16-8 in the DreamHack Open Summer event. They have, of course, lost a few maps as well on this particular map, but it has been against Tyloo most of the time. So they lost a Tiger earlier on as well in the previous PAL, and Divine Vendetta, that was a shocker of a loss, 16-13, I remember, where Divine Vendetta just popped off. But apart from a few of these upsets in the past, they have looked very solid. So yeah, it just comes under map pool, like you touched upon, right? Beyond, they just don't have that deep a map pool. They like playing Nuke, they like playing Mirage. Well, unfortunately, that's 2 maps where Vici and these Chinese teams usually are very comfortable on. And even Tyloo are starting to not pick Nuke, but allow it through, which is, it's not really looking good for the Thai side overall.
No, it isn't. It is starting to look very rough for them, but I do want to paint at least some sort of positive picture. This has been a map Beyond have been comfortable on in the past. This has been one they've been able to play. Maybe they can tap into their past and their history on this map and potentially pull off a win against Vici, because in the past, this team have looked kind of rough. So at least a little bit of a positive there, but for all of the reasons that we've previously discussed, we've got to favor Vici coming into this one. Zoking, he has been relatively impressive so far in this series. I mean, he looked good on map 1, a couple of mistakes here and there, but for the most part, has been pretty solid. We'll see if he can get off to a good start coming into the pits round here on Mirage. He's playing behind Triple Box. It's a player already out on Tetris. That is STK out in his zone. He's done this a few times where he's went out in his zone, but it's working out here for Beyond. KingZ and STK, they're going to find the 2 opening kills.
I'm a little surprised why Zoking just went for the duel. I knew they knew there was a player that was Tetris. I like the patience for Beyond. They went for the smokes, they got into some pretty comfortable positions, and then they waited for the 2 players to come in from connector before they exploded out, and catching the players off guard. Advent, nice. kill from him. That's all he's going to find, leaving it all to Kaze. CZ, viable weapon. Bomb just getting planted. He's got a nade as well. Unfortunately, nade's going to go the wrong direction. He's going to have to tap away. Unfortunately, Dinko, at that range, especially with the lack of Kevlar, the Glocks are going to come out on top. And Beyond are going to win a pretty comfortable, a very convincing pistol round.
Yeah, that was a really good pistol round from them. STK, I got a little bit worried because he was out in his zone for a little bit, but he had a peek from Palace. I believe it was KTZ, right, coming out from the Palace position, was able to help him out. And because of that, obviously, that position, the weakness, potentially going out in his zone, becomes null and void. It's okay at that point. So hopefully we get to see that come out from Beyond a little bit more, because we discussed at the end of Overpass, we definitely started to see a few weaknesses in terms of the spacing for Beyond. We've seen STK going out alone. We've seen a couple of players then coming in and dribs and drabs behind him. Beyond need to tighten it up coming into Mirage. They have no chance for mistakes, no margin for error. If they lose this, they're out of the tournament. They will not be making the playoffs. They will not be having a chance to go any further and get any more RMR points. Just imagine, right, the major wasn't cancelled. Right, imagine there was more on the line in this RMR event. Obviously, no one can make the major apart from Tyloo, but still, you still want to place the playoffs.
This is an event where it's not just about that, right? It's also about, oh my god, no.
It's beginning, Blur. The first step into the madness that might just be a full USPS win. And while Jam Young on the Mac 10, they've managed to recover. And Blur leaks like a gas leak. And well, it's going to be STK pulling one back, but it's Advent spinning from behind. And the madness begins to play out on the server. May rolls down to 46 HP. It begins again, Blur. The madness continues as they win the full eco round. 1-1 Beyond. It happens to them again. How does it keep happening?
It's just default pistols, man. Like, they look at it's just USPs and P2Ks.
I love it.
There's no investment. They didn't even have a flashbang. How do you throw this? Like,
Asian clip number 2 of the day.
it's too early in the day. You can't lose rounds like this. You can't.
I love how it's just one kill on the USP sets you off because you know exactly what's coming next. And while ZoKing is going to find KTZ, it's going to be Beyond trying to reply with pistols of their own. They head out and towards the bomb site. It's Advent taking a headshot. Olivia's going to pull one back, and another kill from May Rolls. Now a 3v3 Blair. May Rolls is in a decent spot, but he's going to go down to Alman, who gets a double. He saved the round. He saved the chaos. It's on the QQ that need to pull off a spectacular round, and that just will not be happening today. 2-1 here for Vici Gaming. They lose the pistol round, but they answer back with pistols of their own and sweep it up in the following. So 2-1, they're into the lead. I like this position from ZoKing. That's nice.
Yeah.
You okay, Blair?
No.
Check.
No.
Checking.
No. I'm not okay. I am definitely not okay. Like, it's a Saturday, you know, I woke up, I'm like, all right, Asian CS, let's freaking go. I'm ready for this, right? I'm ready for some fantastic stuff. I wasn't ready for losing to 5 Glocks, and then next map you lose to 5 USPs. Fine, you can be finicky and be like, oh, but they had 3 P2000s. Same thing. That was a 0 investment round. 0 investment. They had 3 AKs. Common, fall back. Don't need to overextend. Don't want to lose to Glocks. Kaze's so good. I love Kaze. Kaze's so nice.
Oh yeah, Kaze with the 3K. It's 4K. A no scope reacts quite quickly. And now Vici 3-1 up. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit scary if you're Beyond, because you give yourself a good chance, Blair. They win the pistol round. They come into the following round and lose against USPs. They beat them with Glocks, but can't beat them with SMGs and rifles. Then we come into this round, and, you know, there's a first step to potential full breakdown for Blair with a Glock kill coming in, but Kaze saving the day. And now we go into round number 5 with a buy coming in for Beyond. They've got the AK-47s, no AWP, as pointed out earlier. That's such an important part of their playstyle, with Olivia being the hero of the team. And May Rolls, he's going to go down early on to Kaze with another opening kill for Vici. Kaze was really dominant back over past those opening jewels on the CT side.
That's a little
STK
too adventurous from Zocking.
Yeah, way too adventurous. He got a little bit overconfident there. But all that hard work that Kaze's gone and got, right? The fact that he risks his life to find that opening kill, it's all pulled back and given away thanks to Zocking.
Oh, so 3v3. At least the two top frags in the previous game have been neutralized, but then Almond replies back. Advent taking a shot, missing it, but gonna switch over to an automatic rifle, something he's a little bit more comfortable with, I would assume. Still doable for STK though, if he can somehow manage to find his way into the B bomb site, which he will. He finds Advent, but he still has to find another player, and that is the man, the myth, the legend, Jam Young. He's gonna shut it down. Expensive round for Vici, but they managed to pull it off.
Yeah, it was expensive, but again, that was a full buy round from Beyond, so you kind of wanted them to do something in it, and unfortunately, they just didn't. So, yeah, that's a bit rough. They were given every chance as well. You know, Vici got the good start with Kaze taking the opening kill, but Zocking being over-adventurous, overzealous, gives away his life. Kaze goes down, but you've got Alban to rely on, and that's good. I'm a big fan of how Vici just have so many individuals right now playing well, and it's good. That's what they need. Because right now, that Torm pointed it out, Vici for some reason aren't playing the way they usually would, right? They were relying heavily on just Kaze going in and getting an open to kill him. Well, STK, he's going to get one kill. Alman holding on to the B bomb site rush here. He's done well to find 2 kills. The Molotov burning in front of him, the smoke in his face. He's a big disgrace, and we'll see if he can spill the blood all over the place.
Reference game on point. Ooh, nice shot there from Arrows, but yeah, good hold. They're still pissed off. I know they're really annoyed because Olivia, like the first half of Overpass, it was like, you know, everyone's like playing normally, nothing too bad. And then we saw Olivia rattle off some BM shots into the corpse of Kaze, who's probably one of the nicest guys in the Asian Counter-Strike scene. And I think Vici took that as like an insult. A collective insult. And they're just
it's like
mad
screw you,
right now.
Screw you, boy. I ain't a nice guy.
Well, 5-1, Dinko. Map pick for Beyond. Great start to pistol round, then it's been pretty downhill from there.
It's been a rough showing from Beyond, I have to say. It hasn't really got going here on Mirage. The pistol round was good. Yeah. That's about it.
Yeah, Beyond are just look. You've lost 5 Glocks and they lost to 5 USPs. I'm sorry, like this shouldn't be happening. This really shouldn't be happening.
Well, that's good from Beyond, picking up this round. I mean, 3 kills, they open things up. It's a team effort across the board. QQ, Mayrolls, and STK. Zocking up in the apartment, spotted out as well. Finally a round on the board for Beyond. It was nearly clean. They nearly keep all 5 players alive. Just QQ going down there. 5-2. You know what? I don't take much pleasure in watching Beyond get banged out because they're one of the teams I enjoy watching. I like this team. I like the fact that they're still carrying the flag for Thailand in Asian Counter-Strike. It just has, you know, a lot of the players have dropped off and gone to another game. And so here in Counter-Strike, we're desperately hanging on to some of the Thai players here. And we've got Olivia, obviously the talisman for this team, the star player of the region, and for Thailand at least, and maybe even Southeast Asia, probably would say he's possibly the best player playing there right now in terms of the team being from that region.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, like for Beyond, when it looks good, when things are going their way, and when they're playing solid Counter-Strike, it's actually a pleasure to watch. They know how to approach the game. It's some good stuff. Not too many mistakes being made. The players looking very, like, they play clean Counter-Strike. Nothing too highly tactical, but they have a pretty decent map pool as well. It's just that something has gone wrong. Like, something seems to have broken their spirit. Because they were so close, Dinko. In the last RMR, they got top 4, mind you. They went higher than Tiger in placings. And we were like, okay, this RMR's the event they're going to be probably getting a top 3 placing. They're going to pull off a couple of upsets over Tyloo and Vici. They came so close against Tyloo, so close against Invictus and Taiga. But now they're losing to teams that had no business losing against. Jamyung. Position compromise. They still got to spray 3 people down. KNTZ even getting taken on 15 HP. Jamyung, how has he pulled that off? Now the flank is on though, but ZoKing, well, the hunter becomes the hunted. 4v2, bomb down, KNTZ in 15 points of health, and QQ all to do behind the bench. He's trying to spot something out. Vici are being very methodical, very, very patient in this approach because they know they have a flank coming in. Almond announcing his presence. QQ finds one, finds another. That's great stuff from QQ, but it's all alone now in a 1v2. He knows where Almond's coming in from, and Almond's gonna shred his head. And Vici, well, they win the round. It got a little scary. QQ showing some moments of some brilliance there, but in the end, it was not to be. Vici's going to win the round, and what a spray down from Jamyung. Yes, they lined up, but incredible control.
We've seen this this hold from Jamyung. I haven't seen a Jamyung spray down there in a while, so it was good to see him get a multi-kill in that. And Almond doing the rest of the work, cleaning up as he comes out of the apartments. And Almond's been pretty impressive, actually. Not just here in Mirage, obviously, that's quite evident. And playing well over on Overpass as well. I had a few good moments. 6-2 for Vici. Kaze, he's very confident. I'm liking this approach from Kaze. It's night and day between how he used to play this map and how he plays it now, right? He used to be so useless, just kind of sitting CT ticket boxes waiting for A hits to come in. I much prefer how they're playing him right now.
Well, yeah, that's something which I'm very happy Vici's been able to switch up, right? Like you have probably the second best, and at times even the best player in Asia right now. Probably the most reliable AWP player in the entire region, and you just keep him in one spot all the time. That's not ideal, especially on a map like Mirage, where you can try and get these duels and open up stuff. And the timing on that peak from Almond, but SDK was more than ready. At least he spots a couple of players out. He knows there's an AWP looking the direction of Kaze, and Kaze's going to relocate himself. Going to be heading towards Murder Hole, which is dangerous because Meryl's going to be making his way there. And I think where Kaze is, shot missed, and he's down. Instead, he's going to just... This is very strange from Vici. They've completely spread apart out of 2 players towards A. The positioning from ZoKing is impressive. Now they know where Advent is, and Advent's going to actually play around the smoke, catches SDK on the lurk, and Advent's really showing up. Jamyung's going to find Meryl as well, and Beyond had complete control, Dinko, but it's fallen apart. 13 seconds, they got to get the bomb down. QQ's going to drop into the site, and I think he'll have time to get the bomb down. It's Olivia. It's down to him again, Dinko. He's got a magic stick in his hands. And with QQ getting taken down, he's all on Olivia once more. 1v3, finds one. 2 more to go. Bomb taking away. They still have time to work with. Another fast scope comes in. Advin's gonna get taken down. It's Kaze versus Olivia once again. And Olivia, can he pull this off? No, he can't. Kaze clutches it out. The role to reverse from what we saw in Overpass, and this time around, Dinko, Vici come out on top. Valiant attempt from Olivia there.
The fact that we're sitting here on the edge of our seats thinking he's about to win that round is incredible. Olivia is an unbelievable player. He may not win this clutch, but the fact that he is bringing it that close, the fact that he has to do it in the first place is ridiculous. He's asked to do this so often. He is the only player probably worthwhile talking about right now and beyond. He's just so good. How many rounds have we seen come this close where he's just able to take down the best players in the region? He just can't get past Kaze, just an extra player on top. Kaze had all the information of where he was. He could approach that definitely a little bit stronger than Olivia with more potence, and well, Kaze pulls it off. He had the advantages in his way, but Olivia was cutting through them. No, we've had a lot of anime references, and I don't really watch anime at all, but I did watch one when I was younger, like Attack on Titan, and then there was...
I like how you say when you were younger. Attack on Titan's pretty recent.
Yeah, I was really young when I watched it, like 10.
I think the final season's coming out, like in a couple of months.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's pretty good.
Yeah, I liked the first season when I watched it, but Olivia kind
There's
of
a lot
reminds
of
me.
there are a lot of people getting eaten alive, Dinko, and you were
Yeah.
10 and watching that. What
Yeah.
the hell was going
10 or
on?
11, I think, yeah. But when you take a look at I think it's the Captain Levi or something, the guy just like cuts through
Yeah,
everybody.
yeah.
That's what
Levi.
Olivia reminds me of right now. Just like literally was cutting through everybody. And what Zouking and Kaze getting a couple of kills. This QQ left alone into a 1v5. He's gonna try his best here, but oh, he's gonna go down. Almond with the headshot. That's why I'm so messed up, Blair.
Yeah, it explains a lot of things. You're like, I was watching Attack on Titan when he was 10. I'm like, bro, okay, all right. Oh,
No, okay, I was 12. That's fine. that was a long time ago, I thought. But I was 12. That makes more
still
sense.
pretty young for that.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you believe the media, you'd be well, basically cannibalizing other human beings, considering you're watching such
I'm
vile,
so influenced by.
such vile stuff at such a young age. Dinko, my oh my.
You know what, Blair?
Mm-hmm.
When I was 12 years old, I think I realized there weren't giant people living in walls. And while it's gonna be soaking in Sandwich, oh my god, how did he not get that kill? SDK just jumps right past him. Advent blinded, still takes the kills. SDK hits the ground as a 4v4. Molotov forcing Advent back into spawn. He'll throw the flashbang up into the air. It's Jamyoung with the headshot, and they're running to the bomb site. They will get that bomb planted as Olivia finds another headshot. It's pulled into a 3v3. Probably favors the Beyond side right now, especially with that kill from Mayrolls. This has to be perfect from Advent, and that's exactly what it is. 3 kills, 2 quickly picked up in towards the bomb site, and it's on Mayrolls, a player that's been underperforming for the past couple of days, and what he might just win this. Nearly gets the spray down, now 1 versus 1, and he pulls it off. Mayrolls, a big clutch, and a 3rd round on the board for Beyond.
That's a huge round from Mayrolls, and yeah, like you said, he had a very quiet game earlier, comparatively very quiet tournament as well. And despite the heroics from Advent, Vici not able to clutch it out, and Beyond get her 3 rounds. These rounds have been so far and few in between, like it's few and far in between rather, and it's just been so scrappy, requiring plays like this from Mayrolls, Olivia attempting to pull off 1v3s and 1v4s. Now, I know they're facing against Vici, that's the caveat, but this is a team, Dinko, who we said we're on the precipice of kind of joining that hallowed trinity of, you know, the top Asian teams, like a Taidu, like a Vici, like a previous Invictus. I don't think the current Invictus is anywhere close to being the team they were earlier, but looks like it's, they have kind of looked rough. Advent is looking fantastic, though. 2 kills. Mayrolls and QQ falls.
13-6.
Advent is... What's he on? What did he have for breakfast?
Jamyoung is actually on his PC right now. They've accidentally sat down at the wrong ones.
Different Steam accounts, right? Has to be.
Oh, well, Advent, what a god. He's calling, he's fragging, he's doing everything here for Vici. Maybe that's why they look kind of out of it. Maybe it's a very simplistic approach coming in from Vici, and maybe that's because Advent's frag, he's like, come on, I'm taking a day off today, I'm playing well.
And it's also like, for Beyond, alright guys, we have the plan, we have everything planned out, we know exactly what they're gonna do, and then the players, they're like, but Captain, what? Advent's killing all of us. Oh, I didn't plan for that. I don't know what to do. There is no contingency for Advent slaughtering all of us. Oh.
Didn't think it was a possibility. And what KTC comes out of Palace, it's Kaze taking him away. It's 9-3. Now I get a little bit worried when I see this scoreline. I do feel like this has been much more convincing though. If you think back to Overpass, where there was the 9-3 scoreline and then Beyond pulled it back to 9-6, there was definitely signs throughout that first half that wasn't a very convincing 9-3. There was a lot of back and forth. A lot of the rounds were picked up because Beyond just didn't have the economy. Beyond have had rifles for quite a few of these rounds now, and they just haven't been able to do anything with them. And so we sit 9-3, and there's not going to be a buy coming in here for Beyond, and if they do, it's going to be weak. So we should be looking at 10-3 up. Vici Gaming, double figures reached on the defensive side of Mirage. We'll head on to the second half, and a minimum of 10-5, and I honestly think that's enough for Vici to take it over the line. I'm confident enough in their T side.
Yeah, the C side, which has been a problem for Vici, right? The T side has been pretty commendable, pretty solid stuff. Well, aggression from Vici. Zoking pushing up top of mid. MP9 in hand, doesn't spot anyone out, and he's gonna keep holding W. Now it's a flank towards A. Ooh, Kaze, a second too early. But then Molotov could ruin the day. They're gonna be having 3 players coming out from a waterfall from Palace, 2 players from Connector, 1 gonna be boosted up. There is a window. There is a window for Beyond. It is possible. Kaze though, ooh, not before STK gets a kill, and now they're gonna come barreling out from Palace. The thing is, there is a flank ready. It's all about the timing, Dinka. It's all about the timing. We're waiting for the smoke to dissipate. As Olivia finds Almond, Kaze needs his kill. He needs his kill immediately. And Olivia, what can he do? Up close. He's going to win the duel. But Jamyang with a quick trade. And Zoking, the flank timing is absolute perfection. It's still a 2v2 though. Still very, very winnable for Beyond. And that's a perfect flashbang. It's all on Jamyang. Dinko, and they've won it! They've actually have a round with the half buy go their way, and Vici Gaming, too many holes in the defense, and Beyond take advantage of it.
Finally, Beyond are gonna win a round, and it wasn't a round they should have won, but it's a round nonetheless. And now they're 2 away from pulling it back to the 9-6 half we've seen on Overpass. And look at Vici's money in the bin, but they're gonna buy. It's a very last minute call there, Blood. You can see last second they all invest as they leave spawn. So this isn't a decision that was thought about. This is just buy. just go for it. Go for it. And now a quick play up into the B bomb site. Olivia, he's up on short. He's in B already. This guy's on some crazy fast speeds, and while it's gonna be Olivia with a double kill, Almond and Zoking both going down, and well, that's the round done basically, Blah. That is
No,
Olivia.
Advent's alive.
Olivia,
Advent's
why?
alive.
Why have you just gone and done that? You had the B bomb site, but yeah,
They're not expecting the second player in apartments.
yeah, they're not, and they also give it away their lives in towards market. Oh,
Well, maybe they
Mayrolls. He needs to get that done. He does. He takes rid of Jamyang. I think maybe Olivia heard the footsteps of multiple players running up there, so he's probably aware. He's like, okay, just be careful of that position. But a good round for Mayrolls. 3 kills securing the round there for Beyond. Starting to look a little bit scary towards the last few seconds there, but not
10-5. 10-5, you said, Dinko.
Well, we said that about Overpass, didn't we? As soon as we said it, it changed as well. We did it again. We have the superpower.
So it's a curse. It's a curse, Dinko. We don't know what to do with it. But Beyond, well, it's very similar to what we witnessed in Overpass. Vici looking dominant, and then Beyond with a very late resurgence in the latter rounds of the first half. And for Vici, that force buy might just come and bite them in the butt. They have Deagles, they have an MP9, and a Scout. Now, Vici have won a round with 5 Glocks and a flashbang, and with 5 USPs. So, what can you do with 3 Deagles, an MP9, and a Scout, Dinko? It might even be overkill.
Probably, yeah, exactly. Let's see what they can do. This could be around the Beyond end up having in their nightmares a little later on today, alongside the Glock round and the USP round. That Blair will also have this nightmares forever.
I'm living the nightmare right now. Like, this is a waking nightmare.
Jamyang's been pretty quiet over here, hasn't he, on this B-bomb side? 9-9. Gonna be looking to step up in this one, though. Eagle, first kill. Goes back for a second. Nice from Jamyang. That gives his team a chance to win this. 4v3, although QQ's position should be good enough for 1 here at least. And he's picked up Kaze. That should be at least control established yet again for Beyond into this round. Vici gonna try and approach this with conviction. It's Mayrolls playing towards short, but it's QQ and Olivia dispelling this attack. In 9-6, they pull it back. Not bad from Beyond, considering it was 9-3 again. But they make it work. 9-6 back-to-back halves. Vici favored. Still going into the second with the 3-round lead. If they win the pistol round, that's when I start to worry about Beyond. But Beyond can still pull this off. They've won a lot of pistol rounds.
6 rounds on the T side is not shabby at all.
That's not bad,
it's not
especially
shabby at all,
because they were in a 9-3 situation.
And it comes down to that one round where I like the aggression from Zoking. But the fact, I don't know, it's just the positioning was a little bit off. I feel like they should have been more wary of someone getting boosted towards the window. I don't know why so many teams just give up window. If you're going to give up window, that means you need to switch up your entire CD side positioning, taking that into account. Nice little flick of the wrist from Olivia, catching out Almond, but that's going to force Vici to go for a faster play. They do have a smoke still in hand, Kaze. Olivia, he's just feeling it. Nice flashbang. Olivia's sticking around the smoke. He hears the footsteps though. Bomb's going to be planted. Is he going to go for the play is the question. Yes, he is. He's just walking out through the smoke. Olivia, he just had it, Dingo. He just has had it. As Advent comes running out like a lunatic, and that's a clean pistol round from Beyond. Just losing, what, 14, 16 points of health? That's it? That is as clean as it can get. And Olivia, he's starting to wake up again. I feel like he's just been kind of, I don't know, like, you know,
he hasn't had the opener's hands enough. That's the problem. You take a look at how often he's had the opener's hands in comparison to the impact he's been able to deliver. The round that he had the op, he nearly wins it. And it's just unfortunate that the economy has never really been there for Beyond. And this is a point Hawker brought up in the post-game, the fact that Beyond probably could have had a better half if they got the op out a little bit more. But then again, you've got to get that money under control, and Beyond just couldn't do it at the start. And of course, losing to Glocks and USPs doesn't exactly help that. It feels like this is the exact same gameplay in Outplay. I don't know if you have noticed that, but it literally is the exact same match that was played out on Overpass.
It is. So it's going to be like 9-all tied up, then Beyond's going to go in the lead, then Vici's going to wake up, and it's going to be 16-13 to Vici. That's literally what happened in Overpass.
Except Vici started on T side, right, in Overpass, and
true,
and ended up. But I feel like it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to wake up here.
Hey, let's play a game of who won the pistol round based on the buys. 4 Galils and a scout for the T side, and an MP9 and 4 rifles for the CT side.
Current economy system, fantastic. And while Jamyon getting the opening kill, STK is the first victim, but they double push the Palace, and that results in a trade kill. 4v4 established on the server. Zoking is a very impressive play on the entry frags, and that's exactly why Olivia topples off the top of the short boost, and Wellmay rolls. He wants this kill. He's not going to get it.
Why wouldn't you be aware of his position?
No idea why he's not ready that. Yeah, the round's
lost.
done. Like, those 2 entries from Zoking are enough to just seal the deal.
Why would you not be expecting Zoking to have crossed on across? You didn't hear any footsteps, but you can't be that assumptuous, like, you know, just presume that there's no one there. Yeah, well, I mean, they won a beautiful pistol round, and this one's done. Unless KNTZ pulled off something a little crazy here? No. They don't know how low Zoking is. Just gonna play this one safe, you know, just take away a few weapons. That's about it. KNTZ gonna be heading towards A bomb side, but yeah. Round's done. Vici, they win their force buy. Kind of crazy we call it force buy when it's almost, if not better than a CT buy after losing the pistol round. God, I hate the current economy. It's just garbage, I'll just say it. I'm not saying the previous one was much better, but I still feel...
the previous one was better than this one.
Not by much, I agree, but this is just worse.
But this is worse. I feel like the problem with the previous economy was that this change tried to fix was as soon as you've seen a team go on a bit of a streak and then win a round, immediately if they followed up with the loss, they would just go on to lose the next 3, right? And that was always the problem. You know, you kind of knew, oh, well, as a caster, the games felt like they just ended quicker. Like, it just felt like, okay, you've got the situation where one team's coming into it, they finally won a round, but their buy's not exactly fantastic, so they're going to lose this one, and then they're not going to have money again for the next 3. And that, of course, was a problem. Like, you don't want to see that play out, so they tried to balance it out a little bit so you get more weapons across the board. But it's not exactly in a grip, but now it's just kind of too far the other way.
I have to agree with you. For me, like when it comes from a storytelling perspective, from a casting perspective, when you talk about Counter-Strike, look, this game's been around for a very, very long time, and one of the most important aspects of Counter-Strike has been the economy system. It's a reason why it's so famous. I'll get back to it later on because STK is just wrecking heads. Deagle in hand. Almond might not be expecting the quick flank coming in from Olivia. And Mayroll still hugging the wall. They're just falling apart. Dinko Almond's going to be left alone in a 1v4. And he's got to do something truly miraculous. He's just legging it towards A, but there's another player lying in wait. QQ, that's a free frag. And SDK out of nowhere. The Deke shots from hell. And that's going to be beyond, well, winning their own personal force buy. Okay, all right. We got a game in our hands. One Deke, two Deke. That was a 3 Deke, but that's fine. Headshots galore. You okay? You alright, Dinko? Like, I know it's pretty early in the day.
We talk about Vici being a team that don't lose these kind of rounds. Why do we talk, Blair? Everything we say seems to just ruin it.
Well, we do get paid for it, so I guess I know why I'm talking.
But it's in like every time we say something about a team, they do the opposite. It's so annoying.
Force buy after force buy.
You go, okay, Vici, they're not going to lose to this low tip. What are you doing, Vici? Like, what is this? But again, of course, I did call the 2-0 from Checkmate yesterday. Definitely. Well, 10-8 on the board. Round number 19 coming up here. Beyond have got a game on their hands. They know this is a must-win for them. They're going to try and come back, claw their way back into this against the second best team in the region. Probably, I'm going to say Vici. Based on the fact that we haven't really had a consistent second in Pals. They probably are still, even though they haven't made a final. Well, Zoking is going to catch out KingDZ. It's going to be a quicker play here from Vici, but they're kind of stuck on Tetris. But look at the flank flare. It's back-to-back. The chance for Beyond, it is gone. It is squandered. And another force by wing coming in, this time for Vici Gaming. And Beyond, they have floundered their chances.
I'm in so much pain.
I just love... Like, this is the region Blair has been championing. There we go. For a long ass time, right? He's like, Asian teams, let's just back them. Let's back them, and every single time we'll talk about this team, we'll see how they can do. You want them to succeed, and then they do this. This is what they repay you with, Blair.
It's
after years of loyalty.
What are these force buys?
Devotion.
I mean, how do you lose so many anti-ecos, anti-force buys? Look at this. I mean,
it's entertaining. Listening to you lose your mind is much entertaining.
Look, some people say taking like crystal meth's entertaining as well, but guess what? It's bad for you. You die, Dinko. You die from crystal meth. Never do crystal meth, no matter what people say. And here they come, charging out through the smoke. At least have a flash to work with. SDK position known because of that smoke, and Jamyoung's gonna find him. It looks like, what is this I see? A force buy that's not gonna go the way of the team forcing? Woo. Color me surprised, and look at Vici, they're falling back as well.
That's as far as we know now, Blair. Who knows what these three players might be able to do, but look at Alman. They're falling back because Alman's in a good position behind them, and that bomb is going to be going to be, this is such a good play from Vici. Thank you, Vici, for actually doing something good. And now Mayrolls is going to turn around and take down Alman, who did have the Mac 10. Probably would have won that aim duel if he had had a slightly better weapon. But it's going to be 12-8 on the board. Olivia, missed opportunity, caught sleeping that. Zoking, he's going to take the fight, but he's going to lose it. And that does provide an AK-47 to Olivia that he will happily take into the next round and carry that on over.
Yeah, just don't hunt. Your money's garbage. Don't hunt. It's fine. They have the AUG, they have the AK, the rest of them will have to go for an... I say have to go for an eco. I think they're just going to force it up. I think they're going to force anyway. Because I believe it's going to be a double eco, so force buy would... Another force buy would kind of make sense, I guess. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. $12-8. Decisions to be made. Now they're gonna get they're gonna have about $2,400 into the next round, Dinko. So that should suffice for the rifle. So yeah, Saner heads will prevail. They're not going to force up again. Praise the Lord. But this AK and this AUG, especially with Olivia alive, it could very well be dangerous. But unfortunately for them, the hit's going to be coming in towards Olivia. He's going to have the gap for the smoke to work with. There's a player towards Tolbert, just a USP. No one checking him. Olivia not able to spot anyone. The hero play has to come out. And honestly, I wouldn't blame him to go for a hero play here because they're going to have money for the buy anyway. And Olivia's ready and waiting. Oh, he's too blinded though. The flashbang was perfect. KNDZ at least with the boost finds one, but Advent strikes as both the rifles taken out. And this should be an easy mop-up for the side of Vici. There we go. Just QQ remains. And Advent, considering what a beast has been so far this series, should have no trouble finding him. Never mind. QQ is beastlier. Is that even a word, beastlier?
No, definitely not. But I suppose actually, let me have a look, Blah. It could be. Never know. I just don't think it sounds like a real word. Beastlier. Beast here, beastlier. Beastly. No, the only word that exists here apparently is beastly. Comparative adjective, beastlier. I suppose that
it's there. Wow.
Comparative adjective, beastlier.
Englando's hard, man.
Beastlier definition and meaning. Beastlier. It is a word. It is a comparative adjective.
Look at that. Not even English. Haha.
That's pretty cool.
Or beastlier.
I don't. Yeah.
It kind of makes sense because when you're using a comparative word like beastlier, right? But at the same time, it sounds so wrong. It's like, can that really be a word? Anyway, ladies and gents, Beyond, at least something's going their way. Advent, a little bit of a whip spray, but he's gonna find one. Almost gets a second kill, but the spacing is perfection. French kiss, as the trades are thick and fast and furious. 2v2 now. Kaze down to 12 points of health, Zoking on 100. The side of Beyond, Olivia and Meryl's alive. Meryl has been looking solid so far, and Olivia, of course, the best player from his country. Bomb needs to be planted. The thing is, for Vici, they have a lot of time to work with, think up. It's going to be Zoking leading the way. Let's push up towards connector. Bomb's going to be planted. Meryl's trying to sneak up. They haven't shown their hands yet. Meryl's actually going to get the wall bang. Now Zoking's got to go for the play. And Olivia's waiting in the smoke. Olivia's so aware, Dinko. He is so smart. And yet he loses a duel. And now Zoking, it's a 1v1. He's trapped behind towards connector. Can he drop one down to the stairs? That's the question. Meryl taps the bomb and Zoking's going to make the escape. Meryl, he's got the smoke to work with. Zoking rounds up bullets, goes for the reload. He spots at Meryl. He's won this. He's won this. He's 100% won this.
He's not on it.
Meryl comes on wide. He peeks out. Does he have time? I think he's got the time.
It's going to come down to the final second. He doesn't. No, that was at 11 on the clock, but I think it just changed to 10. And when it hits that number, the time just takes so damn quick. And yeah, that's just unfortunate. Great job done by Zoking to win the round there. Really good stuff. Patient plays in the connector and a good 2v2 to go Vici's way. The Honus was really on there for Zoking. He definitely needed to step up. Kaze was too low to really get involved a whole lot. But when you take a look there for Beyond, that was a must win, I feel. Now they've lost that, but kind of feels like their chances of making the playoffs and going any further here in PAL are probably done and out of here, to be honest. It's a sad reality.
Yeah, and just to for those who are wondering, you're like, oh no, they're still tied with points with a lot of teams. The problem is Bren and Sigma are tied with them, and they're playing next. So whoever wins, Bren or Sigma, they're going to knock down Beyond to the bottom four. They're not going to make it to the playoffs. I never thought I'd say that. In a tournament where, yeah, sure, there's Invictus, there's Tiger, there's Vici, and Tyloo for the top four teams right now. But even like Beyond a guaranteed shoo-in for the 5th place, right, guys? 6th, maybe? Guys? No. It's not the case. It has been an event to forget for Beyond. and they've been so good, Dinko, but imagine just crumbling in the most important event of the year. It's heartbreaking. At the same time, it's kind of like, hey, you know what? You dug your own grave.
The luxury is there's probably going to be more. That's the thing, right? Because we don't know how many of these. Nothing's been announced yet or anything, but RMR events will continue, so at least I have more chances. It's going to be Jam Young with a double kill, SDK and QQ finding kills between them, and well, that is going to be a 14-9 scoreline. Vici Gaming They're going to be 2 rounds away from victory, and as Beyond stand here, just scrapping together round after round. We'll see if they can get anything else done. Just got to look at it round by round, right? Just forget about the scoreboard. Just approach this game with the round by round mentality. Do everything you can to possibly win the round that you're playing in, and you'll see that scoreline just gradually tick on up. And we'll see if Beyond can do that. We'll see if they can dig deep, realize that their tournament life is on the line. They lose here 2-0 to Vici, they will be out of this tournament. Vici Gaming, I'm pretty sure they make themselves comfortable, put themselves through if they win this. That'll be their 5 wins that we've kind of agreed is the general consensus for getting through. So, and then it's got Huatsai. So yeah, they beat Beyond, they're through basically. Confirmed. And
hey, are you saying Huatsai can't win 2 games? They beat Invictus. Come on.
Yeah, but Invictus, I don't know. I don't like making huge sweeping statements anymore, Blair. But I will say, Tiger making the final, and Vici will beat Huatsai. There we go. Tom may say it's not very risky. I don't care.
You need help.
I don't care. Well, King is just gonna go down. Zoking with the kill. Jamyoung swinging from Palace. Olivia's gonna get 1 kill in towards Connector as Kaze going down. Mayrolls and Olivia, they are last alive in a 4 versus 2. And it looks like Vici are gonna be taking map series points here as well. And that's a scary sign for Beyond. This is the end of the road. It's not a very nice finish off here for Beyond. It's not a nice end to the story in Power 4. It's never been a really nice story at all for Beyond. It's been a horrible story. Started watching this show with my girlfriend called Ratchet on Netflix.
Okay.
And it's like about, I don't know what it's set. Nurse Ratchet is like some old show. I've never actually like watched or heard anything about it. But
Nurse Ratchet is from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, the evil nurse.
Yeah, it's a show all about her. And it's kind of interesting. Yeah. Okay. And it's really cool. It's actually really good. I would recommend watching it. But it's just so weird. It's so good, and I feel like I'm gonna have to admit myself to the mental hospital after this.
Get a lobotomy done. I mean, you don't need a lobotomy done, Dinka. We've already been lobotomized in some of these rounds. But here's the thing. Vici, good resurgence, right? They've kind of forgotten what happened yesterday. That loss against Checkmate, they looked very good. This Mirages looked very solid. Albeit helped out by a couple of ludicrous round losses for Beyond, 2 Glocks and USPs at default pistols, which should never be happening. But for Beyond, this is just a fall from grace. A team who we all were like, they're getting there. They're reaching a point where they're going to be top 3 teams, and they've lost so many series, which they really shouldn't have. Hero play from Olivia Dinko. Do or die time. No one's checking behind. He could line them up, but no, he's going to be sneaking on up, running, making a bit of noise. Can he catch Kaze? Yes, he will. But now the jig is up. It's a 4v3. They're on the bomb side, but there are a lot of players there. Jamming's going to find KNDZ. STK drops the bomb. It's a 2v2. Jamyoung and Zoking, and Jamyoung left alone in a 1v2. Make that a 1v1, but Olivia, the hero of the hour, he delivers. He staves off defeat, if only for 1 round more.
They're not done yet. They continue to fight forward here Beyond. It's Olivia. He has been the hero. He wants a few more flashy moments to display. More clips for the hashtag Save Olivia Foundation, and that's definitely something that needs to get going, because this guy is incredible right now. Beyond aren't performing like a team worthy of his services, shall we say. And I think that's a little bit unfortunate. It's a huge statement to make, but it's just true, right? It's just the rest of the team aren't really doing enough, and I feel like Olivia deserves a little bit more. It's early in the morning, Blair. I'm dying. And what Alman and Kaze, they get 2 kills between them. KNTZ's going to try his best, but this is done. Vici have locked themselves in. It's going to be a playoff placement for Vici, and it's going to be a goodbye to Beyond.
Well, this is as far as Beyond will come. This was the final game for them in the group stage, and they needed to win to qualify, and unfortunately, Dinko, it's time to probably hit the bat and probably hit the bed after this, because this is done. Vici will take the win convincingly in the end. 2-0, 16. Was it a 16-10 or a 16-11? Whatever it was a very convincing win coming out from Vici on Beyond's map pick. And unfortunately, one of my favorite players in Asia, Olivia, will not make it through to the playoffs. Let's get Tom and Hawka in to break this one down. Gentlemen, that was kind of sad for Beyond. I won't lie. I mean, Tom, they kind of brought it upon themselves, but at the same time, I wanted to see them in the playoffs.
I did until they lost multiple games to teams they should be beating. Like if you lose to Sigma
And
if
blocks
you lose
and
to
USPs
Checkmate,
and
like,
P2Ks. Yeah.
I'm not going to be sat there going, oh yeah, no, they lost to Sigma, but I really want to see them in the playoffs. Like that's not. I'm not that like positive about a lot of these players. Maybe
yeah.
I don't have the same sort of like reminiscence that you have, Blair, of like the good old days of Beyond. But the fact is they haven't been good enough in this tournament. And it's not like Vici didn't give them the chances. Like definitely Vici looked like the better team in this match, but there were multiple 1v3s that went down to 1v1s and the clutch was never quite held on to. There were also multiple rounds lost to basic pistols, not even like the good ones, not even the dirty Deegs or your tasty little 5.7s. No, most of the two USPs. So do I want to see that team in the playoffs? No, I don't. Not even slightly.
Well, that's a good way of putting it, Tom. Well, yeah, I think it's definitely something we just kind of come into this tournament expecting more from Beyond. And you just want them to perform so badly because you know that this team have that potential. But
They did
as Tom
perform
said,
so
when you come
badly.
in, yeah. And when you come into this tournament, it's like you just see them play close against Invictus early on. You see them play close against Tai Lu, and you're like, okay, Beyond, they're showing up. They're going to be good in this tournament. And then, like Tom said, they go and lose to teams that are absolutely terrible, and then you just question where they're at. And it's not a good place.
It's kind of an unfortunate. Like I feel like Beyond, at times they click, but I feel they have the individuals. Okay, maybe you can switch a couple of players out, perhaps, right? Maybe upgrade someone over QQ or whatnot. But everyone's kind of solid. You have Olivia, we all know what he can do. This guy is a beast. It's just unfortunate that they just seem to be missing something. As we do take a look at the scoreboard, pretty close all around. You know, Admin really been showing up. Even his bottom frag gang is 17. The top frag is 21 on his team. He's been having a hell of a game here today. And I do believe the MVP is going to be a toss-up between Jamyang and Armin. I'm going to give it to Jamyang because you know why? Because 71%
Because you're a fanboy.
headshot person.
Plus the huge turnaround that he had in the second half, right? He was stepping up in a different fashion in comparison to the CT side. He was a little bit quieter on that one, I have to say.
Yeah, he plays the B site though, right? You're not meant to frag on the B site, so I can cut him some slack there.
Yeah, but you can just see it, Alex. I mean, in terms of being able to go from 9 kills, or I think he finished in like 11 maybe. But the fact that just shows how many kills he got on the T side in such a small amount of rounds.
And of course, heading into the second game, I think this one's kind of done here. We can take a look at the schedule we have for the day. We have 2 more best of 3s remaining, ladies and gentlemen. The next one is a must-win as well, but this one's a must-win for both the teams. It's going to be Sigma versus Bren. Before we head to a break, Hawka, any quick thoughts on the Sigma-Bren matchup?
Man, it's gonna be a close one. I feel like I'm really excited to see Derek playing again. I feel like he's got a lot to show us. So I want to see what Derek can do, if he can make the difference in this series. Because, like you were saying earlier, this is such an important one for both of these teams. They really need this win.
They really do indeed. Can Derek stave off the power that is PP Overdose, or will reality smack them in the face? That's a question that's all on our minds. We're going to go for a little bit of a longer break as that series ended a little quickly, but we'll be back with more Counter-Strike action here in the Perfect World Asia League 2020 Fall Edition. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
Coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to more action here in the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Fall Edition. Day 14 already underway as Vici dispatched off Beyond, knocking them out effectively from the playoffs. They're not going to be making it next week when we do have the playoffs weekend to go through. We do have a couple of games here. We have a matchup which is also a must-win for both the teams who are going to be playing. And to bring you and to kind of break things down, it's not going to be me alone. We have these three wonderful gentlemen as usual. It's going to be, of course, Dinko, we got Tom Biz, and we have a definite upgrade over Mitch. We have got Hawker, our boy, coming on in. Let's talk about the game here. Mitch isn't watching anyway. He's probably sleeping right now, so it's okay. We could get away with whatever we want to say. Hawker, what are your thoughts on Mitch?
Just, he's just a lovely guy. He's a lovely fella, actually. I'm going to be nice to him. I feel like I've got to be the
I didn't
yin to
realize
your
Hawker
yang.
was a liar. Okay.
Well, obviously, he's the one that asked me to come here to replace him. So I've got to be at least a little bit nice,
I'm disappointed if... But on Pish, I didn't even have to say anything. I didn't bring PG under the picture. PG was like, wait, we have our own opinions of Mitch, so you have a lot to live up to, Hawker. Actually, you have nothing to live up to. That's fine.
Just don't
Tom,
mute my
let's
mic,
talk
and I'll be
about-
okay.
You haven't muted yourself even once so far. You showed up on time. You won.
Actually, if anything,
why
I'm
do you
doing a
need
bad
Mitch?
Mitch impression. I need to actually actively mute my mic, don't I?
True.
Please
You have to
don't.
do that. Well, let's talk about a matchup. Let's take a look at the schedule for the day, ladies and gents. So we did see the first game of the day. We saw Vici versus Beyond. We thought it'd be a closer affair. It was a must-win for Beyond, but unfortunately, they fall 2-0 to Vici. Coming up next, it's going to be the battle of the Southeast Asian teams. One Thai team remains in the running, Tom. Who would have thought of it? Beyond and Nocturne and Sigma still have a chance of making it? This is a wild simulation that we live in, and right now, this match between Bren and Sigma, both teams kind of looking shaky. They've had their moments of brilliance as well in this tournament so far, and now loser goes home. Winner has a chance of making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, basically, if Zigma win this, and then I think it's checkmate after is the other game. I think that will be the
Let's take a
decider,
look
right?
at the standings while you probably talk over this. Maybe it'll be a little easier to glean. We do have the we have the Invictus Tyloo game, which is kind of inconsequential because it's the top three matchup. But there you have it.
It's
There you have it.
checkmate. Checkmate after will be the big one. So, like, obviously, the winner of this is likely through, but it depends because there's obviously a situation where after beat checkmate, and then we'll have three teams all on 12 points. Then things get confusing, and I'm going to leave it up to some PGL mathematician to actually work things out, unless Hawker wants to have a crack at that, he looks like an intelligent guy, so maybe he'll be able to work that out. But
It's the glasses.
yeah, so basically, if whoever wins this, they're the ones in the driver's seat. If checkmate then beat after gaming, as they probably should, then the team that wins this will go through. If checkmate lose, then as said, the winner will be on 4, checkmate will be on 4, and obviously then after gaming will be on 4. Watsai are out already, Beyond are out already, and the top 4 teams are already through.
True, indeed. So as you can clearly see over there, a lot on the line right now. Let's talk a bit about these two teams. So we have Sigma, and of course we have the side of I'm just losing my mind. Who's playing right now? Yeah, we have Sigma and we have Brent. Look, man, I had to go through Glock rounds.
And
USP
Hawker has
rounds.
now gone up to the third best person on this broadcast because he knows what game's happening.
Look, listen, it's too early. I'm tired. I'm an old man. Anyway, let's talk about the map vetoes. But I know we have it ready, but I just want to kind of hear your thoughts on this, Dinko, because I feel like it's going to be very crucial. Both the teams have a decently deep pool, but what are you expecting to see coming out here?
I'm expecting to see some simple maps come through, the classic pug style maps. I think Bren have actually got a deeper map pool than Sigma. So Sigma are going to go with the Mirage pick. I think that's where this one's going to go. They've gone for that pretty much every time they could. I think, Train could be a good pick for Bren. I think that's one of the maps where they'll actually have a big advantage going up against Sigma, and I think that's where they'll feel comfortable. So they're the first two maps coming in, and then going into the third. Now, I could see... Honestly, Sigma have decided to ban out Dust 2 a few times, so I wouldn't say that one. Maybe Inferno.
It's
I think
the best
could be
map
like a
of
bit of
Bren as well, right? They could go for Punish Ban.
Yeah, I think I could be
do-
seeing an Inferno maybe.
There we
the
go.
third map.
As you predicted.
Spot on.
Spot on. Good stuff, Dinko. Look at you. Look at you getting stuff right. Better than me.
Give yourself a pat on the back.
Yeah, I don't even have a Paddy O'Shea. That's
Yeah, Yeah, patioshare.org, not really helping you out, and yet you nail it. Trained pick from Bren. Now, the stats aren't that good on it, Hawka, but they do have a lot of games played there, and even the losses have been against some of the higher tier opposition, right? Then you have Sigma with the Mirage. I mean, there's not much
And
to talk
after
about
gaming.
it. I'm sorry?
They also lost to After
Oh, yeah.
Gaming. I'm not putting that as top
listen,
tier opposition.
You can't diss After Gaming, okay? Like, they got
I
Sakai.
just did.
They got Sakai, okay? They got Sakai. You can't diss that guy. And of course, heading into the final map, if we do go to it, I feel it's very 50-50. Hawka, I don't know. Like, Mirage, Bren seemed pretty comfortable in Mirage. Not the best, but they have played it quite often. Do you see, which way do you see this one swinging? I'm going to ask you to like break this maps down at the same time, kind of give us your thoughts on who you think's going to be getting knocked out here.
Yeah, it's also interesting because these teams actually played a best of 1 2 months ago, which went down to Train as the middle map between them. And that was even close. That was a 16-13 in favor of Bren. So even that one was pretty close. I think this is just going to be a scrappy series throughout. Honestly, I think all 3 of those maps are fairly close. I think they're all pretty good maps for both of these teams. I just think, for me in general, it probably comes down to Bren just having the slightly better star players. I think Derek and Papi Chulo has also been pretty good in some of the aggressive spots on this team. For me, that might be the slight difference maker, but man, we've seen these teams have the same records. They are really closely matched.
They are very much closely matched. And Tom, we talk about Derek on the side of Bren, like Papi Chulo, as Alex just brought up over there. For the side of Sigma, doesn't really seem to be anyone really steps up, right? As a team, they seem to be kind of even when it comes to the killing department, the fragging department. Like, you have Niffy stepping up at times, and you have Reality Jesus with the AWP. Doesn't really seem to be a star player like a Derek, like an Olivia, or like a, let's say, a Jam Young for that matter.
Well, that's been the weird thing. Like, for example, the main surprise we've had from them was the big victory they got over Checkmate. And Just Cause was the best player in that match by quite a hefty margin. He is their worst rated player by quite a margin as well, overall. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of logic when it comes to sort of predicting in Sigma's favor. They've proven this tournament that they can have these step up matches. And obviously, like, it's always ridiculous looking at stats when it's regional based and when we don't really understand like the other matches they played more in depth, or we haven't seen them, I guess you could say. So I think it's just going to come down to if they can play confidently. Like, they got rolling versus Checkmate. They look fantastic in that match. If they can do that again, they can win. If not, Bren are probably going to do what are expected of them.
All right, let's take a very, well, I think we're pretty much ready to jump into the game. But before that, quick predictions. Hawka, let's start with you. I'm thinking you're going to go the way, let me talk to Patty O'Shea. I think you're going to go the way of Bren.
Yeah.
Do the accent.
No, I can't. I'm not. No.
It's like the half Asian, half
He's
Irish.
he's a Chinese Irish ghost. Okay, you probably have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm
Good
lost,
for you.
mate. I'm lost.
You don't need to. You don't need to know Patty O'Shea is. That's fine. Give me your predictions. Bren, 2-0, 2-1?
I'm going Bren 2-1. I think, like I said, I think it's just going to be a scrappy series. I think that Sigma can at least get a map. But Bren, I think, like I was saying, they just have the slightly better players for me. And as you said, Sigma just not having that clear standout player for me, which is maybe why I'm not leaning towards them as much. But honestly, who knows, man? I feel like this one is kind of a coin flip to me.
Kind of a coin flip, but all right, going to be slightly edging the way of Bren. Now, Tom, do you still believe that Thai team can make the playoffs here?
Still, I never believed that after what we'd seen from Beyond. They looked poor this whole tournament. No, I think Bren have got this. I still think that, as Hawker said, it should be a 2-1. But I'm in on the Bren train. I think Pappy is gonna play with PP the whole match, and there's not gonna be much they're gonna be able to do.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, that's like, the thing is, you haven't been here, Alex. That is like the most PG-13 thing that's been said on
Wait,
this
really?
podcast
That is
revolving PP overdose.
We have PP overdose, Wang jokes,
my morning
Dinko,
routine apparently.
Dinko getting off in the morning, stuff like that. Dinko, let's go your way. Which way do you think it's going to be? The PP, the big PP, or Derek?
I'm gonna go PP. I'm gonna go with the PP
like
overdose. I think Reality and PP overdose. I think we're gonna go with Sigma. I feel like every time I've kind of gone against this team, they've overperformed or kind of surprised me. So I'm gonna go with Sigma. I think they're kind of underrated. I think Bren, they're a team that you can definitely see a world in which they take this, but I have a feeling it's gonna be Sigma taking it over the line today. 2-1.
Okay. All right, a little bit of a split task. I'm gonna have to side with Bren. Unfortunately, I feel my boy Derek. He's just too solid a player, and we've seen Olivia not make it. I want Derek to make it. I really want it to happen, but at the same time, Sigma have shown signs of life. I believe it's going to be 2-1. I think it's going to go all the way to map number 3. But I do believe it is, of course, going to be the Filipino boys who are going to take the series. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we have the players in the server as well. We're about to jump on in, and it's going to be Tom and Hawka taking it away. A little bit of PP action, a little bit of Derek action, and of course, Jesus to save the day. I'll see you guys later on. Have fun with this one.
Oh, I do love me a little bit of a PP action. I do still think, though, that realistically this should be Bren taking this over the line. The problem is, as we sort of talk about like the victories that we've seen these two teams have, Hawker, and obviously you haven't been here for a lot of it, but Bren, when they do get the victories, at least over the lesser teams, I would say, most of them have been quite clean. The only real problem we had was yesterday when they lost to After Gaming. It was close, at least on the second map, but they sort of let things slip away. And that was on Train. So their map choice of today is one that they've had some vulnerabilities against a team that, I don't know if you know this, but me and Mitch have said are personally our worst team in the tournament, even though they're not at the bottom. Because, basically, to put it in perspective, I think it was the first day, a guy called Sakai decided it would be a good idea to go for a retake in a 3v2 with a Zeus. And he tried to shoot from about 2 meters away with the Zeus while running and completely missed and threw the round away. So I'm not a big fan of him. He also got flashbanged once and decided to run in peeking while completely blind. So that's the team that Bren lost to a couple of days ago. So I'm not feeling completely confident in Bren, but I will say I think they're probably the better team in this situation.
I love the optimism though of like trying to run in blind for a retake and with a Zeus, you know, like I love the optimism. At least I love the idea that he's trying to win, even if it's not well founded in any sort of logic.
Those were 2 different plays. That's why we don't like. So the Zeus retake, he wasn't blind.
Okay.
But then there was a moment on this map, in fact, in Pop Dog, where his teammate throws a flash, it misses, blinds him, and then he decides to run into Pop anyway, while knowing that his opposition are there with the bomb. So, he's up there with 2 of the worst plays of the tournament. And in fact, I think we do have him coming up tomorrow. I wonder if you and me will be on that game. You might get to witness some Sakai plays. Sunday, we are doing... we're doing the first and last game. It doesn't look like we will have that one. Unfortunately, Blair and Dinko have taken away After Gaming from us. So we won't get to see them, although we do have some but we got Vici playing against Hotside, probably the fastest game in the tournament. And then Tyloo Tiger, which that's going to be a banger. Unfortunately, I don't think it will play any part unless Tyloo lose another game. But because they're basically already guaranteed first as long as they beat the other remaining team that they have to face, which is Invictus. Actually, Invictus and Tiger. It's possible. Maybe if Invictus pull off an upset, we could see Tiger taking the top of the group, which would be interesting. Obviously, for both of those teams, they're probably going to meet in the final anyway. So who knows, especially with Vici underperforming. That's one thing I wanted to ask you about. Obviously, we've heard sort of the likes of Blair talking about Advent potentially moving to a coaching role. We've seen it happen with Hunden, and it was a great success. Do you think Advent would have the same amount of success, like someone who's not fragging that well at the moment and clearly a mastermind in China?
Yeah, I think that could work for sure. It's, I guess, more the question is always going to be, do you have someone who's going to be able to work well enough with Advent to actually translate that into the server? And you look at the Heroic lineup, and I feel like Cadian throughout his career, he's never really been that guy who's always been that consistent leader, but it's worked out for them now. So I think it would more be about having someone who has the experience level to actually get to that point. Right? I think that's the most important thing to have if you're going to make that move. I don't think they need to make that move yet, though. Like we saw in that series, Advent was actually fragging decently, way better than he usually does, at least. So I don't know that they need to make that move yet, but it's got to be something they're thinking about.
Yeah, I guess the one caveat I would put on that is that Advent were fragging against the most underperforming team in this tournament. Like, if you look at the other teams that we have at the bottom, like, sure, we might harp on about like After Gaming and Hwatsai. The tweet that went out yesterday was absolutely hilarious. It was along the lines of 2 of their players are in school. Our in-game leader wakes up 5 minutes before the match.
Someone's playing PUBG or something.
And yeah, one's playing PUBG, and our in-game leader calls like an idiot. So that's the team who's currently at the bottom of the board. And Beyond only have 2 more wins than them. So that sort of puts into perspective. The other teams at the bottom are currently Sigma, but obviously if they win this game, that will change. And Bren on the same points, and then the other is After Gaming. So the fact that Vici have got 5 wins, they're looking to potentially be the best team in the whole of Asia, and they've lost to Tiger, who I don't think will be able to beat Tyloo. They've lost to Checkmate, who are a team that we've never seen before other than in this tournament, and have definitely made a name for themselves, but have played with a stand-in because one of their players has a broken hand from punching the desk so hard when he won.
Yeah, I heard
he
about that.
celebrated getting qualifying, and he broke his hand. And then obviously the other loss they had to Tyloo. So they're not quite in the form that we want to see them in. But obviously, that's something that we always talk about. You might be interested in this. Is do you see any correlation between playoffs and group stages? Because I think we've learned in the past, at least from like big events, that ultimately the group stages are meaningless once we get into that latter stage.
Yeah, it felt like that last time because I came in for the playoffs last time round, and I remember Tiger were doing pretty damn well in the group stages, and it just didn't really happen for them at that same level in the playoffs. So I definitely want to see Tiger doing well this tournament, man. I really enjoy watching that team. I think they have a good amount of talent. I think if they can get it all together, they could actually be the team that maybe could challenge Tyloo. I feel like if they hit their peak, for me, Tiger are the team that I want to see challenging Tyloo. And, Vici are obviously capable of that as well. There are a couple of other teams. Invictus actually had a really close series against Tyloo last time out in that previous tournament. They actually played them really close in the playoffs. So there are a couple of teams here that seem to be able to at least compete with Tyloo. But yeah, it's not quite seeing the level once we reach the playoffs. That has seemed to be the difference, I think, for Tyloo, just to have the edge over everyone else.
Obviously, the way that the group stage is working is it's a round robin for anybody who doesn't know. So there's not been like any what I would call like upper bracket, lower bracket elimination games, nothing like that until now. Because this, for anybody wondering, is technically an elimination game. The loser is 100% out. There's no way that they can get through because we would have obviously Tyloo 7 wins, Tiger 6 wins, Invictus 5, Vici 4, Checkmate 4. Obviously, Vici still have a couple of games in hand, so they could still get up to like a slightly higher standing. But for the teams that are currently beyond, they've got 3, so they're out. Either Bren or Sigma will get into that 6th place for now, and then you've got After Gaming who are also on 3 wins. So this is the chance for one of these teams to have a chance at survival. Because as said, if After win, then it becomes very confusing because I think it comes down to maybe map difference or something like that. I know that the guys at Perfect World will be calculating everything for us so that idiots like us don't have to. And so what that basically means is like there would be a 3-way tie on wins. So for the loser of this, they would be on only 3 wins and they will be out. So this is a pretty crucial match. And getting back to it, I do sort of the problem I have with Sigma is they're one of those teams that like have big holes within their map pool. Like we haven't seen much of them at all. You've got the likes of Mirage, Inferno, Nuke that they've at least played a handful of times. The majority, though, don't actually have any statistics at all. So I know for you, that's probably a little bit heartbreaking because I know you as well as Mitch do like your stats when it comes to the maps.
Love a good stat, Tom. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but I believe from what I'm hearing, I think we're not yet ready to get on the train yard yet, Tom. I think that the train issue, it's the train issue, the server issue. The train is at the station. It just can't leave yet, Tom. So I believe we're going to go to a break. Hopefully, we'll get that game back as soon as possible. Obviously, a very important game for both these teams. So we want them all to have every chance to win. So make sure to stick with us. We will be back after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to get into it. Finally, the train is ready to leave the station, as I was saying earlier, Tom. And we were talking about some of the other teams, but I think we've got to focus in on Bren versus Sigma now. You don't seem to be too excited about either of these two teams. But
No.
you did say that you think Bren should have just a slight edge in this.
Yeah, I think in terms of the sort of trio of this team, I think they're the better squad. Like if you look towards, well, the likes of Pappy, Wits, and Derek, I think they're going to be the people that will drag you through the game. Pro every once in a while has a decent game. And Micro, I would say thus far from what we've seen from this team, he's been very underwhelming. Now, he is the new man on the block. He's someone that's been put into this roster and given some of the worst roles on any of the maps. And actually, it brings us, interestingly, onto Train, where when it does come to the CT side of Bren, he's going to be that B-site anchor. Now, from what we saw previously in the tournament, that wasn't working too well. Like, he had too much to do, and it seems like that's something that desperately needs to be changed. Whether or not they managed to fix it for today, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's definitely a question that will be answered in these upcoming rounds. We're into Train, and we're into some early aggression from Bren. A couple of players pushing out through T-Main. PP Overdose having to back away because the Ivy aggression's about to come on in, and he's having to let them go past it. Bren moving on to the bomb site, and it's a very passive hold from Sigma.
Bit awkward for Mr. PP, but he gets it over the line in the end. An after-plant situation fairly quickly for the T side, and well, with the CTs so low, they're going to have to hit some pretty tasty headshots. I'm not sure I'm much of a believer, although giving up main, that's interesting. Pro, it's like he had the idea and then forgot about it halfway through. Goldfish memory, perhaps, but it is going to be Bren taking the pistol round and fairly easily. And this is something that we've witnessed quite a lot in this tournament, Hawker, where teams are not that great on the CT side of this map. And I think a lot of that comes down to utility usage and synergy. I've not been impressed with how teams have been able to delay A-main control, which is not an easy thing to do, but it's a worry that they don't seem to have much adaptation in that regard.
Yeah, even over in Europe, there was that like 3-month period where Carrigan just seemed to run out of A main every round and no one seemed to be able to stop him. So it's definitely something that takes some getting used to. It's definitely something that's not easy always on that CT side, but that's something I've definitely noticed as well in Asia. It seems like Train is basically a balanced map, honestly. Teams are getting a lot of T rounds on this, so it's a good start for Bren, but they've got to deal with this Force Buy. Plenty of weapons in play, including the Mag 7. Not anymore, though. Derek just rounds that corner, and now Sigma have to rotate because they've got no one anywhere near that B site.
Yeah, I've gambled an extra player over, but in these sort of rounds, I would just rather see them just stack up one of these sites. I either go all in, like splitting the defense at this point just seems a little bit silly, and Derek's doing a good job of selling the fake. Like, he's pulled over a second player. Obviously, the fake has been benefited by the fact that he gets a kill. Rolex is in a very good position, though, and it's almost as if he didn't expect it to be there, but Derek still gets the kill. I'm not quite sure how. Another tag coming in off the back of the scout, but the bomb is going to be able to make its way onto the site, and again, an after-plant position will ensue. And with not much into this round whatsoever, well, I was going to say I'd like to see them hold on to some of the weaponry, but it looks like they're content with just doing some damage.
Okay. Reality, landing some scout shots. Not going to be landing that one, though. He was caught reloading, so Wits can take him away at the end. Couple of AK save for Bren. They make sure to win that round pretty convincingly. All in all, definitely not a bad round for them, and now they're up against this low buy. So should be good for Bren to get some early rounds on the board. I was also talking about the fact that these teams played this map just a couple of months ago, and Bren also started on the T side there, and they were able to get 8-round wins on that T side, which helped them win that game, even if it was a close one. So I'm sure they'll be happy to get some early T rounds on the board, and this one should be easy pickings for the Bren side.
You definitely hope with what we've seen so far.
I say that with bated breath with some of the rounds we've already seen.
Luckily, it doesn't seem like they're going to be making the same mistake. That's the thing. If one of these rounds happens on Train, I think I'm out. Like on other maps, it's still very, very bad. But on Train, there's so many like benefits to the rifles in terms of long-range duels. That's why we see double AWPs come in so regularly. If I see one of those rounds go the other way, I just think that team is atrocious, and that's pretty much it. Rolex has been absolutely owned by nades. Nice to see a small investment that actually helps out get rid of some of the stack as well. Like with utility being somewhat underwhelming, like the fact that I think there was a highlight stat in the last map where somebody had used 7 flashbangs, and that was like the highlight. What is going on here? Pro has just walked out. Nobody noticed for a good 5 seconds, but he was so hesitant with who he should kill that he ended up killing nobody.
Analysis paralysis there. Couldn't shoot either of them. He was trying to calculate the best play in his brain, and he ends up getting completely wrecked for it. So that's not the start that Bren wanted. Bit of a weird one at the start of the round, but Sigma are obviously going to take this all day long. They've got 2 clean kills. They've got 2 upgraded AKs now for the CT hold. This is a round that Sigma should really be winning almost every time from here. They've even got the AWP for reality, so there's really no excuse for them. Unless Bren lands some unbelievable shots, the trade should be good enough to win this one for Sigma. And reality, missing the first man, but he's still got a second chance, and he makes the most of it. Another shot for Sigma, another one on the board. And this should be Sigma's first round about to come down. It is Derek still alive, but there's only so much one man should be able to do, Tom.
Well, thankfully, Reality Jesus is going to get the job done before anything gets out of control. A decent first round win as well. Like, they're going to build up some extra finances. Of course, for Bren, that was somewhat of a bonus round, although they had 4 rifles, so I'm not really going to give them that excuse. I think that realistically, that was more Pro's mistake than anything else. It's one of those situations where you can understand what he was trying to do. He was trying to make sure he guaranteed 2 kills, but instead guaranteed 0. And when it comes to being an entry fragger on a map like Train, I feel like you need to be just taking the frags you can get. Like, stop trying to like be the hero every single round, because a 1-for-1 trade on this map is actually super impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can get just that 1-for-1 on Train, you're normally pretty happy with that. It does cause a lot of issues for that CT hold. You have to start thinking about how many players you're going to put towards that B site. You're probably only going to have 1 at that point. So it's definitely worthwhile to get just that 1 kill. Unfortunately, it didn't happen that time round. We've got the AWP out for Wits on the Bren side of things. Both these AWPers are actually fairly aggressive, fairly active, at least according to the stats, compared to some of the other AWPers on their T side, on trying to go for these picks. I'll see if that happens in this round, because the flashes are coming through, and Reality is the first man ready on the hole.
Yeah, good start again. A bit of an awkward spray down, and the T's are just giving so much space to these battles to come in. The flank is already in as well. I don't even know if they're going to get a single kill. Well, Micro will get 1, but yeah, that was sloppy. Like, again, like not isolating any of the picks. It almost seemed like they were just on a bit of a jaunt down into the B site, and maybe bird watching or something, because it seemed like they weren't paying attention to any of the players at least.
Yeah, especially on Train, you need those nades to be really on point, right? On both sides of the map, really. Especially on B, though. I feel like you've got to have either very, very good flashbangs or just smokes to make sure you can get towards that site. Because Reality gets that first kill so fast, then they kind of get slowed down slightly, and it's just a really quick rotation from Sigma. They just get everyone over to that bomb site. I think it was 4 separate players getting the kills on towards B because they were all there so fast. And now Bren have very little to work with in this round. It should be Sigma bouncing back to a 3-3 scoreline, which is a pretty good start for them, all things considered. As soon as they've got the guns out, they've been doing the damage.
Well, we'll see if there's going to be any damage done in this round. A quick Ivy peek, the flashbang a little late, but it eventually will be a trade kill out. Bomb dropped in the open though, and Marilyk's in a relatively good position here. Neffy is going to pick off 1 more, and I think all the worry has gone. The only real problem now is the fact that Pappy is holding himself an AK, he even spots the man above. It's already a relatively successful round for what was invested, but in the end, doesn't matter too much. 3-3, a decent buy will be coming up once again for Bren, and I'm hoping now we're going to see a little bit more from the T side.
There's also the opportunity for that double AWP setup if the CTs want it. Normally very common on Train. As you said earlier, lots of long-range angles you can put to use. I don't think we're seeing that second AWP, though. Just Reality sticking with the sniper for now. It's been working for them, so there's no need to switch it up just yet. As you said, this is where I think we need to see something a bit more confident from Bren, a bit more good-looking, because these early rounds haven't exactly been ideal for them. And now they've got the guns in their hands. They are just going to slow things down at the start of this round. Fair bit of utility being used early by the CTs as well. And Just Cause is getting ready for this flash peek in. Derek just went off the angle though. So luckily for him, he's not going to be caught out early. And you can see that Derek's very ready for this player to be close by, but he won't get the chance to pull the trigger just yet.
Molotov going to be lined up to try and force the player out of pop. Rolex just moves forward. I kind of respect that. I think that play only works well is either you're going to go into pop, or if you drop a second Molotov down to actually force him to move. If not, he could just stand there and didn't actually take too much damage. Re-aggression from Just Cause. It had its risks, but Derek completely caught with his pants down. And now they have two men in... Now they have one man in pop. It's not going to know that Nifty's here, so there should be a free kill nonetheless. Pro, I think he's actually watching behind. So he's... Oh no! What are you doing, Nifty? Why would you do that?
Did he just walk into the spray?
He walked into the spray. He walked into the bullets. Pro's now wide peak to try and help out PP Overdose. Nifty might have just thrown that round away. All he had to do was be patient. Instead, though, PP Overdose is trying his best to bring this one back. It's a 1 versus 1. Wits, 100 HP. The cross didn't need to do that, but I guess he wanted to save a position. 20 seconds left. The kit available. Both players low. But with an AWP on the other side, it's definitely not the ideal weapon. I think PP might just have this, but no! The no-scope in the last second from Wits is enough to gain them their 4th round. Nifty, what on earth are you doing?
Even in that 1v1, so Wits crosses over into the open, he gets to E-Box, then he scopes in at E-Box, giving away his position, and then he ends up getting a no-scope anyway. I just don't understand this round. Pro is just like, oh, hello, yeah, okay. You're just going to walk in behind me, I'll take that kill. And then this was the no-scope from Wits. It gave away his position to begin with, but he's not going to care. He's won his team the round, and Bren are into the lead, at least for now.
I can't tell if Sigma actually communicated at all in that round. Because why would you peek out so that you're open to pop when you know that your teammate's in pop with a guy behind him? Like, all he had to do was wait. That was it. If the CT side waited just a few seconds, they win that round. Now, the money's not great, but it doesn't matter. Great work from Derek to kick things off. A double deeg to set them up with what should be a round victory. And especially as he was just selling a bit of a fake, they've still got the main force of this squad setting up over to Ivy. They've taken a long time, though. Considering the 2 kills came in a while ago, they should expect now that there's going to be a few players wandering around. PP Overdose, with the AWP in hand, is going to be peeking into the angle. In fact, he's going to go wandering, and that's enough for Micro to get the information. Sure, there's a player in A main, but it's Nifty, and well, I don't expect anything from him anymore, as he's left with just a pistol anyway. Nice shot from Rolex, but this should be the save. Really, Nifty should push all the way around and go get that gun. And then they save. There's no point in him going for a 1 versus 4 with a CZ.
Absolutely the correct call here. Rolex is still seeing if he can hold on to this position. There is a man between the 2 CTs, though. Happy is towards this position, so Nifty has got to be aware of that. Oh, the timing's lovely. He gets that kill onto Pro, drops down the pop dog, and tries to come back up. He's not ready for Pappy's position, though. Now Rolex needs to land these shots. Good kill onto the first. I think he should be safe from here. Brenner a bit too far away to be able to deny him, so an AWP should be carried over. That gives Sigma something to work with in this next round. I'm also interested to see if Sigma continue with this B aggression. In these early gun rounds, they've been pretty focused on trying to get some aggression towards B, trying to see if they can pick off Derek early, but in that round, it cost them. These shots from Derek were fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. I still don't quite understand why Niffy went down. Like, I know that there was a gun down there, but his teammate had already dropped an M4, so... Like, you basically have the choice, Hawker, of a guaranteed M4 or a possible AK. Now, I get that an AK is a better gun. Don't get me wrong, people at home, I get it. But a guaranteed M4 is probably the smart decision. I guess that's what we're learning from Niffy so far, that, maybe his head's screwed on a little bit backwards.
Oh, that was long range.
It didn't really look like it was that close. Reality Jesus has also picked up the AWP. At a minimum, they're making this round very, very costly. Okay, then. I'd see you, Reality Jesus. Turning water into wine, getting kills through smoke. They both seem to fit within the same bracket of miracles. Micro and Wits, they've actually got to make a play here. And this time, the flank coming out from Niffy could actually be impactful. They should be aware of the possibility of A main. He's picked up the AK, looking for the free kill, but he's now been spotted. He hits the shot. Oh, he could have just taken the kill a little bit earlier, but it doesn't matter. They won the round. That's the important thing. They've stolen one away. A Zeus kill, a kill through smoke, and even a retrieved AK. That's not a bad round for Sigma at all.
Yeah, Reality getting rolling with the AWP as well. 10 kills on the board already. There's that Zeus kill. That is pretty far away for a Zeus. That is pretty far away. And then Reality, first shot's good. Second shot is even better. Through the smoke, he just gets the timing perfect. And that really made the difference, because from this point on, his team could get the guns. It started to become much more easy because Bren couldn't watch as many angles. So really good stuff there in that round. And again, Bren have to go back down to pistols. Sigma have done a really solid job at just grinding their way back into this game.
Oh, Rolex in a good position. Obviously, Bren already 5 rounds on the T side is not bad, but as said, we've seen teams already pretty much prove to us that sides don't really matter as much in Asian Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you just push all the time, whatever side you're on.
Exactly. Like, you just get aggressive, get in their faces, and that's the goal in this round at least. A bomb plant to boost the money up. They've got the deep smoke to be thrown in as well, although they kind of need one to be put into connector, otherwise Reality Jesus is likely to have a field day. Flash down. They actually didn't have a second smoke, but they managed to get past it anyway, utilizing the flash, and now just causes us to be a little bit careful. He's going to get overwhelmed. The Glock comes out to play. I know how much Blair loves a Glock, but I'm hoping we won't see any more miracles on that regard. And Reality Jesus, he's been doing a damn good job with this AWP. He'll combine with Niffy to close the round, and hey, a kill, a bomb plant's not bad for Bren, but Sigma is still building up some cash.
Absolutely. Especially when you've got these two AWPs, you want to make sure you keep both of them in play. Don't want to have to reinvest into those snipers, which are oh so expensive. Pro buying the AWP this time, dropping it over to Wits, who hasn't had as much impact as he might have wanted so far at the start of this game. There have been a bunch of rounds where we're seeing some early fights, though, and I think maybe if he gets a chance to slow it down and try and just slowly work a pick, that could maybe work for Wits. He is currently going over towards Ivy, where PP Overdose is playing with the CT sniper. Early nade damage, though. Rolex and Niffy are both down to half health. Once again, Bren doing some decent damage early with these nades. Oh, and the run boost. That is lovely.
Well, the opening picks have been fairly important from what we've seen so far in this match. See whether or not Sigma are going to be able to rectify things. Money's not in a bad state. Rolex, he's actually going to get flashed in. Really strong flashbang. It's going to be Niffy to actually get the kill, but Micro very quick to trade. He knows that there's another man around this corner. Just Cause is also trying to get aggressive around the backlines, but he might be too little too late. In fact, Reality Jesus, I do wonder if this is already looking like a save. The thing is, though, his teammate is still going for this. The element of surprise is still there, at least for now, but Wit's putting him down. I feel like at this point, Just Cause should just be looking to fall back and bring a gun into the next round, but he's feeling confident, and Pappy, well, his aim was true. 6-5 in favor of Bren. an extra gun definitely would have been viable. And in fact, he's the man that needs it.
Yeah, this was great to see. Wits finally getting his wits about him, you could say, in this round, getting some kills on the board with this AWP. I was saying earlier, both these AWPers are actually pretty active compared to some of the other snipers in this tournament. So, for example, Kaze over on Vici, he only tries the opening kill on T side like 10% of the time, whereas both these AWPers are actually pretty high. They try it way more often at about 18% each. So they're definitely going to get more active with the snipers. We're going to see more fights like that, especially on Train. And we're going to see a chance for both AWPers to have impact in this round as well. Early aggression from PP Overdose up on top of this Train. Bren have got quite a few players waiting around this A site, though. I think they're lining up some flashes and then a quick push into this A site.
Oh, maybe a bit of miscommunication there. One player runs out, the other stays put and tries to take the battle. It means that Derek is almost thrown out as a lamb to the slaughter, and then Micro tries to re-aggress alone. You don't want to stand on that trade, PP Overdose. He's gone. Pro is waiting. He knows that there's likely to be a man through this smoke. As if that's just worked.
Yeah.
As if that's worked. He just threw a Molotov out, got a kill. That man didn't have a gun as well. So he's now just got an AK out of that. Peak comes out, Reality Jesus to take it. I'm not going to say that that was a little bit backwards. Maybe Witch should have been the one taking the peak, but whatever. I can't critique everything. With 30 seconds left, Witz now has to try and clutch this out. The bomb sneaking its... Well, not really sneaky. Sneaking in plain sight. Couldn't be in a more obvious position if he tried, but he is going to get the plant, likely at least. Now, there is a possibility that maybe the kill could be found. The peek out from Pop, and actually the second player's given away his position. Reality Jesus sneaking his way through. Witz looking for the wide peek, and the headshot connected with the USP. Too close for comfort, that's for sure. But it is still going to be the round to Sigma. Back and forth we go, Hawker.
Yeah, and Reality is getting the better of this AWP battle right now, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. I thought that Witz was probably going to be the one who's getting more done here, but Reality has been on a great streak at the start of this game. Lots of impact coming in from him. And again, this shot here had to be quick, had to land it, made sure he did. And even in the 1v1, keeps his cool with the USP up close. Good stuff from Sigma so far. I think considering the start to this game, they've looked really solid on the CT side as this game has gone on. And this is a buy for Bren, which is a little bit sloppy. Only 2 AKs in the mix, and the early aggression, it's so awkward. Micro just about getting the kill in the midst of the flames.
And trades in this situation are not bad for the T side at all. Just Cause. Oh
no.
We turned around. I guess that's really bad luck that they were even there. A free kill should be coming up for Papichulo as well. And now this has gone from what was looking like a decent situation to a 2v4, but Niffy gives it a damn good go. And well, with the form of Reality Jesus, it's possible.
Definitely don't want to count this man out. He's got that kit as well, and he's got the first kill. Pappy gets caught in the open. Witz has also crossed to that right side, and Reality just spotted him. He's got the information he needs, but it's still going to be a close quarters engagement as he goes round to the right side. Reality ready, but Witz is faster on the trigger. I thought Reality had him dead to right there, but Witz comes up clutch with the headshot with the AK.
Way too close for comfort. Micro, I appreciate the sort of all-in play, but at the same time, I'm not sure how necessary it was. Nice attempt by Niffy as well to bring this round back, and our Reality Jesus again showing that he's there with the AWP. It's something I mentioned in the pre-show, that he's one of those players that statistically isn't that great. 0.96 rating. He's one of the lower end. In fact, the second lowest player on this whole roster with Just Cause. And thus far, he's definitely been one of the better players. Niffy as well. Like, he's up there at the moment. And again, like he's the third lowest player on this team. I guess he's also the third highest player by that regard. But having some better performances. The problem is Just Cause still not having the best of games, and there's definitely been a few rounds where, for example, Niffy's round, where he just makes some odd decisions that kind of let things slip away and make their economy much worse. The other thing I'll mention as well, Hawker, is that the game's been fairly back and forth. Have they saved enough money to buy? No, they haven't. There you go. Answered. My question's been answered almost instantly. They didn't save enough money to buy.
Oh, it's the last round of the half, so they've got to go for it anyway. There's not going to be much to work with. Just Cause has that one M4, couple of MP9s in there. There are some close range angles you can get to if you can get into Pop Dog, if you can play up close on B. Those MP9s can be fairly effective, but that normally comes down to making sure you use those nades effectively to begin with, to make sure that Bren can't get into those positions early. So that's what we need to see here from Sigma, and the AWP shot from Wits comes through before Niffy can get anywhere near the Pop Dog. That's exactly what I was talking about. You try and push up close, and if your nades aren't there, you're in trouble. And Derek, oh, that's an awkward spray. Probably should have got that kill, but Pro is backing him up. Ooh. He almost gets the lineup. Very scrappy start to the round, but it's into a 3v3.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Almost blinded by the sun there.
I got the glaring light. Obviously, being a gamer, he's never seen that before, but it seems like it's worked out on his watch, as it will be Bren taking the half, which of course is still very, very good. And it's been a weird one, because there's been so many moments where it seemed like Sigma were about to take the lead and dominate. It's also been weird because I don't think we saw any proper B executions. It was only with pistols that they went towards the B side. It was always A.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. Very acentric first half in this game. Gotta say, this round ended so sloppy. I think that's what helped Sigma, if anything, because they had the weaker weapons, but because it was such a fast push into A, it just turned into such a chaotic round that Sigma could actually use all those close range angles to get the job done and to keep it close heading into this second half pistol. Nades on board for Bren. Micro's got a full set of utility. Wits has a kit, and Wits has a chance for an early fight here over at Ivy.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Something's just fallen over. Brilliant.
Oh, that didn't sound good, whatever it was.
Ah, it's fine.
Oh, God. My feed has just started lagging
Yeah,
heavily.
I am
Good luck.
lagging too.
Oh, that's not good. It's normally just me, so if it's happening to you, then we have problems. But mine's back. Wits, still in a good position. First kill almost looks too easy, but he will eventually fall to Rolex. Plenty of time on the clock for the T's to make their move, and you still have Micro with a full belt of utility. He was holding on the B site, so I don't know how useful any of this is going to be. The pop push has definitely caught them off guard, though, as Just Cause is going to get to the bomb, however, has been dropped. Now, there is a kit, but it's on Ivy. So, realistically, the CT side are going to want to try and deny this bomb plant. A flank from Pro could actually work out for them. He might get the freebie, but the problem is these are the sort of things that make me call into question some of the decision-making.
Yeah.
You know you have a flank. Why peek? Wait for that player to make some noise at least, because at the moment, they're already focused on you. They're going to be watching your position. You're the player. They know where you are. So you peek, give up your life, the flank's now worthless, because the second they get that kill, they go, okay, where's the last man? And they look everywhere else.
Absolutely. And if you are thinking of peeking there, if you're Micro, at least maybe just throw the flashbang first, right? Do something to try and make it possible for you, because otherwise I just don't think you're ever winning that fight. And then Pro is just in a position where all of a sudden they are looking at him. So a bit of a mistake, I think, there. Doesn't allow the opportunity for the flank to come through. You're absolutely right on that one. And that brings us back to an even scoreline. I always get scared when I see the Scout and the Deegs on the CT side, though. These guns can be surprisingly effective at long range. If your aim's on point, you just need a couple of headshots on Train to really get you into this round. Wits has been smoked off early, so he'll look for a different angle. As it stands, Sigma taking it slow, taking their time, which is exactly what I'd do in this round too, Tom. So I'm happy. For now.
Still, the T's waiting. I think they're expecting aggression in this round, and why not? You know that there's going to be a high investment. There's been a theory crafted by Mitchman and Jason Kaplan that the 4 Deegs are what wins you around in Asian Counter-Strike. Molotov gonna force Derek off. He tries to stay low, but that doesn't stop him taking his head off. Wits has also found a couple with the scout, but might not quite be enough. They've made this round costly, but it was a full investment, so it's not really much of a saving grace. Happy Chulo hunting for blood and ends up finding his own. It is going to be 9-8 in favor of Sigma, and the CTs have no choice but to save.
I actually love that molly on top of the blue train when you're against pistols. Like, that's just such an annoying angle to have to deal with, right? When you're running onto the A site, you don't want to be looking up on those trains on these kind of tight, awkward angles. If you just molly that spot, it makes it so much easier to run out of A main to begin with and just mainly have to be focusing at sort of head height. So really nice stuff there from Sigma, making sure they win that round. And it is 5 USPs once again. This should never happen, but we've seen it happen already today a couple of times, and they've already got the first kill. So I'm just gonna let you take this away, Tom, because it might be happening again.
No.
Just close your eyes and it won't happen, Tom.
It's not going to. They've got it. It's fine. I'm going into this with sheer confidence in Sigma. I know that they are not going to lose this round, and thus they will not. Bringing it back comfortably.
This is like one of those self-help books where you like say what you want to happen with purpose, and it will happen.
Now all I need is some like whale song.
Listen to that while you're asleep, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm perfectly relaxed right now.
Of course.
By the way, I have no idea if that was anything like a whale song, but we're just going to assume that it was. And if you disagree with me, then, I don't know, cry about it. 15 seconds left on the clock. No chance for Derek in this round. Chancellor just going to go hunting in. PP Overdose will get a free kill towards the end. So, Sigma, they are going to convert this a little bit dicey towards the beginning, and a couple of extra kills for the CT side. Although it may seem menial, it's going to be quite beneficial for them, at least making sure that they have those extra grenades. Now, Orb's up for Wits. This is where things get exciting. He's been their best player so far, and he hasn't even got to play Orb on the CT side yet, so he should be someone to watch for sure. I want to see more from Papi Chulo, though. I said that Papi's going to handle the PP in this one, and thus far he's not lived up to that name.
Yeah, definitely want to see more out of some of the other Bren players. I'm with you. Looked like Sigma were thinking about some early B aggression. They were all grouped up there, but the early Molotov had given them some second thoughts, given them some different ideas. I actually don't mind Sigma just sticking together as 5 here. Normally, I wouldn't like this because you have the chance of losing map control, but I think in Asian Counter-Strike, as long as you're sticking together and trying to trade, it will probably end up okay for you. And right now, it seems to be going fine for them at the start of this round. Still plenty of nades for the T side as well, and you can see some of those players lining up some of those lineups onto the A site. As you said earlier, Tom, it's been a very A-centric game so far, and I think we're about to get another round towards this A site.
It's funny because I actually think so far this tournament, I have witnessed the weakest B holds ever. So the fact that we're seeing teams go towards A, it's almost like they want to brawl. Papi Chulo, he's left blind. He still manages a second as well for him. I said I wanted to step up, but that's a huge moment for the round at least. It leaves Reality Jesus, best player in the server so far, to try and find a quad kill to win this round. He might get the first batchy turnaround from Derek. Sixth Sense gives him the information that there's a player there, and they're gonna break the T's down quite easily. And the problem is that should have been more of a bonus round. They're actually not even gonna buy. I thought we might see Niffy at least go for like a hero AK. Like, he went into this round with over $6,000, but instead it looks like he's gonna share the wealth, throw over a couple of deeks here and there, and they're just gonna try and do some damage with the pistols.
Solid shutdown from Brent on this A site. As you said earlier, you said that some of these teams have had weak B holds from what you've seen. Maybe they've just had a gentleman's agreement. Let's just only ever use the A site, right? We all suck at holding B, so we all just go A, and then we're fine. We'll have a competitive game on our hands, which we have right now. Nice kill from
Except
Pappy.
in pistol rounds. In pistol rounds, you can go where you want.
Yeah. Those are the Asian Counter-Strike rules. First rule of Asian Counter-Strike.
Well, don't talk about Asian Counter-Strike. Well, I think we've all broken that rule.
It's literally my job to talk about Asian Counter-Strike right now, so
So-
unfortunately, I will never
Sorry,
be an Asian
PGL.
Counter-Strike club.
I'm not allowed to talk about Asian Counter-Strike, otherwise I'll be kicked out of Asian Counter-Strike. Well, Niffy, he's been alright so far. Like, he's had some moments where I don't agree with his decision-making, but that is normal. But in terms of aim, he's not been bad. 10-10, couple of kills off the back of the Deegs. Now, they can juggle the AWP over, which I kind of hope they do, because the AWP on the CT side was incredible. And I think it might be a bit of a bold thing to say, but I genuinely believe on this map, the AWP is more integral on the T side. I think a lot of teams really suck at getting opening picks, and I think there's a lot of opportunities, especially around the A site, for teams to work the pick. Maybe not necessarily in the highest level of train play, but this level, I think a T side AWP's pretty important. Oh, wow.
Nice. It's getting aggressive alongside Pappy, both of them getting involved early in this round, and we are starting to see more out of Pappy now. As soon as you ask for him to step up, Tom, he's delivered, and Derek delivers death and destruction through the smoke. The AK might go for more here as well. TP Overdose, the last man, doesn't even want to go close to that smoke because he knows it is not going to be fun for him. Oh, it's not fun.
Jeez, Derek. Like, well, it was having an okay game up until this point, but damn, that was disgusting. Obviously, the second kill, there was someone shooting back at him, so like it's not as amazing as maybe it seems, but still to get a headshot through smoke's pretty tasty. The T's back down once again with some poor financial positions, and I really want to see Sigma put some pressure on that B site. As said, I think Micro, from what we've seen so far across the whole tournament, has had some really weak performances, and he is currently the man at the bottom of the board, so everything points towards putting pressure on B, even so much so that the CT side have taken full control. Now, I'm not a big fan of being this aggressive in a round where you know your opponents have pistols, or you should know, unless you've got an MP9, which they don't, but it does seem to be working relatively well so far.
Yeah, the main thing is that Micro isn't pushing all the way through, at least. At least he's sitting here where you have some range, so if you're up against a Glock, you should win this fight. And indeed, he does. Micro getting a solid headshot to go his way, and Reality is also in trouble. So Micro getting a couple of easy kills on the board. And for Bren, this kill distribution is looking pretty solid right now. Pretty much everyone is having a similar level of success. They're all doing their bit for the team. It's led them to this point where they've got the 12-10 lead on their map pick. And at this point for Sigma, winning this gun round is going to be really important. If they lose this and then have to save, man, it's going to be quite a long way back for them. So a fair bit of pressure on for Sigma in this round.
Well, this is where we finally get to see the AWP. I'm glad. Reality Jesus was fantastic in the first half. Interesting initial position. The fact that I see him around Pop makes me quite uneasy. Now, Pro, he saw Derek in the last round. He banged some people out through smokes, threw the exact same nade into the corner. But he's not quite going to go for anything of the sort. Four-man stack, as usual, is going to be set on the A site. The B site is still, and always has been, one of the most retakeable sites in the game, so it's understandable. And obviously the adaptation to that is that people have been more aggressive in their post-plant positions. That's something I enjoyed quite significantly to old Train, where it was sit back and, oh, let's bounce a Molotov off the door, because no one's ever done that before. But for Sigma, at least, they've got a new strategy, which is called Never Go B Ever, and only play A. It's not a good strategy. They keep walking into a four-man stack, and surprisingly, the four-man stack's not going to go anywhere because you've never gone B.
I'm surprised as well that Wits could just jump across in the open there with the AWP and still just land that shot. And again, credit to Pappy, another nice round from him. But yeah, it is getting a bit predictable, this A-sided play. Like
they're not even putting people around connector anymore most of these rounds. This round, they actually had 2 players on B, which makes no real sense. They rotated one off, and I have no idea why. Like, it also proves that Bren are able to hold the A site with 3 players and not take any real damage. And the funny thing is, as I reckon in the heads of the T side, because they keep going B on these pistol rounds, they're like, oh, we've gone B and it hasn't been working. It's like, you've never gone there with an execution.
They're
You've
about to
never
run into
like
a
had the
stack as
full
well.
sets. And yeah, that's why like Bren have started to just go, okay, well now they're gonna go towards this B site. Nice spray down from Micro. Still not as clean as they would have liked, but Pro is in a very, very strong position here. All he has to do is wait. That's it. He doesn't need to peek. Bomb's gonna get tapped. Now he peeks. Okay, not quite as clean. I thought it'd be a little bit cleaner than that, but that's fine. He got the kills necessary. But that's what I mean. Like, it's. I think it might partially be a psychological thing of like, oh, every time we go towards the B site, we lose. It's like, firstly, you're losing every round. Secondly, you're only going there with pistols. And even then, like, you did get a couple of entries. If you were able to trade onto Micro, that round was winnable. But instead, I imagine we're just going to go back to them facing A again.
Yeah, that was actually a really sick spray transfer from Micro. He went up to the headshot on the player slightly elevated and then back down again. I think that's just him being excellent. That's nothing taken away from Sigma there, really. Yeah, like you said, these gun rounds have been very, very, very one-dimensional onto this A side of the map. I don't mind them spreading out like this at the start of the round. At least put some pressure on the A side. It's come at a cost, though. Nifty's down to 22 health. Derek is just so good at getting damage through this smoke. Got to be very careful if you're going towards Ivy. I think Sigma will now start to be a bit more careful, realizing they're having some problems. Bren have again stacked 4 players on the A site in this round.
I wonder why.
I think Sigma, I mean, they're working up Ivy right now, so this might be another A plate. The bomb's actually going back B, I think, Tom. I can't quite believe what I'm seeing with my eyes.
He's in A main.
Oh, he's in A main. Oh, I always get that mixed up. Every time. Literally every time. I'm playing matchmaking and I'm like, my players are coming B with me. Oh, no.
I'm going to be honest. I could have had my eyes closed and I would have been able to tell you that because they haven't got B at all.
True.
So it's not that hard to predict. Now, Derek, this is the most one and done position I think I've ever seen. Like, they might not check the first player, but he should die here. First goes his way, and there you go. Rolex is going to get the trade. That's absolutely fine. The problem they have is they've only got 20 seconds. And of course, the rotation is already coming in. Nice shot from Rolex again. He's giving this a damn good go, but Pappy from up above is still making things awkward. The rotation coming in from the remaining players, and they're going to get the bomb down. At least an after plant position here. A better position from what we've seen from Sigma so far. Wits is going to lurk around the smoke, and his teammate, well, the teammate of Reality Jesus is already gone. He has not played well in the second half. He was fantastic on that CT side. I don't even know if he's had a kill in the second, but he has now. Into the 1 versus 1. Micro, low on HP, 19 in fact. A kit, but very little health. And also no utility. He has to pretty much hit the raw aim. Join, he does what? That's unbelievable. I don't know how Reality Jesus doesn't get that kill, but more so, I don't know how Micro just kills him through the wall.
That was a drive-by, man. Oh, Micro just running into the open. Wow.
That was dirty.
And Micro's now joint top of the board. He's someone you pointed out as having some real struggles for this team. This game, I mean, partly he's been rotating away from B and been in these spots where he's been able to have impact, but he's just stepped up. That one round where he was tested on the B site, he absolutely delivered. And Sigma are facing down a defeat on this first map unless they can win 5 rounds in a row. It is the pick of Bren, but it's still not exactly what Sigma would have wanted, and they might end on the A site again. A couple of flashes coming through. Derek waiting patiently, but Pappy's already got 2 kills. Pro with one of his own, and they have to end it on the A site, Tom. This round just sums up this game. They're in a 2v5, and they're in trouble.
All this has taught me is that Sigma have watched 0 demos going into this match. 0. Because Well, let's put it this way. Dinko predicted that this would be Train. If Dinko can predict it's going to be Train, then Sigma should be able to predict that it's going to be Train, right? I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to go ahead and say that Dinko's a bad analyst or anything, but you are playing against them. You need to put the extra time in. He worked that out within a minute. So if he can work that out within a minute, you should know Train's coming up. If you know Train's coming up, you would know, as we know, that their weakness has been the B site of Micro. He has struggled to play that role. So then your response to that is to hit it 0 times. Blair. What?
The bomb site B stands for bamboozling, is what we found out right now. That didn't make any sense. Like, this is something we've been talking about again and again. Every game of Train that Brent plays, where like the inner bomb site is a problem. Micro, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a liability, but they needed to have 2 players playing towards B just because it was so weak earlier, Dinko. And now, because they're not hitting B at all, they have 4 players just waiting towards the outer bomb site, and Sigma just don't adapt. Now, Dinko, try and explain this, because I feel Tom's mauled it already.
I feel like teams that aren't very comfortable on Train almost fall into this mentality on the T side where they just rush A, right? They just keep doing the same A strat over and over again. And I really don't understand how they didn't explore the B bomb side at all, right? They coming into this tournament, it's $100,000. This is the biggest tournament in the region. All the best teams are here. If you're Sigma, you're in a must-win match. And clearly, like Tom says, they have not looked into the demos. And if they have, well, then they don't understand Counter-Strike. Because that B-bomb site was ridiculously weak and has been throughout this entire tournament for Bren. The B-bomb site on pretty much every map that has micro anchor in it has been a full weakness for the team. And Sigma continue to avoid it. They continue to hinder themselves and give themselves just a very difficult time on this attacking side. So, yeah, Sigma have themselves to blame here. It could have been a far closer match. They could have probably even brought it right to the 30th round and maybe even get the map win if they had played slightly better on this T side. If they'd gone towards that B-bomb site, they would have found so much more success. It's kind of ridiculous, and I'm kind of disappointed because $100,000 is a huge tournament. You don't want to go out and not put your best work in, and it's disappointing. I guess the one positive is we did see Reality play well on an op-centric map, so hopefully moving forward on to the next one, he can keep that up.
I think the good thing going the way of both teams is there was no one really slacking behind Hawkeye when it comes to individual plays. Yeah, Just Cause was kind of quiet, but they really weren't getting anything done on the T side. Heading into Mirage, are you expecting more of the same, or do you feel Sigma's probably going to wake up? Because that second half was so uninspired, and it almost felt like to me they just banged their heads against a wall, hoping something would change.
Yeah, I've got to agree with Dinko in that I think it was more seemingly just them probably not having that much experience on Train than anything else. Because, it's always the classic whenever you're in a pug, it's just, okay, I guess we just go A. Because if you don't have good nades towards B, it's pretty hard to get onto that B site at times. You know that there could be an AWP rotating over. So I'm going to put this more down to their maybe lack of experience, lack of ability to play Train. I think Mirage should be much easier for them. And like you were saying, that there were some upsides in terms of Reality showing up with the AWP, which should be something that can come through into Mirage as well.
Well, into Mirage, we're going to be jumping on in. That's a map coming up next now. Can Sigma turn things around and maybe take us to Inferno? We don't know. We're going to be finding out again, reminding everyone that this is a must-win game for both the teams. Loser, well, they're going to go home or stay back at home. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to go to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back with more action here in PAL 2020 Fall.
Welcome back to Powerful 2020, where we've got a very important game on our hands. Sigma facing off against Bren. With Bren winning that first map, Tom, we're hoping that Sigma have a bit of a better game plan for Mirage.
Well, I'm hoping they've realized that there's a second site to each map.
It's
Like,
pretty big brain stuff, but I think they'll figure it out, you know?
It's like they've been playing Retake and they've gone, this is the game. Like, that's it. There's only one site. The game didn't tell us to go towards the B site. We just assumed that we were retaking A every single round. I don't know. Both teams definitely had the same issue. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Bren, they were flawless on the T side. No, they did the same thing. They just didn't seem to want to head into the B side. But we know that that's been one of the vulnerabilities. Like, Bren have a newer player to this roster in the form of Micro. Now, he had a good first game. That doesn't necessarily mean that's going to transfer into this one, as he has probably been their most hit and miss player throughout the whole tournament. I don't think he's quite fit the bill for this roster just yet. Not that that's really a fair assumption of him, because it's the first tournament being the biggest tournament of this team's lives, a 100K event against the best teams in the region, including the likes of Tyloo, the powerhouse of Asia. It's fair enough if you have a bad game or two. However, going into this map, that can't really happen. Mirage, where you have a weak link, is just not acceptable with how fast a lot of the plays are, how aggressive we expect Sigma to be, and the likelihood of Sigma starting out on that T side as well. He needs to be playing well straight off the bat.
Yeah, I was just checking to see how old Micro is, because I know for me, when Magix came into Spirit, for example, like the first few months, he wasn't great. It took him some time to find his feet, because he was very young at the time. Micro is 23, though, so there's a slight difference there, but there's still that sort of experience factor, which definitely
That's
could
still
be
young.
Yeah, it's still this happens in football all the time. Like, I see some 25-year-old or 24-year-old win Young Player of the Year, and I'm just like, yeah, young. Not really at that point. Kind of stretching it.
Well, it's like when you see someone win like Rookie of the Year or something. Like, didn't Sinatra win it or something? And I'm like, technically, yes, he is very, very young, but he's also quite an experienced player. But I guess that's the way you always look at it. Like, I think I'm not sure if he was younger than me by much, but one of the things that made me feel old the most is the fact that I'm older than Kenny S.
Oh, wow.
And that surprised me, because it's not even like people might be looking at you going, yeah, Tom, but you're 45. Well, I'm only 26, and that's Kenny S is 25 years old. And that's weird to me, because I would expect him to be like closer to the age of maybe like Chris J or someone like that, who's been around for a long time. But Kenny's been around for a long time, but he also started playing when he was like 17 years old.
Yeah.
And he was just so good that he sort of elevated. The same we've seen from the likes of someone like Brolin, even Frozen to an extent. Like, I'm like, I've been watching Frozen for like 3 or 4 years. That must mean he's 20. It's like, no, it doesn't. He's still very, very young. So it definitely does play in your mind a little bit. But yeah, Kenny S being 25 years old is ridiculous. And it's also the funniest thing as well. Do you know who the oldest player on the G2 roster is? If you had to guess. Have a guess.
It's going to be like Jax, isn't it? It's going to be like a weird one.
It is Jax.
Yeah.
Jax is the oldest player on that roster. And that kind of broke my mind when I realized that, because obviously I'm pretty sure the in-game leader of Nexa is the youngest player on the team, which is obviously fairly impressive to be the one leading the way as the youngest player, because normally you put in-game leader roles down to, oh, he's experienced. And within Asia, that's literally all it takes. Like, Xiao Sage being an in-game leader is a joke, because his calls are not great. But yeah, he's the youngest player on the team, and obviously Jax is the oldest, and he's burst onto the scene relatively recently. So, yeah, great work from him.
Jeez.
That is a crisp couple of shots, and then the third one went a miss, but luckily Papi Chulo is going to add another to the body pile. Micro needs at least a kill here. He doesn't want to just give up a massive man of advantage like that and turn it back into a 2v3. Bomb's going to go down. There is a push coming in onto short, and wow, Papi Chulo. Well, he's talked about great taps coming out from Derek initially. He's even going to celebrate by breaking a plant pot. The classic celebration for Bren Esports.
Classic. Yeah, I think, Tom, Sigma have at least listened to you. because they've gone to the B site to start with. And you saw there, Micro did go down without getting a kill. The problem was Derek landing these early 2 shots, and then at the end, it just became a bit awkward when Papi Chulo takes this fight. This is a fight you never want to take on the pistol round, right? If you've got a Glock and you're sitting at bench, you don't want to take that fight, but he had to try and defend his teammate who was planting. So that's unfortunate for them. But Papi and Derek showing up early, that's got to feel good if you're Bren. These are the 2 players I was looking at on this team, and they're continuing it into this round as well. Derek already opening up proceedings.
Yeah, good start. Well, this is where, realistically, Bren want to try and keep this one nice and clean. Just Cause has managed to get quite far.
Ooh.
Nice shot onto Derek. Now, Micro, I think his teammate might be a little bit annoyed at him there, not realizing, not giving the information over that there was already a player that far out. Seems like a bit of a mistake. The rest of the team is still trying to push into the side. Bro, that is a wide angle to take. It always makes me uncomfortable when a CT player goes wide peeking into ramp. I'm just like, what are you expecting to happen here? Like, you already have the site to yourself. You don't need to be that aggressive. Papi Chulo, though, he's having a field day. As said, he's someone who had a bit of a slow start to the last map, but had a fantastic comeback. Now, 6-0 in this one. I'm already a little bit worried for Sigma, but at least they now have their buy coming up onto the board.
That they do. And I think that round actually could have worked for Sigma if they got the timing slightly better, because they knew that they had a player creeping up on B that entire time. I feel like if you just get ready to burst onto A there, if you time that just 10 seconds sooner, you might get the bomb down. You would just need that 1 kill, but they wasted a bit too much time rotating over. Either way, it means they can get the AKs out into this round, so it's not a big deal. They've got the big guns out on the board, and if Bren lose this round, they won't have much money left. They really don't have much money in the bank, so Sigma could break the economy very early on here, and they've instantly gone for this mid control, and without the AWP, Bren are not going to contend for it.
Well, and to see whether or not Sigma get anything done in this round. Bren have used a lot of utility considering we're only a minute in. They've got 1 incendiary. I was going to say 3 flashbangs, but one of those went down with Wit. With him falling, it makes things a little bit awkward. Now, they've tried to stack an extra player onto this B site, maybe making the realization that their B site was definitely more vulnerable the last time they played. This is aggressive from Papi Chulo, though. He's going to run into 2 players. Wanted to try and find extra information, but maybe found a little bit more than he was hoping for. A push going to be coming in from Reality Jesus. Now, the bomb's going in the other direction, but Pro's going to get this kill, and now they should be rotating back. I don't know why they've gone all in here. He's seen 1 player and no one else has pushed, and they've completely given up the B site. I guess we can call that a good fake from Sigma, but I think that's almost just a poor decision being made by Bren.
I think we saw the over-rotation already from Bren in that earlier round as well. So credit to Sigma for realizing that. They've made the most of it, and Nippy was waiting behind the entire time, hoping to line up 2 kills, but he'll take the freebie instead. And at this point, Bren might have to think about saving. This retake seems unlikely, but Pro's got them that kill that they were looking for. Taking damage in the process, though, and the time is ticking. They're looking to reposition, but I think they've realized time is too far gone. They'll be saving these 2 rifles into the next. But with the money they have in the bank, if they save these 2 guns, they'll just about be able to get a buy together. I think Pro will be able to drop for a teammate. They might have some things missing, but it's at least something for them. And it's the first round on the board for Sigma, already starting to get their way onto that B site.
Yeah, it's a start. I will say that I'm partially going to give that over to some weird decision-making being made by Bren. Like, I get the whole, like, oh, you want to be there, you want to get support your teammate, whatever. But he gets 1 kill, and then there's no other sound, players pushing information, nothing. And he's in a pretty good position to see all of it. So, I don't know. I think they made a miscall there, and to give up the B site, it's always going to be the tougher of the 2 to retake. I would rather see them maybe gamble 1 player, but at least leave some sort of defense. This round, though, they're going to have to be a bit more proactive as there's some weaponry missing. Derek, he spotted the head, but after missing the initial shots, might be an idea just to be a little bit more passive.
especially if you're going to flash yourself. At that point, I think just give up on that position. That's what Derek does. Sigma again spreading across the map. There's a bit of pressure being put onto this B site. And Bren already rotating one of the players away from A. These are some really fast rotations from the CTs. The A site only has one man there right now. Early trades going down. Pro still watching for this flank. Oh, the timing is so terrible for him. Meanwhile, Pappy, who's been playing so aggressively at the start of this game, is all the way in spawn. And Sigma might be trapped here as they move into this A site. Wits is the one man here. Scout shot lands, looks for the second. Nifty's able to trade him, but the CTs have all the info they need. The rotate is arriving onto the site, and Just Cause has no chance. Pappy denies him. 9 kills on the board now for Pappy. He's been pushing all over the place, and it's been working wonders for him.
He's been getting away with far too much. That's definitely the case. And they were clearly trying to be very aggressive in that round. Oh. Nice shots as well coming out from the Scout. I'm starting to really worry for Sigma, because these are rounds where they're supposed to have an advantage going in. Okay, they finally managed to punish Pappy Chulo. I appreciate the run through the Molotov as well, just to try and get something a little bit cheeky off in this round. Micro, he's already done some initial damage. Still playing with an SMG in the majority of these rounds, and considering he's the solo B player, it's viable for sure, but whether or not he'll be able to stop the full force of this Sigma roster, oh, it's questionable. Taking a little bit of damage. The distraction play comes in. The spray down does a lot of damage, but at the same time, the bomb will be planted.
Yeah, you'd rather just get 2 kills there than the damage onto those 2 players, I think. But there is a nade about to arrive onto the site, and it denies the bomb. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Sigma. There's another nade. Oh my goodness. Bren's nades are on point, and that might be what wins them this round. Pro coming in with another kill. Derek lands the final headshot. And Bren's utility has been pretty solid throughout these first 2 maps. Their nades in particular have done good damage from the CT side. If those nades don't arrive in time there, they might have been in trouble in that round. But it helps them hold on for a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, a hold on's definitely the word I would use as well. Pro, he's had a very good start to this map. I think if I saw that correctly, he hasn't died.
Yeah, I think so.
That was 7-0. T's are going to take themselves some mid control. It hasn't been battled for too much. We've seen some aggression out from Derek, but other than that, not really been anything too crazy just yet. Wits going to try and utilize the smoke to give him a little bit of an angle over the top if they do try and go towards short. Some counter utility has been expended. I don't know if that quite landed in the way they were hoping. No, that's an awful smoke. Awful smoke for Connector. It's got caught on the box, I think. I'm not sure what's happened there. Reality G is actually just going to go walking in, though. Oh, it's very awkward. Pro, I don't know how he's still alive. I said he hadn't died yet. Well, he's on 1 HP. Micro about to be pressured again. It's almost like they've heard me. They've started pushing B an awful lot since realizing Micro, he should be dead here. He should be dead. How have they not heard that? It makes so much noise. And Niffy, well, his flank. I don't know why they didn't wait for that. That seems to be a recurring theme. That this man has a very good position. He puts himself in a spot where he can win them the round. And then they don't wait for it. They just go, all right, we'll push anyway. And they might have thrown this one away. Luckily, Pro very low. Pappy Chulo only has an SMG. Niffy has enough health that this is workable, but he walks into the crosshair of Pro, unfortunately. So, not going to happen this time.
As if they didn't have enough sound already from the molly hitting Micro. I'm pretty sure he ran out for the peak as well. Like, at that point, someone has to be aware. You just have to be looking at that position, just waiting. But instead, Micro gets away with 2 kills, which make all the difference on the round. Very sloppy stuff from Sigma in this one. Even that spray from Pro was uncomfortable, but just no one looking at him. He takes the 2 kills. I mean, credit to Micro for getting those kills so quickly, because he was standing in the flames. He could have got flustered by that. But at the same time, Sigma will be kicking themselves after that round, giving away fights in mid, giving away those fights at B. And after that round at B didn't go too well for them, they've all decided to group up around A at the start of this round. And they haven't really tested the A site too much so far.
Yeah, it's the opposite of what we've seen previously. They're going to go for what seems like a fairly fast push. Papi Chulo, that Molotov hasn't affected him, so they've got to check above, and they do. Nifty with the clear. An entry going their way, and well, Nifty's just gone ham. 2 kills, 1 running into the opponent, and Wits, that's a save straight away. And with the amount of damage they've been able to do over the last few rounds, this AWP may be all they have going into the next round.
Solid take from Sigma there, clearing a lot of the angles that they had to. Because their nades were in a lot of the other spots, they're instantly looking at that top of Palace position. They don't have to clear under Palace because they've got the molly there. They've got smokes for some of the other spots, so they can much more easily clear way fewer angles, and it gives them such a better chance to win those fights. That's exactly what they do. They completely overwhelm the A-bomb site. And that's the sort of round, as an in-game leader, you really love to win. Because if you win with a convincing A-take like that, mind games can start to come through. Wits is somehow still alive. He even tries the no-scope at the end there before finally falling. So no AWP gets saved on over. And for Bren, after quite a few close rounds previously, this is where that comes back to cost them. They can't really get much in this one.
Yeah, this is a bit of an awkward position, and all it took was a complete change of pace. I like that. That was a much better execution coming out from Sigma. It's something I've sort of harped on them for, is that a lot of the time they're quite bland, quite stale, and the change of pace worked wonderfully. The CT side have invested way too much into this round. If they were ever considering a buy in the next, I guess they've just accepted the double eco. But, well, half of them have. Because
yeah.
Micro's now bought nothing, which makes me think they want to buy in the next round. But Pappy's bought down to 800. Unless he's just accepted the fact that he's going to be playing with an SMG, which I'd be interesting, but you know, you never know, really.
I mean, Pappy's been pushing a lot. He could try and push with the MP9. Oh, Pro, speaking of pushing, goes all the way into Palace, gets the kill with the Deeg, and gets an AK for his troubles. And now this is a round that very much could be on the cards for Bren. It's only one AK. Wits is the only one with Kevlar as well, and Pro may have been spotted there. Nifty has his eyes trained on this position. I think they know. Yeah, they're spamming it. Reality gets the wall bang. 2 kills onto this A site, and Bren's rotation won't arrive in time.
Now, Derek, I think at this point they might just be accepting the fact that they're going for a few exit kills. They're gonna go. They're gonna go for the boost. Being jiggle peaked by PP overdose, so I don't think they'll be giving up too much in this scenario. But good bounce back from Sigma. They've won the last round, looking to win this one relatively clean as well. So yeah, it looks like they're setting themselves up in a pretty good position.
Oof. Just picked up that Deeg, and he's already put it to use. Sigma should now realize they've got this round in the bag, and realistically, just hold on to these guns. Bren haven't been able to find those 2 rifles they've dropped. One of them was dropped on towards A, but I doubt they're going to get it in time. And no way they can get that gun. And as you said, there's just no way that Bren can get a good buy here. If they go for it, there's going to be a lot of sacrifices, no AWP. If I were them, I'd probably save again, as much as it pains them to do so. They've already got a decent enough lead. There's that shot from Reality, knew exactly where that player was positioned. They spotted him move to that spot. And Reality's starting to get rolling after some nice kills with the AWP. And indeed, Tom, they have decided to go for another save, which I think is the correct call.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that that's going to be interesting going forward. Derek, though, to try and do a little bit of extra damage here with the D, hitting some tasty shots. He's retrieved an AK as well. Pro has now found one more. It's left onto PP Overdose and Just Cause, and they're pushing him. Now Just Cause is the only one remaining. He's had a bit of a quiet series so far, and they've picked up some guns. I'm hoping one of them's going to be handed over to Wits, considering he's the only player that has any armor. It would make sense, but I guess not in this case. He's picked up an AWP instead. That makes the least sense of all. But I guess he is the man who knows how to wield it. Just Cause. He's turning this back. He's going to get all three. A saving grace that shouldn't have been needed, but one that is welcomed by the Sigma squad.
Oh, what are Bren doing on the retake, though? The first man just runs in. His teammates weren't ready. They weren't even looking at this position. Great shots to begin with from Derek. This second one was so clean. Pretty tight angle here. You've got to be quick. And he certainly was. Then there was this kill from Pro pushed into underpass. Reality there is jumping with the AWP. But then look, first man runs in. No one's ready for the trade. Just Cause has time to smoke CT, isolate another fight. It's well played by Just Cause to turn that into 1v1s at the end there. But I think Bren will be kicking themselves. That was a round they definitely could have won. But at the same time, bringing it close is already a good thing. They can get the gun round into this next one. And hopefully they won't be too down on themselves because they've got a chance to really put the pain onto Sigma. The T-side economy is starting to look weak. And I think Wits is going to have to back away from this position. Doesn't want to stick around with players so close by.
Just Cause clearly feeling confident after the last round. Don't really blame him. Well, the CTs do come into this one with a bye, so it's not really the biggest worry in the world.
Bren have not been fighting for mid at all. They're leaving it wide open. Could make those rotates between the sites somewhat difficult, but at the same time, they've got 3 players ready and waiting on this A site where it looks like push is about to come in.
Yeah, Rolex will trade with the Flames, but they're falling a little bit flat. Papi Chulo, bit cleaner there, and maybe he gets 2, but nonetheless, the brawl continues. The bomb has to go down. 15 seconds left, and Just Cause is patient. Micro caught running with a knife out. And while Derek has to try and save them once again, a rifle retrieved for Reality Jesus, not wanting to face with that AWP anymore, and Derek may just have to make the decision to save fairly soon. He's trying to work out where the second player is, but it's not going too well, and when he finally realizes, it's too little too late.
That was plotted safe, Tom. There was actually a chance he could have won that, because one of the players was in connector. He was nowhere near the bomb, so I think Derek realized, hey, I've actually got a chance at this if I can maybe win that first fight. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen for him, though. I also think that it's either a case of Micro just being a bit inexperienced and not having his gun out, or maybe one of his teammates made a miscall that they were all on the A side of the map. Because you've got to be aware that there's probably going to be a player sitting at mid in that sort of round. It's not that common for teams to go for a full 5-man A exec. You can see it sometimes, but normally you have to be ready for a player waiting at mid and cutting off those rotates. And with Micro getting caught there, it made it much more difficult for Derek in the clutch. And Sigma have got themselves back on track in this game. All tied up, 5-5 on the scoreline. Bren have been able to do some damage in these sorts of rounds, though, so we can't count them out of this one. But realistically, it should be Sigma getting themselves into the lead.
Oh, Rolex starts things off well. Looks to continue in that fashion. Wits is going to try and sneak his way around, but he should be caught. That'll be Niffy with another frag. Zigba's starting to really rise into this one, and the problem is that I feel like Bren have definitely had opportunities to do something in this game, but every time they come close, they seem to let the round slip away. Like, there's been a lot of silly decisions, a lot of questionable moments that have put them in an awkward spot, to say the least. Well, this round, it's going to go well. 5 players alive, money being built for Sigma. The half now turning into a favorable one, and we need to see a step up from a side of Bren, because this has now been, what, 5 rounds in a row? This was a 5-1 scoreline.
Yeah, it's been a real turnaround from Brent. And this is where I'm interested to see if there's any adaptation from the CT side. So far, they haven't been fighting for mid in any of these rounds. So that's the first question. The second question is, do they switch things up on this A site? because in the last couple of rounds, Sigma have been full execing onto A and winning pretty much every time, and they're going to try and do the same again. Pro getting aggressive into the midst of this smoke. Flash blinds him slightly, but he's just given away his position. Sigma, though, still haven't gone through the smoke here. They're not looking anywhere near as confident in the push this time, but they're finally going to make their move, and Nifty's already opened things up.
Yeah, Wits brings one back. The wide peak for Papichulo, though, that early confidence has definitely gone to his head. He started taking riskier and riskier fights as the rounds go on, and I can't say I'm a fan. He's not impressing me, to say the least. We are going to have to tease actually just duck out of this round. I like this. They don't need to necessarily execute right away. They've got some early frags. They've put the CTs in a position where they don't really know too much in terms of where the push is going to be coming from, and they're just going to wait it out. And this is where Micro might start thinking about a rotation back to the B site and give them far more of an opening on this side of the map. However, it seems like they're being as patient as their counterparts on the other side, and Derek's still at the back of the site. Wits with the AWP, but this is where that rotation begins. This is where they start pushing back. 20 seconds left as they do finally start to make their play. They don't have any utility. It's 2 flashbangs to try and make the play work. Derek has got a kill from the back of the site. What a shot from Reality Jesus. And now the AWP is just going to try and defend off the man. Planting the bomb. He just owns Derek as well. And Micro, the man who walked away, the man who questioned whether or not this was going to still be an A hit, is the last one standing. Plenty of time to play with. A kit, a little bit of utility to go alongside it, but getting past this man of Reality Jesus is not going to be easy. And another wallbang headshot to close. Fantastic round from him.
Yeah, Reality's been the best player on the server in this series so far, with some of the rounds he's had. Excellent work in this one. Wits getting a kill up close to begin with, but this is Reality. So many wallbangs in this round. Headshot onto Wits. This one, just stupendous, but he still gets it. Quad kill for him. Another round for Sigma, and they are starting to dominate in this one. And as you said, I really like that decision they made to just slow things down in the 3v3. Because as much as you don't have much utility there on the Sigma side of things, you've already used most of your nades on the A take. In the 3v3, it's fairly likely if you just sit back, you're going to be able to group up and hit a maximum of 2 players. You know that Bren aren't going to be able to fully rotate. So really nice call from Sigma. I like that decision to slow things down, which I think is something these Asian teams can sometimes struggle with, is knowing when to slow down. And so far, this is really turned around for Sigma. They have been stepping up on this T side of Mirage. I think you can see they are much more comfortable on this map.
It's looking good for sure, and well, for Bren, it started strong. As said, they were 5-1 in the lead, and since then, it's been all Sigma. Just Cause cleaning things up once more. I think the closest round we've seen was obviously that 3v1 they lost. But even that was a pistol round that never really should have happened in the first place. And now they're just getting picked apart. It looks like they might be dead in the water. Nice shot from Papichulo, but it should be too little too late, as Niffy will close him out. And this leaves just Pro. A very long rotation coming in from him, hoping to be on the flank, but at this point, it should be more than expected.
Whew, Just Cause so quick on that kill. Another round for Sigma. Another chance for Bren to get their buy going, though. And I think we might see a double AWP setup. Pappy picking up the AWP. No, just to drop it to Wits. We could still see the second sniper in play. I wouldn't mind it for Bren at this point, because clearly they could do with switching something up. And they've also taken a tactical timeout ahead of this round to talk things over. Derek does decide to go for the rifle, so no switch up there. Over on the first map, we talked about that AWP battle between Wits and Reality being pretty close. We talked about them both having a lot of impact. If anything, as we got into the second half, Wits started to really come away and pull away with it. In this game, though, it's the complete opposite. Reality up there at 14 kills as the sniper on the T side, whereas Wits on the CT side, only 5 on the board. not having anywhere near as much impact. And Sigma, after so many rounds going for those A execs, they might switch things up here. Every single player starting this round on the B side of the map.
Now, Wits is going to be in position, although the deep smoke make things a little bit awkward for him on the back of the AWP. Nade's going to be expended. In fact, he's looking to get aggressive. It's been a bit of a quiet performance from him after what was a stellar first map. Flashbang comes through. Is he going to check the angle? Oh, he just about gets away. The spam isn't going to do enough. The T's are actually going to execute off of this, try and put pressure onto Wits, and he's fighting back. A second kill already. The third through the wall. He can't quite close the round on his own, but he set his teammates up with a fantastic chance. However, we have already seen rounds like this slip. We've seen them falter. We've seen Bren make many mistakes, and that might be the first. As Papi Chulo goes racing around the corner, no support from his team. Reality Jesus is going to add to the toil and turmoil of this Bren side. And now it's left onto Derek. I feel like I've said that so many times to try and bring this one back. He has a kit. Just going to try and stick it. The nade will go through to do some extra damage onto Rolex. The time ticking away, however, he's trying to bait him into a peek. And while the stick hasn't caused him to push whatsoever, Rolex is playing this so well, but he doesn't win it. He finally thinks his man is going to just hold onto the bomb, and Derek wins the 1v2. Too close for comfort, and Bren is still going to feel the pain in the next round with their economy, but at least they got a round.
I think both players played pretty well in that 1v1 as well, in all honesty. Rolex did absolutely all he could to buy as much time as possible, but Derek stays calm under pressure. And this was all about Wits to begin with. Having that AWP on the B site made all the difference because, once again, Micro was unable to get a kill there. I think he wanted to drop that smoke, but he just accidentally didn't drop it in time. And he really could have done with having that extra bit of cover. That caused him to go down so quickly, and speaking of going down quickly, DP Overdose has been caught alone at mid. Papi gets a kill over on the A side of the map. Just Cause going for the trade, finally finds it, but he's not ready for the second man. And this is an absolute whitewash. Only Niffy left alive, and we're about 15 seconds into the round.
I don't know where this came from. I'll be honest, there's few things that shock me at this point. And that might be one of them. That's one of the cleanest rounds we've seen after what was a 7-round bombardment of Bren. They then come up with a round that ultimately came down to Wits having some sick shots with the AWP. And then the next one where it was just a slaughter. And again, maybe Wits just having a slight comeback. But the problem I'm having with Bren and why I'm not particularly impressed is they got off to some good early momentum. Sure, that puts the wind in your sails. That gets you confident. Maybe you feel a little bit cocky. Maybe, Walker, you make a silly play every once in a while. Like Papi Chulo. You go, you do something a little bit dumb, and you get killed. The reason I'm not impressed is because they then did that again, and again, and again, and again, and didn't learn from it. And that's what I basically take away from a lot of these matches is so many of these teams are way too slow to adapt. Now they've gone onto the T side, 8-7 half. It isn't all that bad. And now we're into our pistol.
Certainly still all to play for here on Mirage. A couple of shots being rattled off by both teams. Papi the only man to take significant damage so far as the bomb gets down in a 5v5. At least Sigma have a kit for the retake, but man, oh man, they've got a lot of work to do, and Papi up close is the first man to deliver. Pro gets one of his own. Micro, oh, it's just a flurry of frags. Everyone chiming in for Bren. That is a perfect round by their standards. Team Ace, they take all the kills in a matter of seconds, and they turn it back into an even scoreline.
Yeah, nice pistol run from them. That is now both pistols in their favor with a third round sort of reset round in the first half as well. So when it comes to excuses for Bren, from this point onwards, there are none. Like if you win both pistols and you lose the map, you have not played a good map. Like that's pretty much as it goes. And I'm not going to say the Sigma have done anything particularly special, but their T side looked decent. I think it's much better than what we saw from them on Train. Reality Jesus has had a very, very good series so far. And if he continues, well, He's definitely going to be building a little bit more of a name for himself. As we've mentioned many times, this match is crucial. The loser is 100% eliminated. Even the winner might still be eliminated. Like we might have to start looking at map difference. The guys at Perfect World will have to do some statistics if, of course, I think it's if After beat Checkmate tomorrow. If not, if Checkmate win, which is expected, then the winner of this will be through. So that is a huge weight on either team's shoulders. Of course, the money jump also goes up quite significantly within the top teams in the playoffs. And also the RMR points, which, although you might be thinking, Tom, they haven't played like the first couple of RMR, does it make a difference? We don't know how many there's going to be at this point. So it genuinely could make a big difference in the future. So something to think about at least. The T's are going to go running their way through the connector. Reality Jesus is here, but he's getting overwhelmed. Lots of damage being done, though. Now the scout becomes an AWP. Niffy's position is vital, but he's been spotted. Just the jump peek out. Derek clearly wasn't fed the info, though. And, well, I can't expect too much from here.
No, especially not now that Rolex has been left alone. 5-7 is his weapon of choice. Not a successful choice, though. Ran into the lead. And yeah, touching on your point with the RMR points earlier, not only do we not know how many there are going to be, but when you get this length of time where the RMR points are still carrying over, you don't know what teams are going to make roster moves at some point. And that can make a big difference to those points. That could be everything. Maybe Tyloo do end up making a roster move for whatever reason. I can't really imagine why they do that right now, but you never know. They could do it, and then if they struggle in one of these RMR events, the other teams could actually get back into it. So it absolutely is important. This round, though, probably not so important, Tom. We've got one CZ bought by Niffy. If I were him, I'd just buy a Deagle, but it's fine. The rest of them stuck with default pistols. They've lost the A site as well, so this round should be done and dusted at this point, especially with Witch picking up some lovely kills with the Mac 10. Gotta get him, man. Gotta get the money.
Yeah, Pappy did all the damage.
Oh, Pappy had the Mac 10 as well. Ah.
Yeah, there's thieving. Well, Niffy's managed to get an AK.
2 bullets.
Oh, I rate it. I rate it. He goes for the 2 taps and gets a kill, making things a little bit extra costly. Again, this is where Sigma should look to rise to the occasion. They've got the AWP back on their Starman, the rifles on the remainder of the players. EP Overdose actually having a bit of a quieter series as well. I believe he's their highest rated player. It's a good thing you didn't pick him when you were looking for your players to watch.
Yeah.
You weren't baited by the ratings. Interestingly, though, you picked Derek instead of Pappy Chulo, who Pappy Chulo is actually their highest rated by 0.01.
True, although in this tournament, Derek is higher than Pappy Chulo. That's why I did it.
There. Oh, Pappy Chulo has managed to find another kill. Still caught in the corner is Micro. He has 1 HP. If he even gets a single kill, that would be great. And actually, he had the bomb. So he needs to go running for the hills. The spam through the wall could have finished him, but in this case, it won't. Well, if he... in position. A strong one at that. Pappy Chulo needs to land the shot here, but it looks like Micro... it's possible he'll be sent in as bait. He's gonna go up top. Oh, Niffy caught sleeping. Having a nap midway through the round, trying to keep his energy up and instead get slaughtered for it. Smoke going to be thrown over the top. Just Cause is going to get above or thought about it. Seems like they might make the decision to get the bomb down. Oh, this is risky. This is a ring around a Rosie. They've got the kill onto the B site. I want to see Pro get into a more proactive position, though. I feel like if he holds from the market, he's got a much better chance of actually holding onto this site. Nice shot to gain another, and now Just Cause is in position.
They're going A.
Which way do they go? They've gone back towards the A site. This is going to be close. Just Cause is going to be in a prime position to stop them. If they head into B, it could be done. First kill goes his way. He knows he might have just bought enough time, but I think the bomb will go down. The seconds to spare, Pappy Chulo gets the numbers punched in and now tries to work out the position and will win it. That is one of the most stressful rounds of Counter-Strike I've ever watched.
My butt cheeks could crush coal into diamonds, but the fact is, Bren managed to get it through.
I think Bren basically ran a marathon in that round, honestly, man. They had to run all across the map, going back to B, going back to A, going all over the place. Niffy getting caught sleeping at the wheel there, which is never a spot you want to be in. And then, as you said, Pro, if he got a bit more proactive, might have been able to keep them out of the bomb site. Luckily, it didn't matter. Bren were able to make the most of it, and a nice shot from Wits at the start of this one. It's only the pistols for Sigma. Getting that early kill always helps. Bren could get themselves up to a 12-8 lead with a win in this round. And as you said, those 2 pistol round wins could end up making all the difference in this game. If Bren can just put together a decent T side from this point on, could be getting the win. Just Cause, oh, he waited so long. He waited for the head to appear, but he wasn't able to line up the kill. And now with Bren having mid control, they should be good to go. Rolex isn't even looking the right way. This round goes from bad to worse for Sigma. Nothing going right for them.
Yeah, the bomb hasn't even moved. It's only Niffy remaining, and I'm hoping they'll eventually go and pick this up. I guess they really want the kill. They do know they make extra money from getting the bomb plant, right?
Who cares about that?
It has its benefits. I guess winning the round by murder is cooler. Oh, and there you go. Niffy's actually going to get an extra kill. They now know where he is, so he should be dead. Although if they keep facing him one by one, you never know. But eventually, they get it over the line. Orp's going to be saved, so no real issue there. And Bren, well, that's the conversion rounds. Again, we're going to have a purchase coming up. Orp onto Reality Jesus, utility, everything. No excuses anymore for Sigma. This is their own map choice. They're on the CT side. We need to see them get going.
I really got to win this round here. Reality's definitely slowed down. At the same time, he hasn't had the ult as often in this second half, so I'm sure that is a part of it. Early molly into a ramp to try and deny that aggression, but Bren are going to go anyway. They're using some nades. Smoke goes down towards jungle, and Reality not blinded at all. Easy kill into the ramp. There are still more CTs waiting in the wings, and Reality gets a second through the smoke. Now Bren might have second thoughts. Micro has pushed out into Tetris, but they've put down a defensive smoke, which could help him get back to safety. He gets the bomb back. At least that's something for Bren, but it's a man disadvantage that they have to overcome.
The last few rounds, though, we've seen some issues, I guess you could say, for Rolex getting caught out quite regularly. He's one of the lower players at the moment. PP Overdose currently right at the bottom of the board, which I wouldn't have called that going into the beginning of today. They've already rotated the second player in, but that is going to be the two, I guess I'll say, underperformers, both trying to defend that B site. 45 seconds left as they are just going to huddle up, group up, and try and hit this B site together. And PP Overdose actually quite wary that they might have made it through the mid window. It's been something that's been abandoned for a fair amount of time, so I can understand why he's trying to predict that position. I think he might have just spotted them, though. I think that's information gathered. PP Overdose needs to get something here. He's being rounded upon and he gets racked. And now it's left onto Rolex. He's deep within the site. Bomb going down. He's waiting for support. The Orp of Reality Jesus picks off one, and now it's left onto Pro. And that was anything but. He doesn't hit a single shot. And that will be 12-9.
Yeah, I don't think I'd even call that semi-pro, Tom. That was amateur, that was. Not the best spray. Reality getting back on the board, though, and that's something we were definitely looking at to be a big part of this CT side for Sigma. These first 2 kills helping significantly. At the same time, if you're going to go for this sort of A play, you might as well just put a smoke down onto CT, just in case there is the ult there. Reality there landing a shot close range on the B retake as well. But at least Bren still have money for the buy. Basically everything in play for both teams ahead of round 22. Ali mid play. Oh dear, Micro's molly bounces back. That might make life awkward for him. Very tight angle for Wits. I could never hit this shot, Tom, but obviously Wits is a bit better than I am.
I hope so.
I'd hope so.
I've seen you play.
Yeah.
At least you're not a beta like Dinko, though, so it's alright.
True. He never admits to it as well. That's the thing. Like, if you bait and you admit it, I can respect that to some extent.
Well, from what Mitch has been saying, like every morning, he's the master of baiting. So, that is something that he admitted on the stream. Either way, we are going to have the T's now setting up to go into this A site once again. Reality Jesus has been fantastic, but it's actually going to be Niffy. Oh, with 40 seconds, they've lost an initial man. It seems like the CT side are already looking to bolster their A-site defense. The smoke will come down, but it actually sections off the connector, if anything. And while running in dry, Reality Jesus actually misses a shot. I'm almost surprised by that, but I don't think it's going to matter. They've got the openers. Now the trades just need to come. With 2 players remaining, this offense has been poor, and I'd quite like to see the same from Bren that we saw from Sigma. That flash is so bad.
Yeah, these nades are painful. Oh, and the missed shot as well from Wits. 5 seconds. He might die after time, but he's out in the open. They kill him before. You know what I'd like to see, Tom? I'd like to see a CT smoke. Like, Reality's just AWPing CT in these rounds, and they're just not smoking him. They're trying to flash him, I guess, but he's able to dodge those pretty easily. The players had smokes left as well, because you saw as they were moving onto the site there, they just kind of awkwardly right-click a smoke. So I don't know why they're not smoking CT. You might as well just do it, because you know that the AWP's probably going to be there. And now, even though Sigma have lost both pistols in this game, they're coming back into this in these gun rounds, and Bren aren't exactly filling us with confidence right now.
Oh, for sure. Like, they're getting picked apart, and that's why I want to see a pace change. Stop giving Mr. Jesus these chances to find picks. There is the pace change. It's in a pistol round, of course. The flashbang's really nice. Niffy has to be careful here. Doesn't want to get overwhelmed. They're going to get the bomb plant, and they're trying to pick them apart, but they've gone a little bit too far into CT. It makes it very easy to set up this crossfire. Derek with 1, but that will be all. 2 kills, bomb plant, for what they invested. Really not that bad. We'll have to see if they can actually make anything of it in the next round.
I love all the dead bodies from the T's on the map. They're like all in basically the same spot there at the spawn. You can see what they were trying. You have to get very lucky with the timing of that CT push, though. Like you said, otherwise you're just going to get that crossfire at long range, which just sucks for you. But it basically guarantees you get the bomb plant if you push CT like that. You can just plant behind the box safely on the site. And I think that was the main aim for Bren. So they'll be fine with that. Extra money on the board. Happy up there at 102 ADR, outdoing Reality slightly. But it's not been enough for them so far. They do have the lead, but this T side has been slipping away from them slowly. It's a bit of typing in the chat, Tom. I'm slightly worried. There might be a tech issue, but it looks like we're just going back live, or maybe not. Yeah, we're taking a bit of time here. Chance to take a bit of a breather for both of these teams. Maybe a chance for Bren to think about what they want to do in this next round as well. Because as you pointed out, a lot of A plays, and very few of them have been successful so far.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an interesting one. I think it's more just the fact that they take so long to actually get out. And because of that, the Reality Jesus at the back of the site has been able to do so much. And then one of the rounds, they focused almost too much on him, and they don't have anybody watching anywhere else. So it's not been fantastic, it has to be said. But we're going to get the photographer.
Oh, that's some more flashes.
There you go. That is a lot of flashes, in fact. In comparison to what we've seen and with the amount of rounds, that's not bad. I'm liking it. Reality Jesus as well is the AWPer.
18 kills with the AWP.
That doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense that he's the one also flashbanging. I guess he's sitting a little bit further back than some of the other players that we've seen.
Pretty impressive that 18 out of his 22 kills are with the AWP as well. Definitely helpful that he's got it in his hands for this round in the CT side of things. Sigma's money isn't as good as you might expect, considering they've won a fair few of these recent rounds. I mean, it's not bad, but if they were to lose this one, there could be some cause for concern. Reality this time moving into Connector, taking a bit of damage from the early flames. Bren have been able to take mid early, and they haven't used too many nades on that mid control, just the 1 or 2 smokes really to be able to get into that position. That deep connector smoke is good enough. I think there is probably a small gap in it, but they're fine for the time being. Now that Bren have got the mid control, the question is, where do you go from here? The bomb's been left at spawn, but there's a massive gap in that smoke, and Pro is just able to get an easy pick onto the A side of the map. That is very nice for Bren, who have been struggling to get those early fights.
Yeah, an important one at that. Something they'll need going forward, but it's whether or not they can actually capitalize on it. It's been a few rounds in a row now for the CT side. Money's not bad for them either going forward, although Niffy with a little bit of low cash, and maybe the AWP will be a bit tougher to get out if they do lose this round. For the Ts, obviously they've got the loss bonus, but that's about all. And it looks like they're going to try and challenge this AWP once again. It's not been successful at all. They also haven't smoked off CT, so he should just have free roam. The pre-fire, though, from Micro. That's the danger man down. PP Overdose lurking in the corner. He should have 1 for free. But now they know where he is. They face him together. This is all but easy. And Derek, well, he doesn't even need to wait for that. It's going to be a kill coming up and a 13-11 scoreline.
Yeah, the problem there for Bren could have been that they only had that 1 smoke when they were going into the A site. They'd used their smokes elsewhere, so that might have been why they didn't smoke off that CT position, but thankfully this time they were able to deal with it. Shot from Pro to begin with, and then Pappy had worked his way up mid from the earlier nades that they used, so he's there to cut off the rotation. And the CT economy, it's okay, but Niffy has had to sacrifice down to a Deeg. And this is where if Bren win this round, they could just run away with this one. Derek's already found an opening. There's a gap on top of this smoke, which Wits is looking over the top of. The man who was in connector has fallen back though, so no chance for the fight yet. And the short player was thinking about pushing the smoke. Oh, Wits gets the fight he was looking for though. It's just all the kills for Bren. Sigma losing every single fight. And from a 2v5, I don't know how the hell they're going to win this one. I think the answer might be that they're not going to win it, Tom.
Yeah, probably not. Now, they did have to go and retrieve the bomb. I guess that was the only real worry for me, is that on that retrieval mission, if he'd somehow walked into an opponent. But yeah, that was all too easy.
Well, Sigma sitting on the B site, hoping that someone is going to walk into them, but that will not be happening. Their prayers won't be answered this time. Oh, the money's so bad for Sigma as well. If they had a bit more cash, you could see a world where saving these 2 guns could at least allow them to get another buy together, but it's very unlikely. Bren even hunting these guns down, and Rolex hasn't been able to reposition. He's stuck on short. This isn't the best place to be right now. He hears Pappy Chulo, but Pappy is too quick on the trigger. And even though Just Cause might be safe, he should win this fight against Pappy. It's only the 1 gun being saved. And even though Sigma are 14-11 down, I think they're just going to have to save here. I don't really think that buying is a good idea in these circumstances. Here are these kills then. Derek got 1 at Palace, then Wits was able to get 1 over the top, and it's just the aggression from Sigma. They tried pushing over at A, they tried taking the initiative, mainly with solo plays though, which are always going to be unlikely unless you land a really good shot or get a good timing window, and none of that happened for Sigma in that round, and now their buy is not great ahead of a round where if they lose this one, they'll have to just play for overtime. They only have 1 rifle, Tom.
Yeah, this is rough. Like, Just Cause definitely had a big clutch earlier, but this would have to be incredible. I like what they're at least doing in this round. They've stacked up on the B site, they've taken a risk, and by the looks of it, they are going to be having that stack pushed. An interesting decision to go up against what is a weaker buy and run into the B site. Not a fan. I think Bren have made a pretty poor decision with how to play this one, and they are getting slaughtered for it. Derek at least managing to find a trade, and the remaining players are left with pistols, but for PP, that might just be enough. And while Wit's getting tagged low, the last man of Pappy Chulo a little bit further behind. Gonna retrieve the AK at least. The push could be coming through. Nice work from Reality Jesus. They might have just got a lifeline. He hits the shot with the AWP. And while Sigma, fantastic round. Bren, one to forget.
If Bren go on to lose this game now, they will be kicking themselves. Not only did they win both pistol rounds, that's a round they should have been winning as well. It was such a shame for Wits as well from this van position because he picked up this AK and then realized it had no bullets in it. So he reloads and Reality says, I smell some easy pickings. I smell an easy kill. And he gets just that. Even with the USP, he can win that fight against a player who doesn't have any bullets to work with. And now Sigma have actually pushed Bren onto the back foot. 2 weaker weapons in play for the Bren side of things. And a very heavy mid presence from Sigma at the start of this round. Almost every player is playing in and around this mid position. I guess Niffy is technically on the A side of the map, but he's also near connector. So if there's any mid fights going down in this round, Sigma are very well prepared for them.
It's interesting that Derek would actually rather play like a Deagle than say a MAC-10 or even a Galil. You have to obviously add the extra money of the Deagle on. Pro, nice start. Not quite going to get anything more, but that's at least a couple of weapons on the deck. Now they've got the B site. They have the B site completely under their control, but they don't have the bomb. So they've now got to go on a full rotation. Micro's going to be able to get aggressive. They've killed off Wits as well. I'm not sure what this rotation was by the CT side, but they've made a terrible error. Maybe not worse, though, than if PP Overdose catches out Wits. Time is going to be everything of Wits. He wins that duel with 5 HP. That could have been the defining moment of the round. Now the bomb can run the gauntlet on towards the site, although... Oh, they're so lucky. Reality does manage to kill the man behind. Niffy's got into the site. Another one dropped. A pistol push coming back in, and it's Wits just trying to hold the line. It's left into a 1 versus 1. Derek facing off against Reality Jesus. The 2 stars of the show by the looks of it. Bomb yet to be planted, and he only has seconds to spare. 10, in fact, as he's going to go back just looking to try and find anything. He's got to go for it now. It has to be the stick.
Oh.
He's tried to bait it in. He's lost the round.
Oh, not the time for the fake, Derek. He thought that he could bait him in, but surely just wait until you hear the steps at least. Wanted to try and win the round for his team. Instead, it ends up going against him. I think as well, just in general, Tom, Bren need to pick one player to be the dedicated bomb carrier. Because this has been a consistent issue for them on Mirage. So many rounds they've left the bomb behind, and it's been really costly for them. It's been a real problem for them. Getting the bomb so late onto the B site, they're not helping them. And now, Bren are in this terrible position where their money is not in great shape. Sigma are the ones who honestly have looked better in the gun rounds, even though they're behind right now. I think they've looked like the better team personally. And again, if Bren let this game slip away from them, it's going to be such a frustrating game because they've had the chances to win it. They know that this game has been in their hands. And yet right now, they're down to pistols. And it looks like we're going to be going the distance in regulation. As long as Sigma win this round, we could be going to 30. Niffy is currently solo on the A side of the map, but he's about to have PP Overdose rotate over. And that means with 2 players here, I think the rifle should have no issues holding, although Niffy's already gone down.
Oh dear, Pappy has managed to get an early kill, but just as I begin to worry, the slaughter comes back in. Bomb plant's going to be beneficial. That's at least some extra money. Micro shouldn't get anything more. And well, he's pretty much blown his load a little bit early. Rolex plus PP will be there to close him out. 14-14. A lifeline for Sigma been given for sure. A few crucial mistakes. You have to remember there was a round where their opponents had a half buy, a mix buy, and they rushed B. Not a good decision. And then the round prior where they had a huge advantage but left the bomb behind. They've definitely found big holes in the defense of Sigma, that's for sure. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to capitalize on them. And we've had, again, a couple of quieter performances. And by a couple, I mean one man in particular, Micro. I can't sit here and say he's even like the supportive player really for this squad because I don't think he is. I don't think he's like setting up flashbangs and getting. We can have a look. Let's have a look how many flash assists he has. If he has a load, then maybe I can be forgiven.
I think he has 0.
0.
Wait, but all of them have 0.
Except for PP Overdose.
Yeah, over on the Sigma side. Huh.
That's really interesting then, because that means that Just Cause has thrown, what was it, 20-something flashbangs?
Yeah, it was like 24. And
And
that was a few rounds ago.
0 have been affected.
The only thing I'm wondering is, because we had that tech issue, could that be messing with the stats? Because we did have that
Maybe.
reset. That's what we'll hope for, at least. Sometimes, though,
Yeah.
it's actually fine not to get the flash assist, because the flash's aim might just be to force a player to run away. So, you know, those flashes could have still been alright. I'm really trying to be the nice guy here, Tom, basically. That's what I'm trying.
It's not going to be me, is it?
No. Someone's got to try and be nice. I've still got the youthful optimism in
Well,
me.
it's the same as Dinko, basically. Like, Blair, he starts molding,
He's
he
the
gets
jaded old
annoyed, he
man.
starts shouting out the word Glock, and you just see Dinko, he just tries to power through, he's like, come on, oh yeah, this is great, and then eventually he cracks too. Now, you've only been here for just this morning, so we'll see if you can be cracked within 2 days. That'll be an impressive record for Asian Counter-Strike, although I'll say I was pretty broken on the first day. Now, this round, Reality Jesus is gone. He's been, so far in this map, he's been my MVP. He's been fantastic. He was pretty good in the last map as well, so Save Jesus maybe needs to be our new hashtag. I'm not sure how well that would go down, but either way, Wits, good. Well, good-ish position. He hits the shot. I'm a bit questioning why he was there, but hey, if you hit the shot, you hit the shot. Papi Chulo is there as well, and the wide peak with low HP might not be ideal, but PP Overdose, he is very low on HP. He has a kit. The smoke's not on the bomb. He's in fact going to pick up an AWP. I like that idea. Unfortunately, he needed to land the shot, and he didn't.
Well, at least Bren are the first team to 15. They've got the chance to close it out in regulation. After some rounds they should have won earlier, this is their chance to put all that behind them, put their right foot forwards, and win the series. This could be a 2-0 for them. This could be an incredibly important result in this tournament. There's that opener for Derek. Papi Chulo getting another one at mid, just catching those B players. And then, as you said, Witch so exposed on that angle, it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Bren take the opportunity, and Derek, oh, he gets caught early. Just Cause pushing through underpass. Look at the A side of the map, though. Instant response from Bren. They're going to try and move into this A side.
All right, it's down to our Lord and Savior. Will he be brought back down to reality? That's the real question. He's been forced out of position. Peek out from Just Cause. He wants to try and do this on his own. He's found a trade at least. There is a smoke available. Papi Chulo has it in hand. He's going to expend it. Spam through. Gets them one. Micro with an impactful double. As said, he's had a quiet game so far, but this could be huge. A bomb plant possible. Papi rotates in to try and support Micro. Fortunately, there's no PP on the other side to continue this pun. Nice shot from him. It's left all onto Rolex. Is this the end of his watch? It will be.
Great reposition from Papi at the end there. Makes sure to help his teammate, and he makes sure to get Bren an all-important victory here. Their 4th win of the season, and that keeps them in with a chance. And Tom, it wasn't exactly clean. It wasn't exactly clinical,
No.
but if you get the win, you can't really complain.
Yes, you can.
I mean,
And
you
that's
can if you're
exactly
Utah,
what I
but I
expect.
wouldn't complain.
I expect the desk to be complaining. I hope you enjoyed the pun to end that as well. I'm very proud of my end of Rolex's watch pun to
good.
have their final round of the tournament, watching them get eliminated as well. Mwah, beautiful. And it's good to see them go.
This kind of makes up for all the Wang and PP Overdose jokes, Tom. Almost being the parent word over there.
What PP Overdose jokes? I don't know what you
Shush. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be us saying goodbye to both of the teams. The strongest country when it comes to Counter-Strike Global Offensive in Southeast Asia. And both the
there we
teams
go.
will have to bow out. And I gotta say, even though it was a very close affair there, Dinko, I feel like it got close because of some kind of weird decisions being made by Bren.
Yeah, Bren were definitely making some strange decisions. I mean, Derek in that clutch, obviously, with the ball, probably the prime example. But I think coming into this matchup, Bren, we knew they were the stronger team overall, right? They're the team that should be picking this up. I did predict a Sigma 2-1 win. I thought they would have had a chance, but it's more so. I thought, I'd try and split a little bit, try and make it exciting. I think we take a look at it overall.
Reality
Yeah,
is
definitely.
cheating
Yeah, of course,
at this point,
of course.
isn't it?
Yeah,
Is
but
the
reality
only correct
not
prediction you've made me predicting for you?
No, I've made lots of correct predictions, Tom.
He predicted the veto earlier.
Yes, I made a lot
Yeah, he
of
did.
predictions
He
that
did.
worked out.
Well
In
done.
fact, he did a better job at reading that map veto than Sigma did, honestly. If you go back to train.
Yeah, so here on
Not
this map,
that
I think
impressive.
Reality is skillful enough to obviously get a few rounds for them, but unfortunately not enough to get it over the line. I think Zigba, they have got some good individuals on this team, but as a whole, they're pretty terrible.
Oh,
Yeah, as a
okay.
team, I feel like, look, we know there's enough talent in the Thai region, right? You look at players like Reality Jesus, Hawka, you look at someone like, on the other side, you have Olivia, you have players like KNTZ who can really pop off as well. There is a possible solid team just lying there underneath the surface, but unfortunately, it's just not good enough. We do have a scoreboard over here. We got Micro had a slow start, but closed it out with a 3K in the final round. Papi Chulo, he's going to be the MVP of this map as Bren. They will survive. They will stave off elimination, but then again, Hawka, we don't know. Are they going to survive? Depends all on tomorrow's games, right?
Yeah, true. They've still got to keep on fighting. Bren, in this game, as much as they're called Bren, they kind of struggle to use their brains at points. See what I did there? Eh? They kind of sound similar.
There's
appreciate
no
it.
A and
The same letters,
I.
isn't
You
it?
took out E and you replaced it with A and I. I'll give you that.
I
It's
feel
better
like in
than Tom
Dinko's
at
accent,
times.
maybe it would actually sound like brain, right?
Ren.
Red.
Oh, no. Never mind. Not even close. Never mind.
He's stretching. He's stretching.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do, of course, have... let's take a look at actually the schedule we have here for today so we can bring up what the game is coming up next. We have had to say goodbye to a couple of teams, ladies and gentlemen. Vici taking out Beyond earlier, so that's the one of the bigger
Bad day for
names in
Thai
this tournament.
fans.
Yeah, and we have to say goodbye to Thai fans as well, unfortunately. Brent taking on Zigman, of course. Coming up next, though, it should be an interesting matchup. It is going to be our favorite team in Invictus, and they're going to be facing off against... Sorry, what am I even talking about? Yeah, Invictus, and they're going to be facing off against Tyloo. Tom's favorite team, Invictus, against my favorite team in the Red Dragons, Tyloo. That game... should be something. We'll be back after a break. It's got to be a little bit of an elongated break, a longer one, so you guys can grab something to drink and come back here for more Asian Counter-Strike here in Nepal 2020 Fall.
Coming up next.
to have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look, I used to have this dream.
Welcome back, everyone, to more Counter-Strike action here at the Perfect World Asia League Fall Edition 2020. It's a long name, but the games have been kind of short today. My name is Blair, and joining me in the final best of 3 of the day, it is, of course, going to be the usual suspects, apart from one lad. We have Hawker replacing Midge and Tom. Okay, hi. You all right?
He's very eager.
Yeah, I think my feed's lagging really badly, so I'm going to let someone else talk.
It seems fine to me. All right. Cool.
Yeah, it was a little laggy, but it's fine now. But yeah, I'm good, Blair. We've had some good games today, actually. They're pretty quick. I think the first one was kind of a letdown. I was hoping Beyond were going to show up a little bit more, but that second game, Ren played well, and I'm excited. I want to see them make the playoffs, and I want to see them perform well in the playoffs, because this team, we talked about it for so often, the fact that they're a little bit of a disappointment. They don't really have the firepower to keep up, but they've gotten better, and I think they're one of the teams that have actually gotten better out of PAL summer, because these teams have all struggled, and Bren are like the only team that's had a clear-cut improvement from the previous tournament.
Yeah, they have indeed, but we can talk a little bit about the upcoming game we have here. And boy, oh boy, it's going to be a spicy affair. I like my spice. I don't know how much spice you like, Hawka, but it is going to be Tyloo versus Invictus. Invictus, the only team in the previous PAL who's able to take a series and a map off Tyloo. No one else was able to touch Tyloo. Now, this is a different Invictus, right? They've let go of Oi. They've got Bottle. Unfortunately, I don't feel it's gelling well together as a team. As a team, they look worse off than they were earlier.
Yeah, it seemed like that, at least based on the results, for sure. And I think that something that I always find kind of curious about this team is that the way the AWPing goes down with Viva and Destroyer, switching it up quite a lot. I'm still not sure how I feel about that. I think there are some teams that do it really well, like Furia, for example, when you have Henny and then you have Art who just pushes all the time and throws you something completely different. I like it when you have something like that. The dynamic between these two, I feel like they kind of play pretty similar with their AWP roles. So I'm always interested when I see teams that do switch up that AWP quite a lot. I want to see how that's going to work in this series.
It should be interesting. We are obviously going to be enjoying picking the op on the T side. Now, Tom, let's talk a bit about the maps. We have quite a bit of data to work with when it comes to these two teams. Now, the interesting thing has been Tyloo have been floating Nuke. They've been allowing teams to pick into it, and in fact, have been punishing few teams for picking Nuke against them. Which way do you think this one's going to go?
If Invictus pick Inferno, I'm going to be very upset. Let's just put it that way, because they.
So you just want to be upset? You want to be upset, basically.
They keep picking Inferno. They haven't looked good on Inferno. In fact, they've probably been my least favorite team to watch ever on Inferno, because their decision making is awful, and it really hurts my brain with how aggressive this team plays. In fact, I'm gonna go as far as say that either this is going to be a quick, clean game for Tyloo, or I'm gonna want to jump out my window. Those are the only two options within this match, because either Tyloo are going to come in and they're going to show they're the dominant force, which they should do, because Invictus have looked poor throughout this tournament. Like, they've got the points versus the lesser teams, but even then, we've had some like upset matches versus them, teams taking maps. Like, they've only had 1-2-0, well, unless you include the 2-0 loss to Vici, and that was against Sigma. They lost to Bren, they lost to Hwatsai, for God's sake. They are the only team to lose to Hwatsai in this whole event. It's unbelievable some of the matches we've seen from this roster, and then they put up some better performances. They beat Tiger. Like, it doesn't make sense. That's what I'm trying to say. And I genuinely don't know what to expect from this game. And Ty Lue also like to make me upset. So I just.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Ty Lue, I mean, Dinko, they beat Zigma pretty convincingly, but apart from that, 2-1 to Vici, 2-1 to Checkmate. Again, Checkmate, they've been really, really good at Inferno. We got to give them credit for that. 2-1 against 8Z, Huatzai, that is. They've been dropping maps to teams they really shouldn't be dropping maps to it. So both the teams are still on top of the table, mainly because the rest of the teams have kind of struggled quite a bit. You look at Beyond, you look at even Bren looking shaky. Everyone else kind of sucks right now, unfortunately. That's the simple truth. But at the same time, Ty Lue and Invictus, they seem to be playing at their opponent's level, which is leading to some pretty sloppy Counter-Strike from both the sides.
Yeah, I think it is more so an Invictus side of things, being the team that are underperforming and dropping to their opponent's level. I think Ty Lue, we need to get used to the fact that they're just not going to perform as best as they can in the group stages, right? They like to have a little bit of fun with it. And it's hard to keep your focus up, right? Because they played these tournaments all year long, pretty much now in 2020. It's just Asian Counter-Strike after Asian Counter-Strike, same matches, same tournament over and over again, week in, week out, right? For Ty Lue, you're going to get burnt out. And so they definitely underperformed a little bit, but yeah, dropping maps, they shouldn't.
Tom, how are you feeling? You okay?
They're idiots.
Pissed off?
They're idiots. Like
they picked Inferno once more. Hoka.
Ty Lue's strongest map.
Hoka, quick thoughts before we jump into the game.
Yeah, I was hoping they'd just go for a Dust 2 and just maybe throw something different in there, or even, I don't know, I guess Train was banned, but like a Vertigo, something, because I don't think they're going to win Inferno. I don't think they're going to win Mirage. These are Ty Lue's best 2 maps.
It is Ty Lue's best 2 maps, so as we all know, Ty Lue, they're on top of the table. They're guaranteed to take the top seed going into the playoffs, so we never know. We could be seeing some wild stuff coming from the Ty Lue side. Gentlemen, quick predictions. Tom, let's start with you.
2-0 Ty Lue for my sanity.
For Tom's sanity, can Ty Lue 2-0? That's the question. Hoka, I'm assuming you're going to go with the same.
Yeah, I'm the same. My sanity's not on the line, but I am predicting the 2-0.
You wait.
You wait, young lad. You wait. All right, Dinko. Just you and me left now. Tom, Hoka, thanks for joining us. We'll catch you after the map. And Dinko, I'm going to go your way.
I don't think Invictus, you can predict anything other than a 2-0 for Ty Lue. I love how you're trying to encourage me to predict something
Tom and
stupid.
Hoka still around. They're like, well, why are we still here? Give me a dance, Tom.
But yeah, when you take a look at this matchup, Ty Lue 2-0 is the only option right now, based on everything that we know. And I don't think it's a clear-cut storyline coming into the tournament. No, if I was coming in first day and it was Ty Lue versus Invictus, I wouldn't have said it's going to be an easy 2-0 for Ty Lue. I would say 2-1, right? But when you take a look at it, Invictus have kind of sucked lately. And it's definitely unfortunate to see. And the last time these teams played in the group stages of PAL, Invictus actually beat Ty Lue. They were the only loss in a string of a couple of weeks, right? They won like 20 odd best of 3s, was it? And the only team that would beat them during that long streak was Invictus. And then after that, they went on the streak. So,
and then they lost to, I think they lost to Lin Vision, which I feel like just a big hiccup, basically.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I think that's kind of where this all began, where they started dropping maps, right? Because there were so many 2-0 wins for Ty Lue against some of the weaker teams. They may not have been the cleanest. I remember back to PAL Summer when they had underperformances against the likes of Mazalai. But right now, this performance from Ty Lue in this tournament, it hasn't been terrible, but it has been questionable at times, right? A couple of the maps being dropped that they shouldn't have lost. Convincing losses as well at that. I remember the 16-7 loss against Mazalai, Huatzai, that didn't really make too much sense. But here in this matchup, Ty Lue versus Invictus, based on the performances that we've seen recently from Ty Lue and Invictus, putting them head-to-head, Ty Lue, even though, yes, they've had a couple of maps, they've dropped a couple of moments, we start to question what the hell goes on in their heads. It should be a 2-0, absolutely no problem here for Ty Lue, and I just don't see a world in which it's anything but. Over for Invictus Gaming, though, I want to talk about a storyline for this team, and it's the fact that we big up Shao Sergey and in terms of being the experienced player, putting this team in place.
Did you see flying just Spinbot there?
He's getting ready. This is how they're going to beat Ty Lue. But yeah,
exactly. The way through.
It's like the only way we can beat Ty Lue today is beat them at their own game. But yeah, Shao Sergey, he is definitely a player that's been making far too many mistakes in this tournament so far. I want to see him tighten it up today against Ty Lue. Basically, Invictus can't make any mistakes. The win conditions for Invictus is that their best face comes forward. We see Shao Sergey playing well and not making mistakes. Viva showing up and having his X-Factor performance. Flying, carrying the team. And Bottle playing the way we've seen him a couple of times in this tournament. So, Ty Lue, set it up for an execute play. Smokes are in. It still gets underway.
Flashbang popping a little early. Viva, this one's gonna pop, and a bit of damage being dealt. Nice nade coming out from Destroyer. He unfortunately doesn't have any Kevlar to work with. It's going to play very safe angle. The 2 players towards CT, they're still sticking around to it. This is a very slow reaction from Invictus. They're expecting maybe a potential fake, but the bomb's going to be planted, Dinko. And now we see 4 CTs towards the CT spawn area. Now, Tyloo don't have one flashbang in hands of Summer to use. Flash is good, but they're not going to peek with it. And then the flash comes out, and Attacker's going to find one. Viva replies back, and slowly and Summer, they're mowing them down. It's a shooting gallery, and it's a Jackson Pollock painting of Invictus's body parts just littering CD spawn. And Tyloo, well, just a very basic, simple execute, and they timed that flashbang to perfection, Dinko. The CDs were ready for it. They had their own flashbangs, but the read was just perfect from Tyloo.
Yeah, the Tyloo get it done, and right now, this is the perfect start for him. Pistol picked up, good confident play in towards the A bomb site. There's nothing too thought out about it. It's just straight up execute on towards the A site, take CT control. Very common pistol round strategy. Tyloo, this is a tactic they used a lot back in the group stages of PAL Summer, right, was to get off to this immediate start where they applied pressure from the get-go. And in doing that, they applied so much pressure to their opponent that they never really got going. They never got to play their own game plan. And Tyloo had built up so much momentum and early rounds that given for such a good lead and a good start that they could just dominate for the first couple of rounds. And so far, so good for Tyloo. Summer even taking a kill on the Glock, and well, slowly that's his 3rd kill of the round. Tyloo, I have to say, I know we've only played 1.5 rounds out here, but now 2. Tyloo are looking poised, like they're looking full focused.
Slowly probably doesn't even have his shirt on. We all know, based off one of the videos we saw of Tyloo in their bootcamp playing, he doesn't play with his top. He doesn't wear his jersey. Is completely topless,
free
just channeling. Yeah, just freeing everything, and he's looking good. Like 4K, I know, anti-force by rather, but some sharp shots coming out. And Tyloo, it's too early, and I've seen too many Tyloo games to say Tyloo's looking fabulous
but they
right
are
now.
looking poised
they're
at the
looking
start
good.
at least, right? They're looking focused at the beginning of this, and this is an important start for them. Slowly, is going to continue. He's going to try and run full of it. He goes down finally, after the amount of antics he was involved in the early round, and well, all the pistols is getting dispatched off, Blair.
Yeah, I mean, he was hitting some nutty shots the previous round, and then he gets completely swung by the USP. Flying, now trying to find something, but yeah, it's going to be a very clean round. They don't even have time to get the bomb down because everyone's dead. 3-0, flying start for Tyloo. No pun intended. And for Invictus, we have the guns being purchased. Now, for Viva, he doesn't have enough for Kevlar and an AWP, so it's probably debating. Naked Op, Glass Cannon, does he go for it? No, he's not. He's going to be sticking with the rifles. You know what? I can stand that. I can live with that. Quite a bit of utility. Flying's the only player with a kit, so they have to bear that in mind. And Tyloo, what did it do here against the first buy? Aggression from the CTs. Destroyer gets spotted out by somebody on top of the smoke. And somebody is so lucky to stay alive, but he's gained the information, Dinko. The 2 players playing up close towards ramp. And that should be the tell for Tyloo to just take control of this mid portion, which is exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, full focusing down in the most important part of the map, right? You take that mid control, allows multiple avenues to approach these bomb sites. And I feel like mid control is something a lot of these Asian teams haven't quite figured out yet. You know, there's lots of variations in how you can take that mid control early. And some of the teams that have been picking Mirage actually don't know how to take it properly. Tyloo aren't that team. They are just not going to be that team. So this is a good start for them. And look how much control they have on the T side, Blur.
Tyloo's worst enemy on Mirage is themselves. Yeah, 100%. And it's not even a joke, right? Like, they make mistakes. They make these unforced errors, and I don't know why they do it to themselves. Like, I feel like it's a classic case of giving a kid too much freedom, and they start doing drugs. It's kind of like that, I feel like. Kind of a weird analogy, I know. But watching Tyloo is kind of like that. It's like watching Counter-Strike on drugs. It's pretty mental. They get a little too ahead of themselves, which is why I feel like things do tend to fall apart. But this is very good from them. They've taken a lot of control. Slowly find Xiao Sage. And look at the patience from Attacker, Dinko. There's another player there. Attacker just hugging, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Flying's going to get spotted out. And it's going to be somebody, in fact, who gets the kill. And despite 2 of the players being so very low for the side of Tyloo. They're going to get the palm down, and they have the man advantage. Bottle comes jumping out like a madman, and it's going to be Viva actually gets the kill. Bottle finds another one, and suddenly, the round's over. There's nothing somebody can do. He's coming in for the long flank, Dinko, and is still looking for him. And actually, the bomb is planted for him, and he's going to go for the wide swing, probably expecting someone to have already stuck the bomb. But that was a great retake from Invictus, especially Bottle. He gets 2 kills and even gets a dink as well onto that retake, enabling Viva to finish off the job. So, good retake from Invictus. They keep 3 players alive as well.
Yeah, that's not bad. I think they need to get some early rounds on the board. Bottle having a good performance, a big MVP step up there from him. Very important kills being delivered, and you know, if Bottle was in a position, he gets 3 out of that, right? But he was also in a spot there he could got 4 kills, probably should have got that 4. So yeah, very impressive start from Bottle. And honestly, I was kind of disappointed with him initially, but I'm actually impressed by Bottle now. And I don't think, because of the correlation between Bottle being added to the team and then the immediate downfall of results for Invictus, I think a lot of people will draw from that. Oh, it's Bottle, it's Bottle. He has been good. He has been a solid player. I think the problems arise elsewhere for Invictus. It's definitely nothing to do with Bottle.
Yeah, I won't doubt him individually, although we've seen a few rounds
which have
been questionable.
Oh, good kill from Bottle again, through the wall.
How
and
is
smoke
Viva alive?
onto somebody. And now it's a 2-man advantage employed, barely. Of course, with Viva finally going down to the fire of Dan King. It's 1 kill from Xiao Sergei, and wow, they're moving forward into this retake. It's only Dan King left alone, and he's going to win a 1v4. He goes for the flick up, but he's not going to make it work. Instead, he tucks himself back in the ramp, the Molotov, preventing the vision, severing his information flow. And with a 5-second defuse, he realizes he cannot win this. He flees the scene. He saves the AWP into the next round. A large investment and an impactful weapon in the hands of young Dan King. So, Tyloo 3-2, and they've lost 2 rounds in a row now. Invictus showing up at least in the first few rounds.
I'm just a little flabbergasted as to how Viva didn't die. There were about 60 bullets flying past him. He was taking so much damage as well, but good work from Invictus. I mean, they were smoked out of the bomb site and yet managed to get 2 kills early on as soon as the bomb gets planted, even right before it got planted, if I'm not mistaken. And making that retake look very, very comfortable there. Just a couple of casualties. Tyloo just gonna go back to the same thing, Dinka. Why not? They're getting the bomb down almost every single time. It's just that the postmans weren't ideal. And now, Destroyer, Tom's favorite player, he's in for a world of pain. They know exactly where he is.
Tom
He's
has a
gonna
lot of
get
favorite
pushed
players
out.
now, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He's just completely wrecked there. And Summer is going to catch Bottle trying to be aggressive. And that's the thing, right? In order to take down Tyloo, you got to be a little aggressive. You just can't play, very passively. The problem is Tyloo, if they wake, what is Summer doing? Okay, maybe he's avoiding the flashbang. Perhaps he was. But is it 3v2? Still winnable. Still winnable for Invictus.
Oh, no. Flying.
Oh,
He's
no.
under so much pressure here. Somebody with a headshot. Viva going down, and Flying gets 1, but it's somebody picking up a 4th round for Tyloo. And, well, the Red Dragon, they fly into the A-bomb site, and Invictus cannot stop them. Destroyer literally just got burned to a crisp immediately. He peeks out from Underwood, just boom. Immediately dead.
That was a team flash as well on the Flying.
Oh. Yeah. Invictus are pretty scrappy. Like, you have Tyloo, and it seems crazy. It seems absolutely mental. Because it is. But it's calculated for the most part. You know, there is some rounds where it goes off track, and that's somebody just kind of walking through smokes, doing some wild stuff that you definitely know has not been thought out at all. But there's moments where Tyloo come into the round, and you think it's chaos, right? It is, but it's controlled chaos, if that makes sense. Like, they know what's going on. They know what the idea is, and it's working out.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. There is a method behind. We make jokes, we crack jokes about Tyloo, just winging it, just YOLO plays. No, it's not. There is a method behind the madness. They know exactly what they're doing. It's except at times it feels like Summer, who's the in-game leader, at times when they're winning or when things are going their way, he doesn't say anything. He's like, "All right, guys, just do what you want to do. Yeah, have fun." And that's the problem. And that's when everyone starts going for the stupid, brain-dead plays, just complete lack of respect. Which, even then, when the scoreline's like 14-10 or 14-12, that's when they're going to be like, all right, guys, time to wake up, time to just, close this out. They're going to close it out. They're still going to win it. they're still going to win it. But it's these opportunities. I know it can be frustrating. I know it can be frustrating being the kings of your regions just being almost unplayable, as Summer's going to be caught out here. Good work, but at least trade comes in. Yeah, it can be frustrating. I get it. I completely get it. You're the best team in the region. You're just winning everything. You're winning every tournament. You're making bank. But you're like, when are we going to go outside and play? When are we going to be facing good opposition, right? This is the time. Think about it. This is a time to really work on yourselves. This is a time to play good Counter-Strike, to kind of drill the right protocols. Your reflex, you're like, when it comes to Counter-Strike, especially at high levels like CS, Dinko, you don't really have time to think. You react. And that's an instinctive thing. And your instinct should be to go for the right approach every single time. Yeah. That's only going to happen if you start approaching every round of every map of every game against any opponent the right way. And unfortunately, Tyloo don't do that, which is why I'm scared. When they go to EU or NA, whenever the Corona thing dies down and they qualify for an event, if they play like this, they're going to get bullied by bottom tier 2 EU teams. That makes me sad. Makes me really sad.
Yeah, and it may seem like a long while off, and I think maybe Tyloo thinking along that vein of thought, maybe he's like, yeah, but when are we actually ever going to have to play in Europe? It's not happening anytime soon, that's for sure. So if we can just enjoy ourselves, make a load of money. It's like, that's all they're doing right now. And you can definitely, I understand your argument, and I completely agree with that side of things. And I think that's how they should be approaching it all the time. But it does get a little bit exhausting, and that's where the exhaustion and burnout comes from, right? You got to enjoy what you do. And Tyloo, I guess, they have an opportunity here to take the foot off the gas a little bit. So I guess that's where they're taking it. But I agree with you. From a competitive standpoint, you want to get the best out of this team. We know what they're capable of, and these bad mistakes and bad habits will continue forward with them. But it's somebody who takes down Bottle early on. The bottom stair player completely crippled. Some are able to find the follow-up, and now the defense is gone. There's absolutely no one that can do anything here. And I have a feeling this is how Mirage is going to play out. Just from start to finish, it's going to be Tyloo just taking every single fight, taking every duel, and winning the vast majority of them. And if you're Invictus, you get a little bit scared, because right now Tyloo are definitely poised. Still early on, we know Tyloo can get big halves and sort of throw them all away. But right now, Tyloo are looking focused and in control.
Well, that's a good sign. That's more of what I want to see. They are the best team in the region. I mean, there's no shadow of a doubt.
And it's not even close. I just don't even think it's close. I think Tyloo are just so much better than everybody else.
Oh my god. Deleted. That was absolute. That was a full buy round, Dinko. That was a full buy from Invictus, and they just got picked apart. This is the Tyloo we want to see. But then Tyloo does as Tyloo wants. So right now they seem to they want to make this quick, Dinko. Maybe like Mitch, they have a dinner reservation at the favorite Chinese hot pot place. I miss Chinese hot pot.
I'm very plain eater, blah. Like, in terms of Chinese food, I like the British style Chinese food, if that makes sense.
That's not Chinese
exactly.
food.
That's the kind of Chinese food I like.
Listen, when I was in London, I remember in the hotel we stayed at, I'm not going to take the hotel name, but like it's a well-known chain, let's put it that way. And I ordered a butter chicken with naan bread. So naan means bread. So naan bread literally means bread, which doesn't make any sense. It's like masala chai.
It's just naan bread. There we go. Okay, that's just
and they called it masala chai tea. I'm like, chai means tea. Come on, you were screwing India for 300 years. At least know what the word means, for crying out loud, right? It just tilts me a little bit. And then I order it, and then I have it. I'm like, this isn't bad, but it's definitely not butter chicken. I know what butter chicken is. So when you say Chinese British food, I shudder to think what it is, Dinko.
It's
I like you guys.
Thick French fries,
and Harry and everyone.
Thick French fries, yeah.
Okay.
Go on. A lot of people get different things, and even British people would be very annoyed at me. I'm sure Tom would even be disagreeing with, and Hawkhill would be disagreeing with what I get. But chicken fried rice with egg fried rice, okay, little bit of chips maybe in there. Then some curry, Chinese style curry. It's really good. And then just sort of like a bunch of different chicken, like loads of different tubs of chicken and all sorts of sauce. Like, some sweet and sour. I got this one from New York. It's like a Chinese chicken that was developed in like 1970 when the Chinese moved to America. So that was pretty good. I can't remember what it was called. Dan King. Good opening kill. Destroyer. Oh, one. Chance for a second, but Summer is going to take him down, and he's going to run over and try and get this
why
bomb
are you planting
planted.
now?
You don't need to commit to the plant here, right? You just don't even need to. You can get this bomb down just before the final player goes down. That gets money for the rest of the team, and Walt Dan King will take the kill. Flying falls away. 8-3, 8-2, should I say. Tyloo are in the lead by quite a convincing margin, and they've already won the half play.
They have, and it's not even close, is it? It's almost like they're not even trying. I mean, and look at that average aggregate HP left at the end of the round, 231 to 38. That's one of the most lopsided figures I've seen so far. It's not even close. The double op setup does come out, the Dinko, Destroyer, and Viva. Also, just taking a look at Twitch chat. One guy's like, they won't get bullied in EU casters. Silvers. Well, you know what? Just go to HLTV. Look at Tyloo's last international event. Look at ESL Pro League. Look at the results. Then get back to me, son. Well, I'm feeling really salty today.
Just like war on Twitch chat. You know, we've been here for 2 weeks straight. Was it 3? I have no idea.
I like Twitch chat. There's some genius guys out there, especially delusional Tyloo fan. Shout out to him.
Yeah, he's. I'm sure he's here. I'm sure he's watching.
I'm sure he doesn't miss a single Tyloo game.
Nah, you wouldn't be a delusional Tyloo fan if you weren't in chat.
Yeah, true. And it's not me. And people have asked, is that your alt? No, it's not my alt. It's not my alt. How does he win that duel? Jesus.
Oh, that's so stupid. Well, Shao gay. Unlucky. Slowly is looking incredible today, actually. He's really looking quite solid. And we're going to get to see Tyloo in round number 11 with the bomb near T-spawn with 30 seconds left. Oh, he's realized, okay, we have to actually do something. Where are we going to go here? 3v4, they're man down. They're going to go to the B-bomb side. Bottle has taken down slowly. That does just leave only 2 players. And they're coming through the apartment. It's 1 kill from Viva that leaves Dan King alone in the world. And he's not going to be winning this, but I just got to call it now until he finds the headshot. Now 10 seconds. He's going to look for more, but Viva's playing this well. But there's no time at all. And that's going to be the round lost here for Dan King. He's just dancing chaotic key here on the B-bomb site. And it's Bottle now will get the final kill. 3 rounds picked up for Invictus.
Is that wallbang even possible?
Through the yeah, I think there's like a small gap that you can maybe shoot through. Like
that was through the wood and the wall and the pillar.
Okay, we get
he was trying to go for that shot.
I'm sure towards the end of the replay, but yeah, there's like a little pixel. I think it's kind of like on Cash when you used to be able to wallbang default from main.
Yeah.
Like it's small. It's very small. You're not gonna hit it with the way he was trying to shoot.
Can we get a replay of the shot, like the second shot from Dan King PGL later on, where he tries to go for the wallbang and Destroyer? Is that's just ludicrous. Of course they lose the round, Dinko, but the money is very good, so they're not gonna be too worried right now. Ooh.
Huh. It's an interesting approach. I feel like Invictus just need to play with confidence. Okay. And what, Dan King, hello?
Hello?
What is the decision making right there? It's like, oh, no one here. I'm going to keep going until someone kills me.
Yeah, I mean, if you peek out there, you want someone nearby to go for an insta-trade maybe.
And you need someone close ramp. But look at their closest player. It's Summer. He's got the bomb. There's no one else with him. He's not going to commit to ramp. So you're basically just giving away your life for what would be an incredibly small percentage success rate in that duel.
Well, Shoutside Gate takes down somebody who was in a decent position here. Tyloo, you know, these are the rounds we talk about where they don't know what's going on. These are the rounds where they make their own decisions and it doesn't work out. But somebody, slowly, should I say, taking 2 kills as he lines up 2. Summer eventually goes down, but it's a 1v2 with 20 seconds left. Slowly, 6 HP, and unfortunately, Bottle is going to take him down. Slowly nearly does enough there to pull that back into a winnable situation for Tyloo. I started to get a little bit worried, Blair, because, you know, they should be punished for that kind of round. They really should. And we get to see the replay.
Okay.
Wonderful PGL.
Watch this. Watch this.
All right. Okay.
There is no gap there.
You can no. That you cannot wallbang. I'm talking about. I thought he was trying to shoot through the.
No, that's what I was talking
but
about.
Yeah,
I'm
that
like,
you can't
what
do.
is he doing?
That you cannot do at all. But he maybe would find something, you know, that you miss all the shots you don't hit.
We need to
or don't take, should I say? That makes sense. You miss all the shots you don't hit. Yeah, that is true. But
that's maybe pushing
you
it.
Don't take as well.
That shot might be pushing it.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Can't wait for Galaxy Minds and Vax Sucks to delve into that particular clip. But they don't know what we do. That Danking is an actual madman. He will take any shot. Oh, hey, Donny McDroneface. What does he have for us today? The utility file as well? Whoa, okay.
Well,
I believe
he's doing everything.
Yeah, top fragging, top flashing, using a lot of utility.
Refragging, pulling it back into important rounds.
Not wearing a shirt.
Not wearing a shirt, yeah. You know, that's a rare photo. He's got a shirt on in this one. I'm just going to imagine, like, slowly just having these crazy MVP performances for Tyloo. We go back to LAN when cameras are on him, and they're like, please put on your shirt slowly. He's like, no, I can never play without my shirt again. with my shirt again. And that's gonna be funny. Well, 13-8 right now, slowly. Definitely paying off. So you guys at home, if you want to try playing Counter-Strike, maybe take your shirt off. And while Summer, he's going to be pushing forward. Oh, how he gets one? It was a delay in the kill feed. I think because our observers are obviously in Romania and these servers are out in China, so there's probably a little delay in terms of the kill to the kill feed. And I thought Summer didn't get anything. And while Viva, he's in the connector, he nearly gets caught out there. And Attacker's going to try and force him into the open. Well played from Attacker. That's genius. He's still got a smoke and a flash left, so I would like to see a smoke come down over the cross, at least towards jungle and connector. But instead, it's just jungle, and they're not going to cross up until this point. I'm not a big fan of that peek from Attacker, nor from Slowly, so it does leave Danking in a 1v3, which was a 3v3 to begin with, but he's going to have a chance to win this. He doesn't know the players directly above him, and it's actually Bottle from CT that finds that kill. Tyloo kind of throw that one away. I feel like that was...
Attacker did.
Yeah, Attacker did, and Slowly tried to make up for it, but it's shut down. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Also, they could have smoked off... They could have smoked off Connector, right? And if you're going to end up taking a duel, which Attacker did, just think about this. Would you rather take a duel against a possible AWP playing from short, where you have the long-range fight? Or would you rather smoke off Connector and isolate a 1v1 duel from jungle? I know which one I would choose. But if you're going to take the duel anyway, you might as well smoke off the cross, because then it lets you get across, right?
Indeed. And on top of that as well, like, Attacker, I know he took the fight with Viva with the Molotov, but you got to understand, he was exposed, completely exposed to jungle. And the sheer balls in the man, just to stand there, throw the Molotov, and ensure he gets to kill. It was risky. I feel it was unnecessary. Sure, he gets the kill there, but they had no information whether there might be a CT who could potentially be pushing out from jungle to try and save Viva there. And he gets away with it, and then he re-peeks out into its connector again, so... Attacker with some curious decision-making over there. Invictus have... okay, it's not perfect yet, but they're looking pretty decent. It's a decent recovery, Dinko. It was looking pretty much done at one point. But somebody...
Yeah, he's pulled it back. This could be one of those random somebody rounds that come out of nowhere, but Danking...
like how somebody has an AK. He's got an AK. He's like,
you think I'm going to use this thing? That's for the long-range fight, and he's going to try and take those long-range duels against the AWPer, but he's caught. He was dead anyway. You got a player coming in from shore, you had one in the connector. He would have had to have pulled off some device level 1 versus 3, right? It's just hit all of the headshots immediately. 8-6 though, this was a dominant start from Tyloo. Like you said earlier on, you can never really be fully confident in Tyloo. Like, you can never come in and go, oh, they're looking so clued in, they're looking completely comfortable, they're going to be winning this half convincingly. Yeah, that kind of changed quite quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing with Tyloo. Like, when everything's going their way, when it gets a little too easy, it's almost like they lift the foot off the pedal just to make things more... No one's checking. No one's checking. At least Attacker gets a kill onto Viva. Now, Destroy's position is known. The Molotov's going to flush him out, and, well, he gets taken out before... Why is Summer standing in his teammate's own flames? What is going on? Somebody left now.
No, he walked through the smoke. He knew he gets the transfer, but it's Bottle quickly on the headshot. What a half from Bottle as well. He had so many important kills and moments here for this team. 17-8 right now.
Flying, a terrible game for Flying, though. Just the 3 kills, a player who we widely regard as a star for this Invictus lineup. And despite that, Dinko, they get a 7 rounds, which isn't too terrible. Which isn't too terrible a showing, if you ask me. They have been looking pretty grim. It was looking pretty grim initially for the Invictus side, but a good resurgence. Also helped out a little by Tyloo being a little loosey-goosey in their approach in the past 5 rounds. But you know what? If you're Invictus, you're happy with the way this turned out. But here we go, Dinko. Second half going live, and Tyloo, a little bit of aggression towards top of mid. I like this.
Attacker, he's up towards top middle. Yes, a good bit of aggression, a good bit of confidence coming through from the team. And now we have got Invictus starting to come through the underpass. One swinging up top middle. Dan King goes down early on, slowly as well, caught in the crossfire. And what a start it is from Invictus.
What? Oh. Somebody. Gonna be left alone again. He's been in a lot of these clutch situations, Dinko. And unfortunately, not many of them has gone his way, despite his best efforts. I like the setup from Tyloo, but the player top mid just getting instantly taken down. Sorry, the player inside a window kind of ruined whatever hold was going the way of Tyloo. There's somebody still able to find a headshot despite being flinched pretty badly. 7 HP. Really not much you can do here. Doesn't even have a kit. Runs out of bullets, has to go for the reload. And just one little graze from any of the bullets in the blocks, and he's going to be done for. And there we go. Shao Saga is going to put him to bed. Invictus, they tie things up, Dinko. It was 8-3 for Tyloo, and now Invictus have definitely come roaring... 8-2, I'm sorry. And have just come roaring back into this game. Well, Destroyer. It's the man with the Mac 10, couple of Mac 10s, and Deagle, this time slowly, not able to hit the shot. It's taken down. It's a little bit of a stack towards B. And somebody's the only one facing. Oh. Okay, hey, somebody finds Flying. Now, is that going to force them back towards A? Because it is a stack towards B, Dinko. And Summer's the only one holding onto this A bomb set with a Desert Eagle of his.
You know, Tyloo and Deagles, there's 4 of them left, but maybe this will be something that works out for them. It's going to be Shao Saga, though, swinging out from Palace. The kill on the Summer comes through quite quickly indeed. And now it's, well, it's the 1 AK in the hands of somebody trying to fight at long range. I feel like somebody's quietly got 15-9 right now, Vlad. Like, you haven't seen him just completely pop off and just have these crazy rounds over and over again. But he's just steadily been doing the damage, and that's important alongside Slowly, who has slowed down, living up to his name, actually. Remember the start that he got, and he's had a little bit less impact as we've gone on into this half, and I think that's definitely a reason as to why we're seeing the scoreline develop as it is, as Invictus head into the lead. Hero Mirage, Tyloo's map pick. And Invictus, they're playing better than they have previously, and maybe this is rising to the level of their opponent. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? No one does. Again, just reminding everyone that Invictus were the only team in the summer Perfect World Asia League who were able to take a series off Tyloo and even took a map off them in the grand finals. No one else were able to take a map of Tyloo. Tyloo 2-0'd literally every other team. It's been a different tale this time around. Tyloo is still flawless, that's a different. They haven't lost a single game yet, but they have dropped a lot of maps to a lot of teams. In fact, many of the series, it could have been a 2-0 favoring their opponents if not for, Tyloo just doing Tyloo things.
That's pretty crazy that Invictus were the only team that actually beat Tyloo in a series back in Pal Summer. Ooh, Eva. I'm pretty sure they're the only team that took a map off them, right, as well? Like, if you put it that way. So,
true.
That's
the only team to have won us any map over Tyloo was Invictus.
Yep.
Crazy stat.
In the entire tournament. It's been a little less convincing this time around, but nonetheless, still pretty good. They're still flawless. Can Invictus be the only team to take a series off them again? Now that would be quite incredible, because Invictus, right, we're talking about how bad they've been playing, and it's true, they have definitely dropped off, but they still make it the playoffs. They still beat the teams they need to in front of them, right? Oh, Dan King, that's a good kill. Bottle going down, Flying starting to move forward, he's up towards top connector, Summer in towards window room. Close play on the bottom of the stairs, and that is Attacker with a Mac 10. He's taking one, jumps across, goes down to Flying, who now has to try and win this round. But oh no, Tyloo on the Deagles. Until as old as time, as they now have a chance to try and win this one. 25 seconds. Flying. There was a Molotov down in towards middle. He's aware of each and every position of his opponents. And he could win this round for Invictus. He could give them a 10th. 15 seconds now on this clock. Tyloo know they can just hide, and somebody spotted him. They're just toying with him. It's a Flying sandwich, and he's going to find the headshot. Molotov goes down into connector, and Flying, he can win this round, Blair. Burning as he runs through it. Somebody down to 26, and he's over the top. Flying, what a clutch. What a beast. Invictus Gaming, they've got a hero on their team. It's 10-8 on the board as Invictus now reach double figures.
Oh my god, that was sick. That was sick from Flying. We pointed out at the end of that half, he had only 3 kills, Dinko, and that was a round that Invictus had no business losing. It was a 2v4, and somehow Flying, yeah, a 1v4. I'm sorry, I take that back. Yes, Tyloo were on an eco. Yes, they had a few pistols and a one-saved AK-47, but he played this to perfection. He uses the Molotovs as well to isolate the players in that 1v2 at the end there. And a little bit of unnecessary overfacing, I felt like, from Tyloo. It was a 1v4, Dinko. They had him trapped. And Tyloo being Tyloo, to continue to face until it was the 1v2 at the end, which, again, that was so well played by Flying.
Yeah, he's
showing
19.
Why. He's a star. Oh. Was he trying to go for a jump shot?
Yep.
Somebody, you absolute...
Hello? Somebody? Anybody in there?
Listen, it's
Hello?
not 50... It's
Cold
not 15-9. You're not Cold Zera. It's not a major finals or semi-finals. Why do you want to go for a jumping no-scope shot with a 10-8 down? There's no reason.
I just love the sound effects that you make when somebody just does something ridiculous. It's absolutely brilliant just hearing your descent into madness. So, well, shouts out, okay, 2 HP. Oh, he gets caught. It's Summer taking him away. How are they going to try and play for this retake once they realize? Oh, there's not actually. It's the same call. There we go. Good job. They're too far away. They can't even get anything done here. And, well, what a terrible showing this is from Tyloo after their initial brilliant start. It's so weird. It's so weird how this plays out. Invictus are dominating them right now. I'm not saying dominating in terms of how they're winning the rounds, because a lot of them are coming close, right? But the scoreline just keeps on ticking for Invictus, and that's all that matters, right? It's 11-8 up now.
Why is somebody like this? I don't know. Great peek from Bottle there, by the way, using the edge of the smoke, catching them off guard. Let's try to understand, Dinko. You're a CT, right? You have an AWP, Mirage B bomb site. You gotta reach there before the T's do. You have a lot of avenues, a lot of angles to set yourself up. A little bit aggressive, maybe helped out by a smoke or a flashbang by a teammate, maybe using a Molotov, maybe using a movement, maybe a boost, whatever. No, somebody goes for a jumping no-scope in a 5v5.
He's mental. That's the only explanation you can ever have. He's just mental. I love him, though. I love watching somebody most of the time. But some of the times, he becomes my least favorite player to watch because he hurts my head.
Yeah, it's... I love him and I hate him at the same time.
He must hurt his own head sometimes. Like, surely, come on. You gotta realize that's just dumb. Like, why have I just done that? I don't know.
I don't think he thinks that. That'd be...
He can't do it. He'd stopped it a long time ago if he thought around that thin thought.
Somebody just... It's kind of like my ex. Like, hate him and love him at the same time.
Oh.
I'm talking about somebody.
There we go. Just clearing that up, everybody.
Yeah, she was kind of like somebody. She just didn't make sense either. Anyway, but she had her moments. That's the thing.
Yeah.
At least not like Mitch's friend Dave.
Oh no. That guy needs some help. Hope he's happy now. That's all I can say. Turns out, actually, Dave is Mitch. Well, Xiaosake with the headshot slowly goes down, and well, a 4 versus 3, 3v3 now. Bottle taking a headshot. And how has this been recovered? How have Invictus turned this into a situation that they're actually going to come out on top on? But it's Attacker looking to make the difference for Tyloo. He moves forward and gets a second. That's the bomb down. Attacker. That's disgusting. 3 kills and a 9th round for Tyloo.
Xiaosake was 17 HP and the M4 didn't connect. Not one bullet. Oh my god. What a play from Attacker though. He's like, oh guys, do I have to do everything on my own again? Pushes in and basically 1v3s that entire side. His teammate was nowhere nearby either. His teammate had just entered market by the time Attacker finished that 3k. But they've broken the economy, Dinko. They've broken the money. Preemptive Molotov to extinguish the smoke for jungle, but they're not going to be finding any smoke instead. It's going to be Xiaosage creeping up, crouch walking, crab walking, Attacker. Well, he's no more. And that's a gun retrieved by the T's. Well, not yet. Xiaosage is just going to let it go. We're just going to leave it lying in connector, and he's going to be getting control of jungle. Curious.
Bomb's coming back towards A, or at least it was, and now it's not. Xiaosage's got such a good position, so he's allowing the bomb to go back over towards B. I was very confused because the position of Xiaosage would have delivered them a great B split, and so now they walk into this B bomb site. Xiaosage's on the bench, slowly somehow finding the kill, and he could be a problem here. He could be a problem against the Pistols, who had a chance to win the round here, but it will be one. From slowly, he gets a good couple of kills into this round. 2 picked up for him overall. Now Dan King trying to move forward. Pulls out the sidearm, but it's a headshot out the left side. Somewhere found the first. Now it's a 10th round, yes, for Tyloo. But a round that Invictus will be happy enough with. They get the bomb down. They get 3 kills. It's not the end of the world for them. They move into this round with plenty of cash. And there's a chance to keep the lead and extend upon it.
You can also just like point out if Bottle had made his way towards the bench, he could have picked up the rifle, and it could have got a little scary. But nice shot from Dankik, tapping away his head. 11-10 scoreline. Tyloo, well, they seem to have gone AFK for a while, but they have come back. Although the wins have not been convincing. Take a look at the cash for Summer and his men. It's 3 players at $1,000 below $1,000 mark. Attacker in 1,500. He's the player with the most amount of reserve cash. Apart from that, everyone's kind of broke here. It's going to be one of those pivot rounds here, Dinko.
Yeah.
Invictus, low on cash as well. Score tied 11-10. And I feel like the way this round goes is kind of dictate how this map actually might swing towards an A hit coming in. And Summer, what's he going to do?
when they come through. While Summer is going to take one headshot. Destroy going to go down. Follow up from Summer as well. That's good. That's brilliant. Shouts again now on a 1v2. The veteran of this team, the player that we usually talk about having the most experience and the most level head on the roster, but it's kind of not been that way recently. Time to try and make up for it. 1 versus 2 clutch against somebody and slowly. Shouts okay, he's going to catch the burst, slowly giving him a free fight, and somebody's still on short. He's still on short. He's waiting for a peek to come out, but that's not coming his way. Shouts okay, he's like, where is he? Is he here? Somebody's just taking so long to get anywhere near this site. And Shouts Gay does the right thing by not moving, but now he's let the time pass so much that somebody's now in his head. Where can he be? Somebody needs this kill immediately. The footset's being made. He could have played this so much better, but he jumps up. He goes for the jump shot, but it's not going to work out. Somebody plays that one very badly. And it's 12-10. Invictus Gaming now extending upon their lead. And the money is gone again for Tyloo. I mean, it's in a position where they can get a couple of deagles out, but it's not going to be the buy. And I really do wonder how they end up losing that round. Like, somebody is just on short and he just does nothing in the retake. Slowly is like, are we going to go for this? Somebody's like, no.
And there were even 2 Molotov kills for Invictus, I think. There was at least 1 kill with a Molotov. It's kind of crazy. Oh, nice nade, but danking. Oh my lord, that is sick. That is sick. And the Deagles, Dinko. The Deagles. God damn, why are Tyloo so
Like this.
good and yet so bad at times? It's disgusting. Oh my god.
This is so dumb.
They just got destroyed.
This is so ridiculous. Danking
Holy
just went.
shit.
Oh, we lost that last round. Let's do something with the deagles. Has an idea, and it's gonna go kill 3 people in the round. Good job, Danking. 16-10. He's recovered it for Tyloo. This could have been a real bad scenario for them. This could have been the moment where Invictus take 13. The money will be on the line again. If Tyloo don't win that gun round, Invictus then probably looking at 14-15 rounds here on Mirage. But a good round from Tyloo, and it puts them back into the driver's seat. And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want somebody danking or even attacker driving my car. That's for sure.
Oh. Look at him. Look at him just taking the fight. Just no respect play from Tyloo. Why does Danking have a deagle out? I don't know where he got the kill, Dinko, but well, quick mop up. 3k for attacker and a little bit of an eco bash. Oh, actually no, was that a force buy? That was a force buy.
Yeah, they
sorry.
had deagles out. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was like a light upgrade, but it was a full investment from Invictus. They got
Didn't go well.
nothing done there.
It didn't go well.
Yeah, they got nothing done. They just got smacked down into the ground. Oof. Well, here we go, Dinko. Scores are tied again.
No closer, but it feels like Tyloo do have the edge right now, Blair. I think you can definitely see that by looking at their buys right now. Just the pistols out here for Invictus. Should be dispatching of this easily. With Tyloo taking the lead again for, was it the first time they've taken the lead since they were 1 up, and after that they just kind of
yeah. So they were 8-2 up, and then Invictus won
Just went on a streak.
9 rounds, 9 rounds in a row.
and this is the first time they've been in the lead, from that point.
I'm not a big fan of how somebody's holding this.
Oh, he's
There's
gonna
no
try.
one nearby.
He's even inspecting his gun. He's like having a little look, and he's gonna have first kill, all stuck in default. That's the bomb down, so that delays and allows them to come forward. I mean, somebody works it out, gets it done. 3 kills picked up. You can definitely see the risk involved in that, but nonetheless, they do win the round here. 13-12, 3 away from victory here, Tyloo, and Invictus are gonna buy up Blair.
I really like the positioning there from somebody after he gets the first 2 kills. He hugs the wall facing short because he knows his teammate's there and just has to worry about one angle, right? Doesn't really worry about getting flanked from behind. So in the end, yeah, well held. I was feeling a little worried. But here we go. Tyloo in the lead. It's kind of crazy. You look at the aggregate average HP left at the round end, and you look at Tyloo versus Invictus, you just compare 78 166. You're like, oh yeah, Tyloo's winning easily, aren't they? No, it's 13-12. It's the numbers is just sometimes the numbers lie.
Yeah, there's been a few rounds where Invictus just get the first 2 kills and Tyloo being forced to save 3 players, right? So that's definitely helped boost that a little bit as well, even in the rounds that they've lost. But Tyloo, when they win rounds, they win them cleanly, it seems, at the moment. Like, there's a few rounds obviously come down to the 1 versus 1, but they've won so many rounds where they just lose 1 player or no players. Summer. He's gone in towards ramp. Deep smoke coming in towards the ramparts.
He's been heard.
I think that was intentional. You see how he walks and comes back? I think he wants a player to walk through that smoke. He would have the favorable position, but look at Viva and Flying trying to move forward. DanKing just dropping off, taking 1 kill, but it's Bottle, Shao Sergei, and Destroyer finding 3 kills, and somebody left on the V-bomb site alone, and that is going to be job done. Invictus tie it up, and yeah, I do want to bring it back to DanKing and what the hell he was doing there.
I didn't notice.
He's playing. He dropped off Ticket. He dropped off Ticket to take 1 fight towards Connector. He's done after that, right? You just sacrifice the CT position, the A bomb site hold, and the AWP for 1 kill.
Okay, a little bit of an update. Excuse me. Tomorrow, if Checkmate beat After Gaming, Dinko, it's going to come down to the map difference and there won't be a tiebreaker. If After Gaming beats Checkmate, After Gaming, Checkmate, and ooh, that's tasty, somebody. That's really tasty. You always love a good one tap. But yeah, if After Gaming beat Checkmate, Dinko, there's going to be a 3-way tie between After Gaming, Checkmate, and Bren, and there will be a tiebreaker being played. Best of ones.
What a wonderful set of affairs that will be.
Indeed.
It's been a close affair here in Powerful. It's been a great matchup for a lot of these teams. You know, you take a look at the format, and we've got to see the true weaknesses of some of the teams that consider themselves the best, right? We started to see teams take maps off Tyloo. We've seen Checkmate. They've been the story of this tournament, right? They've been the team that have come into this, no one expecting anything, and completely shocking us all. A win against Vici, not even a 2-1 slog, a 2-0 shutout coming in from Checkmate yesterday. What a strange tournament it has been, and it has delivered exciting matches. And what Tyloo, they are usually the team you know are going to be the consistent factor, the team that have been winning, and that's exactly why they get wins under their belt. That display of mechanical brilliance from Attacker, the double kill coming in. It's Destroyer, Flying, and Bottle trying to pull off a 3v4, and Tyloo, they sit back, they play for the retake, and the retakes have been pretty shocking, actually, Blood. They have not been that great.
Well, let's see if this works out, though. Barely have man advantage. Oh, but never mind. Then man advantage gone.
Yeah.
DanKing with the op. Oh, he... Switch to CZ. Flashbang's going to pop. That's a good flashbang. It's a little too late. DanKing peeks preemptively, Dinko. And that's a call for the save. There's nothing they can do. Somebody with another nice tap, but it's all he's getting style points. Invictus 14-13.
Yeah. These retakes have sucked for Tyloo. Like, even in 2v1s, like, even in 2v1s, when they have a huge man advantage, they have plenty of time to work with, and they should be winning those rounds. They still have just been so bad at retakes. They take way too long. Somebody seems to just give up when it's a retake, to be honest. Like, he just is so far removed from anything. Oh, it's so annoying. Well, Tyloo definitely gonna work on that.
Why is he facing before the flash? The flash was coming in, DanKing. That was a very good flash from his teammate. It was for him. He had a CZ out. He had a CZ ready to just spray down the guy. It would have been a free kill. It would have been a 3v2 retake.
Wobler, do you believe it's going to be the map win for Invictus? Do you feel like Tyloo are going to break their hearts here? Because I think it's just impossible to call at this point. But I'm asking you. I'm throwing you under the bus.
At this point, the only loser is me and my mind. Because it just... Look, Invictus, they're fighting, right? They're giving their all. They're clutching stuff out. They're playing against a team many people regard as the... Why is someone just spinning around in the server? Okay, maybe it looked like someone disconnected. Yeah, it's just Tyloo, just some weird plays. Look, we know they're the better team. We know they have the better aimers, but they make it hard for themselves, right? Like you said it yourself. Somebody extremely slow in the rotation. Danking peeking out unnecessarily. A 1v4 thrown away because they got a little too over-eager. Look, we know you, Tyloo. We know how good you are as a team, as individuals, but if they gave a little bit more respect to their opponents, they'd actually be winning way more convincingly. This game should have been done about 7-8 minutes ago. It should have been like 16-10 for Tyloo. But they keep allowing Invictus back into the game. It's kind of crazy. Double up setup to Dinko this time around. It's going to be somebody and Danking.
Well,
Somebody's not wasting any time, yeah.
Yeah, he's not wasting any time at all. And well, we held it on. Bottle starting to move forward. Flying's it behind. I want to see somebody pop off. 23 and 14. They're coming to test him on this B-bomb side. He's been pretty good so far. In fact, stellar at times. And he's got an important first kill. Somebody's going to be looking for another. He's thrown the smoke down himself to use as extra cover. And now the rest of the team is starting to move forward into the bomb site. The bomb has gone down. Another retake having to come in, Blair. And it's on the B-bomb site this time. I'm not favoring Tyloo. I'm going to be honest. The retakes, look at the map. Look at the map right now. They're so scared of retaking.
Oh, they're not retaking. They're not.
They
It's
have
too late.
flashbangs at the ready. They have flashbangs set up. There goes a little bit of utility. They're going to start diving through the bomb site. Summer charges in. It's going to be 1 kill 4 and Financers back. 17 seconds to do this, Blair. They take far too long, time and
They're
time
still
again.
going?
But they keep on going, and they're going to throw every single one of their weapons away. And it's map point for Invictus. How have they done this?
I don't know, Dinko. If he doesn't save this off. Oh my god, that was just terrible from Tyloo. 15-13 though, Invictus 1 round away from taking Tyloo's map pick. And Tyloo, well, they've lost to Huadzai earlier in Mirage, Dinko. And here they are, 1 round away from losing to Invictus, as we do have a player dropping out. I do struggle. I do struggle with trying to get into the minds of Tyloo. Can't help it, I have to. Oh boy. Well, if you do have After Gaming beating Checkmate tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have 3 best of 3s after that. Sorry, 3 best of 1s after that as a tiebreaker. Oh boy, that's gonna be fun. I wonder which game that is tomorrow. So, the first game of the day is Vici Huadzai, and then the second game of the day is Checkmate and After. So that's the game everyone's gonna be keeping an eye on to see how it's gonna play out. To be honest, though, I mean, it's a game which doesn't really matter for Tyloo. I mean, they're still going to be making it to the playoffs as the top seed. But it is for Invictus that it's a problem. They need to... not really a problem. They've qualified as well, pretty much. It's just that you want the top seed, right? You don't want to play Tyloo as an opening game when you're during the playoffs. You want to face them later on, potentially in the grand finals, like the previous RMR. So, yeah, Invictus, they're still going to be battling for this matchup. And right now, they're 1 round away from taking map number 1, Dinko.
They are indeed. Sorry, there was construction. I don't know what it is, Blair, about you and I, but people seem to want to do construction near us during the broadcast.
Yeah, I can hear a little bit of drill work happening. Dan King. Oh my lord, he's dead.
Oh, he's under pressure. Oh, I hate Dan King sometimes. He just makes some of the worst decisions with his ult. He was the most impactful player. He needed to deliver, and now Attacker's going to step up, but it's not going to be enough. It's somebody in slowly in a 2v3, and it's going to be the win here for Invictus Gaming. Dan King needed to deliver with that ult. He was the player who had the most important gun in play, and he decides to go play aggressive ramp. Invictus Gaming are going to get a map win against Tyloo here, and they're going to be 1 up in the series. Not only is it a map win, Blair, but it's Tyloo's map pick going their way. And Tyloo have been pretty bad on Mirage lately. They have not been that clean and clinical team we know they have been in the past. It has been a strange one. And Tyloo lose the map, Tom, as usual.
As usual, let's get Tom and Alex onto the desk. And all right,
No.
Hawker.
Stop re-peaking. Oh. Why are you fighting when you've already lost the round? Oh.
Hello, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Was that
Hey,
a bad
Tom.
dream you were
Sup,
having,
Tom?
or was that reality?
Yeah, no, I had a nightmare that in like 20 seconds left in a round, and in a 4 versus 4, Tyloo tried to run in and retake, and they all died. It was horrible. Did
imagine
Tyloo
that happening in real life.
win their map choice?
No, they ran in 4v4 and threw all the guns away at the most important round of the game. It's not even that shocking. That's the worst part about this whole experience. Tyloo take us on a
Why are
on a
you even
roll.
surprised, Tom? Why are you even surprised at this point? Why are you pretending? Like, you're not really an
Top
actor.
tier
Let's be
actor.
real.
I just wanted
Top
a
tier
reason to have my blanket, to be honest.
I really thought you had a stroke and you were dead. So I was actually worried for a second. I had to I thought I had to message Ren on Twitter
the
and
only
like,
person
yo,
who
it's
has
Tom
a stroke
okay?
on this broadcast is Dinko.
All right,
Tom.
Hawker, let's hear from you. What did we witness here? What did Tyloo do, or what didn't they do?
I don't know, man. Every round that was close, it felt like was won by Invictus. You were looking at the kills at some point, and Invictus were in the lead, and they had way less kills because Tyloo were just losing a bunch of these rounds. Look at these 1vx's. Flying win this clutch.
1v4.
Bottle won a clutch. Zalsage won a clutch. There were a bunch of these 1vx's. And like you were saying throughout the whole game, the retakes just weren't there for Tyloo. I don't know what it was. The team play just never looked that great for them in a bunch of these rounds. And that was with them winning crazy rounds like this from Danking. They had rounds where their skill just carried them through and they still couldn't win. It just goes to show that sometimes skill isn't everything. If you're just going to play like that, you can still lose.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've run out of things to say.
The fact that you look worse than Invictus on a team level is ridiculous. This team are terrible as well. Like they should not be struggling this much, Tyloo, especially because their win condition usually is getting off to a good start. That's exactly what Tyloo did. They were 8-2 up, Blair. Why have they gone on and lost 9 rounds in a row? How's that happen?
Shh. You'll be fine. It's okay. It's all right. We're gonna go to a very quick break, Dinko. We can probably grab some of your anti-anxiety meds or something just to feel a little better, a little calmer. That's what I do all the time. Maybe your caffeine pills can probably shove
Take
them,
me through.
Yeah, in certain holds. It does help, I heard. Let's take a look at the MVP of that map. What are you talking about? I'm talking about mouth.
Yes.
You disgusting human beings. Let's take a look at the MVP of that particular map, though. I do believe it has to be... Oh, it doesn't look like we have an MVP for that game because of how that game played out.
Yeah, it was a match that no one deserved. Yeah, I mean, Bottle was.
It has to be Bottle.
It had to be Bottle.
So we have Bottle, and we have... I'm going to give Flying as well for that 1v4, which Tyloo kind of threw away, but he did magic clutch it. But, ladies and gentlemen, map number 1 will go the way of Invictus. Surprise, surprise. Are you? I don't know. Not me. Tyloo, they will go down on their map pick. Coming up next, though, it is going to be Inferno. The perennial pick from Invictus against the team who have the highest win rate on in Asia. Again, Tyloo would be the favorite team here, but are they? That's the question on everyone's lips. We're going to be going to a very short break, and we will be back with more Asian Counter-Strike madness. Alrighty, gentlemen, are you ready for more Counter-Strike action? Because we got Tyloo versus Invictus. Map 1 somehow being snatched away from the claws of Tyloo by Invictus. What a showing coming up from Bottle and Flying. And despite the valiant efforts of Slowly initially, Dingo, we had some huge moments from the side of Tyloo, but unfortunately, they couldn't do it.
Yeah, they decided they didn't want to retake any bomb sites, and when they did, they left it down to 10 seconds. So yeah, really, really good stuff from Tyloo on the CT side.
Or 20 seconds left on the bomb, and you retake it with 2 ops. Yeah.
Never want to see that again. But yeah, coming into Inferno, it's a classic scenario of where Invictus give Tyloo their best map and let them play Mirage as well. Invictus suck on Inferno. We've seen that over and over again. It's kind of weird because I feel like two teams here are a bit living in the past, right? Tyloo are very good at Mirage, or were very good at Mirage, should I say, and have kind of looked a little flat coming into this tournament. Back in Pal Summer, there were cracks in it as well at times, you know, especially against likes of Mazalai, who really forced them to an overtime win. But here on Inferno, this has been a map that Invictus have not been able to play over the past couple of days. This B-bomb site hold has always been a weakness for them. The decision-making is off. Tyloo, I feel like, going to win Inferno, just based on Inferno being a good map for them and Invictus kind of struggling. So it's kind of weird how this series is playing out, but in the end, we're going to get the 3 maps you expected, I think.
Yeah, I feel like apart from the B-bomb side being a problem for Invictus, Xiao Sage just being...
T-side as well.
I don't know what he does in Banana. T-side Banana, he just goes up alone. Barely any pop flashes for him. No backup. No one to trade. He just goes up and is like, yeah, I'm going to get a kill. Or maybe I'm going to die. And most of the time he dies, unfortunately. And becomes a 5v4 favoring his opposition, which is not the ideal way to go about the T side of Inferno, especially when you're the in-game leader, Dinko. It just raises a lot of questions.
He's the player that should be leading by example, right? And making sure that these mistakes don't happen across the board. But he's the player making the mistakes. And it's very hard to believe in an in-game leader and be like, yes, I won't push this. And when they're doing the exact thing they're telling you not to do, right? It's more like that phrase, practice what you teach, right? Or practice what you preach. It's kind of true. And I don't know what Xiao Sage is doing for this team in terms of in-game leading. I would love to be there and hear the comms, because I'm assuming it's not going to be anything wonderful. It's probably just based on how they're feeling or where they want to go at the start of the round. They just kind of like, okay, 3A, 2B. There we go. That's how that works. And Invictus have enough skill sometimes to make it work, and they get it done against Tyloo. I mean, at least they attempted retakes. That's something good.
I mean, yeah, they tried. And I feel like Xiao Sage, he's kind of like the IGL by default because he's the oldest player in the team. They're yeah, you're old. You are now our in-game leaders. But guys, I don't know how to call. Doesn't matter. You're the old guy. You will call for the team. I just feel like they're just winging it, and it's clear. Like with Bottle coming into this team, it's looked worse. They can't look worse. Like, Bottle is a clear upgrade over Oi. Let's be honest here, like, just pure firepower-wise. But whatever Oi brought to the team, that intangible, it's missing right now. And for some reason, I don't know, Xiao Sage, or even if it's not just Xiao Sage, the team as a whole, they haven't been able to find that missing link. And I do believe they have a coach as well, right? I think Spinach is Invictus's coach, and it's a very confusing state of affairs with his team. And we're seeing all of this, mind you, we're critical of Invictus after they've won the first map, which goes to show there's a lot of problems with this lineup, right?
I know, it is a little bit unfair. I mean, they can't really catch a brick, but yeah, there are a lot of problems. I think we should probably be moaning about Tyloo a little bit more, but we just kind of expect them to come into this.
Tyloo.
Yeah, exactly. The Tyloo team are a weird one. You can't really say anything bad about them because they're so annoyingly good. And when you talk about their previous map, yeah, okay, the retakes were non-existent. Decision making was absolutely terrible. But we've been conditioned into this mentality of, well, Tyloo are going to come back inevitably, aren't they? And it used to be on maps, right? It used to be on maps like, oh no, Tyloo look like they're going to lose this one. Then they come back and they close it. But now it's in series. Now it's looking like they're going to lose the series and they come back and inevitably close it towards the end. So we're kind of in that mindset right now, Blair. It's hard to get out of it. It's hard to commit to the fact that we don't think Tyloo are going to come back and win this series. But Invictus, well, they've shown before they can play Inferno, but I don't think at all with this team, this current roster, they just haven't really figured it out. Maybe Oi actually supplemented some calls. Maybe he was a player that kind of
helped out in some of the decisions, maybe, because when he's gone, it has looked worse.
Which is so crazy. Like, if you're going to remove the player who was doing mid-round calling, again, this is something which is just, it's assuming. Here's an interesting stat. So Tyloo lose map 1, 16-13, right? I'm looking at the kill table. 26, 24, 22, 22, 19. These are the Tyloo players. I'm not going to take names. It's fine. You know what it is. 26 and 19, right? Invictus, Bottle on 28, right? Everyone else, 18, 15, 14, and 13. The lowest ADR on Tyloo was 75.3 on Slowly and Danking. They were tied there. And the second highest ADR for Invictus was Xiao Sagi with 74. So every player in Tyloo had more ADR than 4 of the players on Invictus. 4 players on Tyloo had over 20 kills. For the side of Invictus, only 1 player crossed the 20 barrier. And yet Tyloo lost 16-13.
Sometimes because they played half the rounds.
Yeah,
they played half a round most of the time. Like, they were getting the kills in the B bomb. So I think the best way of summarizing how Tyloo played in this game was that statistic that pops up PGL do with the average aggregate HP survived at the end of the round, right? Mm-hmm. Tyloo's was so much higher than Invictus, and they lost 16-13.
Can we actually get that back? I don't know. I guess the game's done, so maybe
it's
they can't
probably
get that stat.
Pull from the API or whatever. But
yeah,
I'm sure. But it was something like 166 to 70 or 80 or something like that. So yeah, it was a huge difference, and Tyloo ended up losing, which is just kind of ridiculous, to be honest. As we go into round number 1, it's the pistol coming right up. It's Invictus with a good bit of utility. Viva on a smoke and a flash buying Destroyer. Smoke and a flash. I gotta go out and say here, I think Destroyer is a very important player here on Inferno for Invictus' success. I think he's a very good player when he decides to show up on that A-bomb site, and it's very important that he gets that full focus and has a good game if they're going to beat Tyloo. And it's been few and far between that we've been able to see that.
This is a standard Tyloo play where slowly he's going to face, he's going to draw the attention, and he's going to get probably taken down. But they peak Summer before the Flash pops, and Flash has to come in right now, but it's too late, Dinko. And I think Invictus were ready for that. They were ready for that. They faced real quickly, not allowing Summer to strike, not allowing the Flash to pop from the player all the way towards Coffins, flying, assassinates, Danking. That was actually a very well-read round from Invictus. They knew exactly what Tyloo were up to, and Tyloo delayed the trap. But Invictus, they just completely shredded into pieces. That was a very well-played round.
Yeah, that is a really good pistol round. And they came into it with a plan. They came into it with an approach they wanted to go with, and it works out perfectly for them. I just want to touch on something. We've seen a lot of other tournaments play out during PAL Summer and now for PAL Fall. We've seen a lot of Asian tournaments be played. And I just want to point out that Invictus haven't played Tyloo since the last time they played in PAL in the grand final. So, pretty nuts. At least according to HLTV, yeah. The last head-to-head was in Perfect World Asia League Summer.
That's crazy.
Yeah, just thinking about how many events there were. And Attacker gets one before going down there. And every single time Invictus have either beaten them or taken a map off them in the last 2 series. So, I mean, that's not much to go on. It's been 15-7. I mean, but we're really looking at this version of Tyloo. And the time before that where Tyloo did 2-0. Invictus, it was a 19-17 win for Tyloo on map number 2 or map number 1. So, yeah, it's been a good matchup for Invictus. You know, they've been able to perform well against Tyloo quite consistently. Oh, first time out here, it's Dan King with a good headshot. Destroyer going down, flying, able to pick up Dan King in reply. Now 4v4. I'm reading an HLTV article for this match, and there's a delusional Invictus fan in there. So we got delusional Tyloo fan and delusional Invictus fan.
I'd pay money to watch an HLTV forum guy fight at Twitch.
In a boxing match. Let's go.
That would get so much viewers. Like, screw Jake Paul and KSI, whoever those people are. I actually don't know who they are, honestly. I thought they were actual fighters. Turns out they're not. How does Summer not check that angle? That's a very typical angle for a tease to hold from. But at least a trade does take place. Now it's 3v3. And Invictus, not wasting any time. They're just going to come barreling in. Somebody back at the side. Slowly's there. And he's going to spot the player out. Nice 1D from Slowly. And they haven't spotted somebody. They might not be expecting somebody. And Slowly might not need any help. Flying's going to be left alone. He's going to check the corner, but a little too late. Somebody just lying in wait. Beautiful shots coming out from Slowly. And Invictus, they won a beautiful pistol round. But Tyloo, well, they do it with the pistols again, Dinko.
Why do Invictus do this to themselves? Well, it's not even to themselves. I mean, it is Tyloo, I suppose. But come on, this is ridiculous. Slowly peeks out from the right side of the coffins, takes the head of Xiao Sagai early on, second as well. Slowly gets off to good starts on maps. I'm not going to be happy or confident in Tyloo until we see him on 15 rounds. Because no matter what start they get off to, it really does feel like that can fall away from their hands very quickly. So let's not read into anything too much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just focus on the game, enjoy it round by round, and we'll see what happens. Because Tyloo, a team that is very difficult to understand what they're going to do. They don't even know what they're going to do. So how would we know?
No one knows. Chaos is a ladder, as someone said once upon a time famously.
Little finger from Game of Thrones.
Shh, I was trying to make it sound mysterious, right? This should be a comfortable hold here for Tyloo. Slowly, somebody, the 2 rifles in place. Utility going to be deployed. Standard smokes. Actually, no. It's going to be for the site. They're going to try and get the bomb, but somebody spraying through the smoke. He finds one. Oh, they're going to cross. Slowly? Oh, what was that spray? Oh no, it's all gone wrong, Dinko. It's a 3v3. Flying's kind of low though, but 2 rifles have been retrieved. And bear in mind, they got Kevlar to work with, and they even have a smoke in the hands of Mr. Bottle. I'd like him to use that smoke right now before he goes for a fight. There we go.
Good job, Bottle. About 20 seconds in play if Tyloo are going to attempt to retake today. Anytime about now is good, actually. No longer any good. And they're going to have to go very quickly indeed to have a chance now. It'll be Bottle with a headshot. Dan King going down. Attacker hasn't even moved. Eventually we'll go through the smoke, but there's not enough time. Yeah, another one of those retakes that Tyloo realize they've lost. And 2 players survive, but well, on Tyloo. Just look at the timer. There's 40 seconds on it.
That was, yeah, Slowly was so sharp on Mirage, at least to start things off with, and that was a little weird. They even walked out straight from the smoke, looking the wrong way. That's, look, I'm not necessarily a big fan of just pointing out a failed spray. It does happen to the best of us, but yeah, that did cost them the round. But for Tyloo, they're going to be buying back into it. Kind of crazy how they lose a round and their buys worse, better than the buy from Invictus. We have 4 MAC-10s and AK-47. Dan King, scout in hand, looking to take the duel. Xiao Sagai smartly not really facing. Dan King gets tagged down a couple of times with the, actually just once with a random bullet from the distance. So he's going to be falling on back. Destroyer though. Flash out, trying to find the player, but Attacker with the AK-47 is shutting it down. Just popping their way out. Dinko, and they get slaughtered. They walk into the crossfire. The Flash doesn't do anything. Oh, well, it's, oh, that was, oof.
Attacker is the first line of approach. Yeah, the flashbang seemed like it hit, like it popped on the ledge of the roof. You know, the way it hangs down a little bit?
Yeah.
It feels like it popped there. So it slightly affected Summer, but never really blocked his vision for more than half a second or like a millisecond. Yeah, that was just a little bit unfortunate as well from Invictus. And they just get absolutely minced in that crossfire. And now Tyloo back in another position where they can take the lead and hold on to it. Slowly, he's going to take down Xiao Sagai early on into the round. Another good peek towards Banana. Doing as much damage as they physically can. Somebody with one on Destroyer. Viva and Bottle are going to pull it back. That's a 3 versus 3. 3 Deagles left for Invictus. We always talk about this team and their Deagle prowess. They might just be able to pull it off here. Flying around the corner. Slowly goes down. And now it's a 2 versus 2. 2 AK-47s coming in for the retake. Will this finally be a Tyloo round where they are able to retake this B-bomb site?
That's a big brain play from Bottle. That's a massive galaxy brain play if you could pull this one off, Dinko.
Oh, he's making a lot of noise, but they haven't heard him. And he's going to be able to find this. They walk into the ruins. That's going to ruin his chance. So he needs to get the kill. Attacker turns around and he goes down. What a play from Bottle. And this might just be the round here for Invictus. This back and forth is absolutely crazy. It's Summer with 14 seconds. He has to get on this bomb very, very quickly to the right side and flying. He wins it. Invictus 3-2. They came into it with Eagles and they walk away with another round win. What is going on, Blair?
I don't know. It was a 5v3. Somebody continues to face Danking with aggression. I'm not a fan of Tyloo's aggression when you know you're against the Pistols. You know how Invictus can be very dangerous with the Deagles, and you just kind of... Yeah, that was a worse round than that failed spray from Slowly, right? That was just a failed spray. It happens. This was just unnecessary over-aggression. And yeah, Invictus, they get back the lead. Early banana control as well for the side of Xiaosage and his men. A couple of MAC-10s, 3 AK-47s for the CTs. A lot of rifles. M4s galore. Utility a little bit sparser. Minute and 25 seconds on the clock. And they have 2 smokes, a nade, and a flash to work with. The peek comes in from Viva, but slowly out in the open like a turret. Somebody comes to help his teammate out, but he can't do anything. He doesn't have to do anything. And look at somebody, Dinko. Oh my lord, he's at the edge of the smoke. They're going to line up for him. And they have no idea. Xiaosage somehow reacts at the very last second to reply back. But somebody, he's pulled it off. It's only Bottle left alone. 1v4. He picks up the bomb, finds another kill. And now Bottles, he has a chance, Dinko. The latest addition to the side of Invictus. He's got an empty bomb site. Danking still waiting all the way towards alt mid, waiting for Bottle to probably head back towards this A bomb site. Bottle's just gonna go for the plant here. Checks all the angles, goes to the plant behind the fountain. Attacker gonna come creeping out. Bottle spots it out, but Attacker's gonna win the duel. Nice attempt from Bottle there, but Tyloo, well, it's like a game of tennis. It's just a back and forth affair.
Literally a rally going on between these two teams, and it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy how this is played out this way. Of course, we usually say this is going to favor the T-side economy. It's very expensive to be a CT-sided player. But Tyloo have a good opportunity to try and pick this one up and end this streak of rounds going back and forth. I think the money from Invictus is not really in a good spot. I can't remember off the top of my head here, but I think there's around 3k average in the bank. So it's going to be, they're going to force buy Blair. You can't really blame them considering how back and forth this has been. But the madness has to end at some point.
Yeah, at one point, one of these teams have to stop forcing. I say that, but I don't really believe in it myself. It's been a pretty crazy map so far. Summer opening it up, finds Bottle. Will this be the round, Dinko? Will this be the round where they bring it back flying? Okay, finds Summer through the smoke. That's a nice find. Slowly. He's playing a pretty dangerous game here. The MAC-10, the Galils could be a problem. He's holding the headshot angle. Spots the first player out. He takes a bit of damage, waits for the flash. The flashbang is good. He's still going to stick around. If I'm Slowly, I fall back at this point, but he catches Xiaosage midair. Another kill for Slowly, looking for more. He's been spotted out. Backup, there's no backup yet. He's still all alone. Finally, somebody's going to make his way out, and Slowly will be found out. Flying, finds somebody. Why did it continue to face? I don't know, Dinko, and now it's a 2v2.
Well, 2v2 yet. Tyloo put themselves in a position where they might just concede this round after what was a fantastic start from Slowly, and it's Danking through the smoke. He's going to catch out Viva. This should be the round now. Flying is 5 HP, and he's going to peek into the open. Attacker taking him down, delivering a 4th round for Tyloo. Finally, Blair. And it's going to be Invictus not working that one out, although close as it may be. They will not be winning the round. They go for the bomb plant. They succeed in getting that down, so they will be able to purchase up. And look, Destroyer, he's been.
He's pulled off the bean, Dinko. The 006.
I love how people on Twitch chat, there's like 2,000 of you guys in there, maybe a little bit more, and you guys have, most of you probably have no idea. So, well, you can take it away. You can explain.
Yeah, 007 is the Bond, the James Bond, and 006 is Sean Bean from the movie GoldenEye. A little bit of a boomer movie, but some of the Zoomers might not be even aware of that. But Sean Bean famously played Agent 006, Alec Trevelyan, I think that's how you pronounce his name in the movie, where basically, spoilers for a movie if you haven't watched it, which is released in 1995, it turns out to be a traitor and the bad guy at the end. So we have named it the Bean. And right
I guess
now,
you can.
he's now the Bond.
Yeah,
007.
he's the Bond. I said at the start of this, I feel like Destroyer, if he has a good game, is very important for the for Invictus's Inferno performance, especially on the CT side. No, if you remember back to some of the matches they were winning back in the previous PAL, you think about some of the wins they had and how many moments there were from Destroyer on the AWP over towards this A-bomb site. He impressed me the first time around I got to see Invictus play. I think he's kind of fallen off. He hasn't been that great in this tournament, I'll be honest. That's why he's obviously Tom's favorite player, because he believes in him. But he has been a very quiet performer. So it'd be great to see him step up if possible. It'll be flying, take it away attacker. A man advantage picked up early on into the round for Invictus Gaming. And this is the first buy round. First solid buy round from both teams.
It just took 9 rounds, Dinko. After 9 rounds, we see 2 full buys from both the sides. It has been kind of crazy.
What a luxury this is.
It's kind of crazy how this game has kind of shaped up this entire series for that matter. Mirage, Tai Lu were leading, what, 8-2? And then Invictus wins 16-13. Bottle. Oh my lord, Summer. Yeah, I thought he'd probably pick up a double there. He's blinded and, well, Danking trying to take matters into his own hands, Dinko, not expecting Flying to come flying out from apartments. And now it's a 3v2. Bomb down. For the CTs, they have a smoke, they have 2 flashes, and there is somebody and slowly alive, but good utility usage from Invictus, just making the clock tick faster, and that's it. Yeah, that's a call for the save, and that is a right call from Tai Lu. The money's not that great. Somebody can drop for attacker, or maybe for danking. I think he can drop for danking. He can drop an AWP for danking. Someone can buy for himself, and slowly can drop a rifle for attacker, so they're gonna still have a buy, but this has been ridiculously back and forth. Sure, Tai Lu have been able to string a couple of rounds together, but then Invictus, they just tend to snatch it back immediately. And this time around, it wasn't even too many mistakes being made by Tai Lu. It was just Invictus just winning this opening duel, cracking open the A-bomb site.
Well, round number 10 playing through is going to be Invictus with the AWP out in the hands of Viva, the AK-47s for Shoutsake, destroying Bottle. And we'll be seeing Tai Lu can keep their money afloat. If they lose this round, they'll be looking a little uncomfortable for the Tai Lu roster. And they're going to start trying to fight down Bananas. Danking with the first kill. Viva able to find one in reply. And a 4 versus 4 ensues early on into round number 10. This reaggression through Banana. Oh, the risky play to pick up the ult, but it's going to work out. And of course, it's somebody to do that. You know, he's probably the only player crazy enough to actually go for that. And also start trying to take shots for the half wall, of course.
Slowly screwed.
Oh, slowly, he gets 1. Now, that's pretty good. I mean, getting 1 out of that situation is exactly all you can ask from him. Somebody not making any secret about where he's playing from with that ult. He's going to go back to the site and play from behind coffins. Flying is now the pronged of the approach into the A-bomb site. He's up in the apartments. Attacker tosses the Molotov, and that will delay attackers, or should I say, Flying's approach to this A-bomb site. And they've turned their attentions back over here. That shot ringing out, that's going to be information. You can see that they're trying to be ready for this, but Attacker is going to have to go huge on this A anchor hold. He cannot afford to fall without a single kill. He's picked up Flying. He looks for the follow-up kill as well here, but it's Summer helping him out. Good job from Tai Lu. Summer gets the job done with a good double. Attacker just does well to delay, and it's 6-4 as Tai Lu will pick up a pretty good round, actually, all things considered.
That's so well done by Attacker and by Summer, right? Attacker, he tosses in a Molotov, forces them out. I don't know why Danking keeps repicking there. There's no need, Danking. Slowly does a great job with the flames looking at his feet to stay alive and do more than that, just get a kill. The cool thing from Attacker there, throws a Molotov, follows it up with a smoke, delays the player towards apartments for long enough. Well, while he does that, he repositions himself and stays in the site. So it did, I wouldn't say necessarily caught Invictus off guard, but they didn't really have any clue as to where he was. Nice little tag from the op onto Xiao Sage. Doesn't do too much of damage though, just still has 54 points of health. And oh god, here we go. Here we go. Great flashbang. And Viva's going to hold W. Oh, run to the bullets, but an M4 picked up and spraying blindly. He's gonna crack open the B bomb site. They had pistols, Dinko, and for a moment it felt like normalcy would come back into this map, but no, Invictus might have just won another round just with the pistols. And they have. With that, they will fall away, will Tyloo. How did that round go wrong? Great flashbangs though from Invictus, catching Tyloo off guard with the aggression. But if I'm Tyloo, like, knowing what the economy is going to be for Invictus, you have the utility to keep them at bay. Why are you going for this early top banana face every single time? And when I say face, they're facing with a weaponry instead of just maybe bombarding them, making life miserable for Invictus towards banana. It's just not the right approach, especially looking at the economy.
The economy game has been a big part of this match from the offset, right? Because you look at how back and forth this game has been from the get-go, and the economy has always been on the ropes for both teams, right? It's never really had enough time to grow, enough room to grow for either of the teams. So I definitely feel like it's getting to the important stages now where Tyloo are on their last legs when it comes to this money. They lose this round, they are done. They'll finally have to eco. It'll be Invictus probably getting 7 rounds out of the T side. That's good on Inferno.
What are you talking about? Are you saying Tyloo with pistols are not going to win a round?
True. That is very true, blah. And what? Danking, he's going to be forced back by the Molotov. Good. He needs that. He needs that to stop going forward. He's going to get boost slowly up, and he's going to play for CT. Now, this is kind of good. So Danking's going to draw the first kill. And slowly be up on the boost. They'll be focusing the AWP. That could work out for a couple. They do decide to go into B, but instead, they've turned their attentions over towards this A bomb side. You've got somebody in towards the archway. He's going to be just sitting back towards CT spawn. A double setup in the pit. Attacker has the smoke ready in case a Molotov is to come in. And Summer, his job or his role in this one is just stay up alive in the pit, draw the attention, get at least 1 or 2 kills, and allow Attacker to pop off for the rest. And Summer is in for the first. The setup in the pit could be huge, blah.
It's going to be good. They know there's one player there. I don't think they're going to be expecting the second. Viva's going to find somebody in the meantime. Summer finds Flank. Now, Summer's going to be the bait, and they're going to try and hunt him down, which they will. But Attacker's there. He's going to strike. He finds one. There's another player in the smoke. The Attacker knife comes out. He's hiding in the smoke, delaying for as long as possible. And he's done the job. He's done his job, Dinko. Finally, Bottle gets the kill, but he's stuck inside of the pit with the bomb. 10 seconds on the clock. He's got to cross on over. He's going to find both of them. Bottle, what was that clutch? That is pure filth!
What an animal. What an animal. Ball just absolutely tearing them to pieces. And that's Tyloo he's done that against as well. The best players in the region flying, celebrating as he spins in spawn. And we get to see it again because that was just beautiful.
Oh, that was... I almost jumped out of my chair. They kind of lined up for it.
He could get back-to-back MVPs for us, right? Because he just gets that done, controls the bullets towards the end there, gets both headshots. Fair enough, like you said, they do line up for him, makes it a little bit easier, but nonetheless, still pulling that off is incredible. And it's Danking that'll start things off. Now, you said, Blur, were you saying Tyloo can't win with pistols?
Yeah,
who knows? They've just got the first. Oh, Danking. He's so good.
He's also... I wish someone just... We've had this thing, right? Like, what if you're the coach of Tyloo and you have a kill switch for the W key, where after you get a couple of kills, you press the button and you can't hold W anymore. You have to fall back. they would immediately be a better team. Summer's still sticking around, Dinko. He's got his Zeus in his hand. And now Invictus, the fear of Tyloo's pistols, very prevalent. They're a little worried now. They're going to slow things down a bit. They still have time to work with. And they're going to be heading towards this B bomb site, where just one man, it is somebody with the USP. And he's going to be playing all the way from behind the coffin. So despite suffering a couple of early casualties, Dinka, I do believe they should still go the way of Invictus. We've seen too many rounds being lost to the pistols for me to be happy, Dinka.
"15 seconds left. The bomb is just getting planted, and you know this round is done. I mean, attacker's not going to win with the P250. I hope. And he's just going to keep shoulder peeking. They know exactly where he is. He's trapped, and while Xiaosage with the kill, 7-6. It's Invictus Gaming who take the lead, and my thoughts as to when Tyloo lost that round, the bottle clutched out, was obviously that they would go on to win 7 rounds, most likely. And it is the case. They're up 7 rounds to 6 now on the T side of Inferno. Just a reminder to anybody who is tuning in, it is currently 1 map up for Invictus.
Yeah, winning Tyloo's map pick of Mirage. Did somebody just go in for the knife? I didn't even notice that earlier. I wonder if, like, Tyloo are even really seriously trying. It feels like they're just trying to go for the flashiest kills, trying to go for the best, most multi-kill rounds. And really just very YOLO-esque approach on the CD side. And still at 6-7. It's still a pretty tight scoreline. And you got to, once again, remember that Invictus' CD side has always been a problem. Xiaosage? He's been a liability towards Banana on his T side, I think.
And the thing is, boy, he doesn't learn. He doesn't learn. How can you do this over and over again? Get punished over and over again, and keep doing it over and over again. Ugh. It irritates me. It really does. Now, Bottle has been the hero of this team. He's not going to be able to do enough in this round, though. Just the 1 kill. And it's Summer sweeping it up. 3 kills picked up for him. Tyloo win that round easily. They walk into a full-on trap on this A-bomb site after they lose any kind of support in towards Banana. So they just go immediately towards this A-bomb site. And Tyloo completely ready for it. You can see Summer just spraying down, easily picking them up. They do line up for him in the end there. But nonetheless, it was always going to go Tyloo's way. Now it's 7-7. We head into the last round of the first half. And Invictus Gaming, they've got 3 AK-47s, a couple of pistols in play, and it's Viva's turn at charging down Banana. But he's got the rest of his team here. That nade is good. It drops down somebody to 43. Slowly been able to pick up one. He's in the wide open here. Not a fan of the way he played that, but he goes down, and now, well, somebody's time to shine. He's got what? Jump spots for the second. Knows exactly where he is and knows that he's crossed. So he can call that over to his teammates. Molotov gives away his one from Barbecue, but somebody needs to hit a quick shot. What a swing from Xiaosage. He goes down to Summer again. Another multi-kill from Summer, rolling back the fancy years, and now it's flying in a 1v2. He's found 2 kills, and he has been an absolute monster for this Invictus team. He won a 1v4 over a Mirage, and now he has a chance to do it here on Inferno, and it's not going to work out. He was trying to find a position to go to, and there's just not enough time to do that. It's Attacker winning the 1v1 and sending Tyloo into the lead for the second half.
I wonder if that Molotov from Danking, did that go a little too deep? Or... oh, sorry, from Flying. I think it went a little too deep, which is why Attacker was able to cross on over. So he wasn't really expecting Attacker to be that close that quickly. But yeah, Tyloo, they get to the lead, 8-7. But barely, just a 1-round lead. And for Invictus, well, I mean, whatever could go their way has gone their way, right, Denko? They won so many rounds of the pistols, 4 spies. They also lost to 4 spies as well. However, there was a world for them to close this out. This is an opportunity. They have 7 rounds of buffer. They're on a more favored side of Inferno, the CD side, although their CD side has been very, very suspect in my opinion. It has been quite problematic, especially towards the B bomb side. And it's going to be Viva left towards B. He's got the USP Kevlar, no utility. Destroyer has a flash and a kit. And for the side of Tyloo Dinko, flash and a smoke. Danking hasn't bought anything at all. He's probably going to be saving his money for the off by the earliest opportunity. And here comes the hit. Flash going to pop. Xiaosai in bottle. They're going to be staring down 4 blocks. A great flashbang, though. And they're getting slaughtered as Attacker does reply back with 1.
Well, under a minute in play. And Invictus are going to try and stop this bomb from even being planted. Take a look at Attacker's position right now as well. It's not a good spot to have that bomb, that's for sure. Viva catching somebody in towards Banana. Now with 40 seconds left. What can they really do here, Tyloo? Good start. That would be the first step to answering my question. Slowly. With a headshot. Destroyer. He's still here, but he's still alive. Doesn't matter, though. He's finally dead. Attacker takes him down, and suddenly, Blair, the kills all come through for Tyloo. They're onto the A-bomb site. Viva having to win a 1 versus 2 clutch. It's Viva starting to move forward. A good headshot onto Attacker. Now he's looking for the final player. In the pit is slowly. He's given away his position. Viva doesn't have a kit. Just take a note of that. But the bomb is not planted for slowly. Viva doing a really good job of just hiding himself here slowly in the pit. Realizes he's off the bomb. Now he can delay the time. Runs the clock down. 7 seconds. He needs to hold on for in the pit. It's not going to work out, but there's a kit. He found a kit. He's won the round here, Blair. It's going to be Invictus. 8 rounds on the board. A kit picked up on the way. And Viva, a big clutch coming in from him. Delivering an important pistol round to Invictus Gaming.
Yep. That was... Yeah, Viva, the hero of the hour. That was a round which should have been in the bag for Invictus, considering it was, like a 4v2? It was a 4v2, yeah. And coming down to 1v2, sorry, for Viva shouldn't really have been the case, but great shots from Viva. This first shot especially, oh, that's clinical. And then I like his entire decision-making process. He's like, got 20 seconds, I can get the kill, get back to the bomb. And he finds a kit as well on the way, making life a little bit more easier. As you once more play the game, Dinko, of who won the pistol round. Is it a T side with the 3 Galils and the 2 AKs, or is it a CTs who have, well, 4 MP9s?
Who knows, Blair? It's
no one
it's a weird world we live in. And, well, Attacker. He's got 1 in reply to the initial kill that Viva found. So we are now in a 4v4 to start things off, and that does leave the 4 SMGs in play for Invictus. Up against 3 Galils, 1 AK-47. God damn it, the economy sucks.
Could have said it better myself, Dinko.
Just
very elegant.
Yeah, it's stupid. Well, Xiaosai gap on the left side of the smoke. Oh, he nearly gets to kill that nade. It goes deep, and unfortunately, it won't catch out Attackers. So round is still looking good for Tyloo. Smoke's going to go down into the apartments. 50 seconds now in play. Danking has got himself up in towards short. Good positions held for Tyloo as they start to wrap the site. 1 player in the apartments, 1 on the site. Flying's got to go huge here, and just the long-range fights. You're not going to win with the MP9s. Invictus, it doesn't even matter that they win that big clutch. Like, it really doesn't matter that Viva wins the pistol round. It's so stupid.
Why are they holding those angles when...
Yeah, that's also dumb. Like, that doesn't make sense.
It just yeah, that didn't make any sense. You shouldn't be holding an angle like that, especially when you know you're going to be probably facing off against AKs and Galils. And you've heard the sounds as well. You're like, okay, you know, Tyloo have gone for the 4-spy. They got the bomb down. So, why? Shadow spotted out. Xiaosai. He's going to be hunted down. Question is, are they going to be expecting him to be still holding the same angle, the same position? Oh, he's been spotted out. He's done for. He is done for. There we go. Nothing safe for Invictus. And unfortunately, Dinko, they'll have to go for an eco here. And Tyloo, well, they lose a pistol and they just completely win on their force. Yeah, that position from flying, it's kind of a little dumb, I feel. Like he was sitting on the bomb site. Or was it Destroyer? I don't know.
Flying was on default on A, and
That position was just dumb. I mean, you're not going to get anything done there unless they come up short, right? You've lost A long, right? So that's the problem. Because they can just wrap you then, and you're stuck between two positions, even if they do come up short. So, yeah, wasn't a fan of the CT setup from Invictus. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense, unfortunately. But it looks like Tyloo should be grabbing 10 rounds on the board. Invictus haven't gone for the investment. They have no other option but to fully eco into this one. This is one of those rounds where I actually wouldn't have minded if Invictus just fully buy, because they're on double eco anyway. But they want to get as much money out as possible.
Yeah, they're running into the stack and just slaughtering them. Oh well, Xiao and Viva. Well, rather just Viva. Never mind. There's nothing they can do. Clean round coming out from Tyloo, as they're gonna be the first team to get to double digits. It has been very, very back and forth. And the funny thing is, it's the same thing as Mirage as well, right? Tyloo just look like the better team, yet they lose rounds. They lose a lot of rounds. We saw it in Mirage. We saw the one in Mirage where Tyloo, all 5 players had more ADR than 4 of the players on Invictus, and yet they lost 16-13. It's just ludicrous. Double eco should be coming up for Invictus. Maybe if you upgraded pistols, that should allow Tyloo the opportunity to get one more round closer. The magic number of 16 and take us to map number 3, which, if memory serves me right, Dinko, it is going to be on Dust 2.
I believe it is Dust 2, yes. And that is going to be hell on Earth for people who love fundamental Counter-Strike. It's going to be straight up aim-jules all over the place, and Tyloo, I feel, will win that because they're just so good at aim-jules. You can see winning these out at the moment against the pistols, making it look easy. Bottle, you will get 1 kill, 4v2. Nade lands right on top of Destroyed. That's his, he's got 2 kills here, Blair. That's his 3rd.
Yeah, I mean,
he'll take any he can get, I suppose.
Destroyer has... I gotta agree with Tom Biz, that Destroyer has been a question mark for me. I feel like Oi was an even better option compared to Destroyer. Now, I know Destroyer does go for he's a CD side opera for this team. You know, they usually choose him over Viva. Well, Viva picks up the op on the T side, but I feel like he just doesn't do enough for this team, and the too many decisions he makes individually where I'm like, are you really, like, you know, good enough for this lineup? I'm not saying Invictus are necessarily a great team at the moment. They have been looking very, very lackluster in this tournament so far ever since they picked up Bottle, but I don't know. Destroyer seems to be one of those players where if he gets replaced by an above average Chinese player, it really would make a difference to Invictus.
It's pretty unfortunate for Invictus, I feel, coming into this map and how this is all played out, but they've only got themselves to blame. Like, this is a map that they should know they're not good on at the moment. A lot of teams have realized they're not good at the maps they've been playing, and so they try something else. Invictus just ride with Inferno and die with Inferno. It's just, I don't know why. I feel like they're probably better at some other maps. Like, I need to go back in the video because I want to see when Nuke was banned out. Invictus removed Nuke. Okay, so Nuke was let through. I would rather they pick Nuke, to be honest, right? Because Invictus at least play Nuke. Whereas Tyloo or Matt have just started floating it.
Like, we don't know. We honestly have no idea why Invictus keep picking Inferno. Like, some of the teams have lost to an Inferno or rather have come close to losing an Inferno have just been ludicrous. It's very reminiscent for me is when it kind of reminds me of Tyloo when they had Zeta and Freeman playing for them and they were bootcamping in EU early this year. Oh my god, Danking, don't go for the knife. Please don't. No. There we go. I love it. Oh, the reaction is so slow from Flying, and Danking is looking for the 3rd kill. But Bottle Well, they know exactly where he is now, but can he stay alive is the question. Yes, he can. Summer goes facing alone, while the rest of his team's still waiting. And Bottle, he's been given a lifeline, Dinko, and he's going to take it. In fact, he's going to be looking for more, still floating around slowly. Will be spotted out, and Bottle, he's just popping off, and he's looking for more. Somebody's left in a 1v2. Somebody's going to come around the corner, finds Bottle, but Bottle's done enough, Dinko. Viva's arrived, the cavalry arrives and saves the round for Invictus. That was so well played by DanKing, and then just kind of pissed away by Tyloo. I'm just running out of words. Why are they facing him alone? They know where he's at. Why is Summer just going out? Why the second player going alone? Why is somebody the last guy to peek? Like, what is this?
DanKing. He
played
does
it
so
perfectly.
much. He does so much. And they just lose it. I really don't know how. The
Summer goes alone?
basically presented them with a round win. He's like, look what I got. And they just go, no. Throw it on the floor. Smash it right in front of him. Ooh. It's Fever. Taking down attacker. A one-man advantage in play for Invictus. And this is their lifeline on Inferno Blood. This is their time to shine. This is the time to get it back in their favor. What a chance, okay. What a risky play. It's going to pay off. He's inside of the smoke and he gets a double kill. Slowly at DanKing. Both go down. Destroyer, though, the victim of the bullets in Summer's AK-47. And we'll pull it back into a 2 versus 3. And a nice peek. A good timing. And it's worked out here for Invictus. Flying with an important headshot. And now they need to keep the 3 remaining players alive. Somebody's job may not just be winning this round, but it's taking every single player down. Because he needs to do the damage. And he's going to spray. Long spray. Nearly connects on the second player. Xiaosage survives on 9 HP. What a round from Xiaosage. As much as we've been critical of him, as much as we said he has been a player, a liability for this team, that is a round in which his risky play pays off. And they needed it. They needed that so bad.
Yeah, they do. And for now, they seem to have done enough to kind of stop Tyloo's momentum for kind of snowballing. And still with the 1-round lead, DanKing with a hero AK-47, they should be wary of that. They don't. I don't think they're aware of that AK-47 buy yet. They think it's just pistols, and that could be something which could catch them off guard. DanKing has been fantastic so far on this T side. While I've had my questions, my doubts about his CT side hold. And look at this, Dinko. There's no one holding balcony. That's so risky, but slowly finds one. There's a bomb spotted out. DanKing's still floating around. Someone's going to get another kill. Trades are good, though, but DanKing's going to be ready to strike, and he's going to strike Dinko. And his A-bomb side hold. It's down to 1 man and 1 man alone left in the server for the CD side. It's all on Bottle. He's going to see the player crossing on over. He goes for the spray, catches him out, but DanKing's still right behind him, and he's going to catch him, and DanKing, he sealed the deal. What a round won by Tyloo and Invictus. They had 4 players in the brackets, and they just get picked apart by the defense.
Invictus. They are their own worst enemy, Blair. It just gives so many fights to the weaker weapons. It's honestly incredibly frustrating to watch. It's ridiculous how many rounds we see this come through, and it's like banging our heads against the wall, Blair, because we moan about it every game we see them play, and it never gets better. How can they go out of this game and think there's absolutely nothing wrong? How can they do that? Like, it doesn't make sense. You could go out of this match thinking that is fine, and then just not fix it, because if I was me, I would be on the server right after, not letting anybody go have dinner, and not letting anybody have any free time until we fix those things. Because that is not how a professional Counter-Strike team should be approaching the game. I mean, fair enough, everybody makes mistakes, but if you're making the same mistake every single time you play this map, then you've got a big problem. And if you are not going to fix that problem, then please stop picking this map so we don't have to watch you on it.
It's been, yeah. Ow.
Slowly has been fun to watch, though. I have to say, he's been really, really impressive in terms of how he's trying to open these up. Summer's just slithering into the site, but it's actually danking with the Cobra Strike taking down Destroyer.
Oh. 13 rounds of Tyloo. I've lost track of how many Force Buy rounds have been won. I've actually lost track, and I feel like it would be completely pointless for me to try and keep track. It's just been insane. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Invictus have to be kicking themselves, though.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, we do hear the drilling taking place over at Dinka's apartment. It looks like his neighbor is trying to build a glory hole right on top. Dinka, just don't look upwards. That's the only advice I can give you. That happened to me in my place. My neighbor started drilling a hole while I was casting a couple of months ago. I looked up, I could see his face staring down. It's like, hey man. I'm like, hey dude. Weave that's the opening kill. Finds slowly. The attacker's down to 12 HP. This is very aggressive play from Viva, and he's going to get the hell out of dodge. That was very scary indeed. I would like him not to reface. Oh, he's going to face, and he's going to find attacker. That's great job. Destroyer on top, boosted up. He doesn't have to do anything. He hasn't even been spotted out, so he can still stick around here. And Viva's still taking... what? he wins the deal, but if he dies, that's a B-bomb side empty, Dinko. It is so unnecessary from Viva, but he gets a 3k. And if I told this to him, he's gonna be like, but I got 3 kills. What are you talking about? That is Counter-Strike. Good Counter-Strike. I'm like, no. You got 1. You got 2. Great work. Fantastic job, Viva. Now fall back. Just play for the info. Instead, he continues to face. And how many rounds have you seen these 2v4s or 3v2s go the way of the team who was not supposed to win the round? And they don't learn. But Invictus to get another round back. For Tyloo, they can of course go for very, very comfortable buy, danking with the AWP, AKs all around. And Summer's been having a fantastic game as well. Somebody's been kind of quiet, and I feel like Inferno is a map where he used to be so good on Dinka, but it feels like he has been neutered a bit off late when it comes to Inferno.
I feel like somebody's actually been pretty unimpressive in a lot of the games you've seen from them, and I think if definitely hit a point here in terms of Inferno is one of the worst for him, but he hasn't been that great overall in this tournament. Like he's made a lot of mistakes, and you know, we talk about it, us forgiving those mistakes because he ends up doing some somebody plays to actually win them the game or win them some important rounds, but he's actually been costing them more than he's been gaining them, I think, in this tournament. And that's a little bit unfortunate because somebody, as much as we go on about him being incredibly frustrating, he's definitely one of my favorite players just by how ridiculously good he is when he's on form, right? So it's sad to see, and that's not a good peak from Bottle. I think he was waiting on the flashbang from Destroyer that came way too late. Destroyer, luckily, is going to make up for his previous error by taking at least 1 kill. Attacker gets a headshot on the flying, but Viva, he has done a lot of work. Destroyer in the pit, he fluffed the flashbang a little earlier on, but the rest of the round is going in favor of Invictus. They've got the man advantage and slowly stuck in the corner of the bomb site. Viva swinging by, taking him down, and now somebody in a 1 versus 3 clutch. So we just talked about it. The bomb's being diffused on the other side of the map. It's not going to work out for him. He's going to have to save. He can't win the round. It's going to be 13-12.
I like how the A defenders can do anything, and Viva came from B and just got 3 kills. It's like, do I have to do everything myself, guys?
I've come over from B and hold your side for you. It's like, yeah, please. Destroyer can't be trusted with flashbangs. Literally,
I came from B, through Speedway, through CD Spawn, just to retake the site. What are you guys doing?
Bottle was playing long, right? He was playing long side. He called for a flash and Destroyer from the pit. He's like, 3, 2, 1. Destroyer doesn't throw the flashbang. Bottle peeks.
Or what? Attacker! Attacker!
This is definitely one of those scenarios you just laugh or you will cry.
I laugh and cry all the time. Many people ask me like, Blair, like, why are you such a funny guy? Why are you laughing all the time? And I'm like, well, you know, try doing this, try dealing with Asian CS for like 6-7 years. The funny thing for me is Asian Counter-Strike in 2005, 6, 7, all the way to like even 2011 and 1.6 was. They had some really good teams. WNV, you had Project KR, you had the Eastro. Later on, we had We Meet Fox Guys, which is basically Project KR. You had Tyloo, the old Tyloo. These teams were able to go toe-to-toe with the best teams in the world. Your Fanatics, your SKs, your MTWs, even Navis for that matter. And unfortunately, it never transitioned over. That's a good flash. And Bottle doesn't peek, he's just holding the angle, spots a player out, takes a duel, but Danking's gonna win it. Again, remember, this buy is not that great for Tyloo. Flying inside of the pit, Destroyer on the side. They have another player all the way in library. They're gonna try and take out the player. No one expecting Destroyer's position. Somebody finds him, and now it's a 2v3. Somebody is gonna try and get the bomb down in the corner. Is the player gonna push on through? Xiaosage pushes on through, and it's all on Danking. Bomb gets planted in the nick of time, Dinko, but it's not his plant, and Flying doesn't need to face. He can just keep Danking at bay, and Danking, well, he's got to win his duel real quickly. He realizes nothing he can do. In Invictus, Dinko, they've tied it up. It's 13-all.
Well, 13-13. It's going to be 3 rounds away from victory here for both teams. Invictus could 2-0 Tyloo today. This could be the first series loss for Tyloo in this tournament. Invictus were the only team capable of beating Tyloo in a series in the previous PAL, and they might do it again here. Tyloo, the only team undefeated at the moment in PAL. They have dropped maps. They have looked shaky. I felt like it was just a matter of time before they were going to lose a series. It's still not done yet, of course. Tyloo are still afloat, but at least there's an opportunity for them to go on to lose this, because I feel like Tyloo have made so many mistakes that just haven't been punished yet. And Invictus, well, as terrible as they have been in a lot of their previous matches, they could be the team to do it. And for that, I will be quite grateful. Destroyer, I did say, come on, if he has a good game here on Inferno, it's going to be easy for Invictus. Got 5 kills. Imagine if he was playing good. Imagine the situation we're in right now, Blair.
Imagine if Tyloo didn't you know, re-peak every round. Imagine if Tyloo didn't lose to Pistols as well. There are a lot of ifs and buts, Dinko. Like, it could have been over by now. Oh,
probably should have been. And well, as Danking, that's going to go down alone towards top middle into the most important round so far in this map. Yeah, that's not the play to make there, Danking. Although you have been fantastic, that's just not the play to make.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is too hot to handle. Ooh, Viva. You could have got the kill on an attacker, and now this A-bomb side. The problem is, Dinko, no matter how many members of Tyloo are still left alive, this A-bomb side has been such a problem for Invictus that Tyloo are going to keep feeling comfortable, but they're going to be heading back towards B, and this could actually work out in their favor. Viva, he sticks around. Oh, he's going to stick around the Lunatic, and he's going to find 2. He's going to find both of them, and somebody's left alone. He's going to pick up the bomb. He's going to leg it towards B, but the 2 CDs already waiting, and somebody, he has no idea. There's no way he's expecting 2 of them, but he's going to get the kill on his Xiaosage. Great little tap there, but unfortunately, the spray transfer was not even close to being good enough. Invictus, 14-13. Tyloo's money, not looking good. Let's put it that way.
Well, you know, when their money's not looking good, Blatt, that's when they put in the performance. That's when they walk away with the round wins. So let's see if that's the case. I don't want to count them out yet, Blair, because I think that's something only fools do at this point. And while 14-13, it's Tyloo. They're in a situation where they either play for overtime or they go for the investment and try and win it here. I want to see the overtime play from Tyloo. But do you think that's what's going to happen, Blair?
That's the thing with Tyloo. You can never count them out of a round like this, and you can never count on them to win a round where, you know, the opponents have just Glocks and they have all the guns because it's Tyloo. They're unpredictable force of nature, Dinko. They're the gods of chaos. I like that. I think it's got a ring to it. The gods of chaos.
That does sound cool. Like, that would sound like some team that gets caught for match fixing or something.
Or probably, for shooting against a Brazilian team.
Yeah, exactly.
We do, of course, have the Force Buy coming out for Tyloo. Deagle, Mag 10, MP5, couple of Galils. They've gone all in, Dinko. They decide they want to end it. They're going to break Invictus. As they're setting up for this A hit, they're just completely relinquished, or rather opted not to go for any banana control. And they're going to burst on out. Then Molotov's going to do, well, no damage. And they come charging out, and they're going to get the kill. Molotov a little too deep. Destroy out in the open. Gets nothing done. Here we go. It's down to Viva. He's going to find two as Viva is having to do everything on his own. Flying will not be checked. And he's going to catch Summer jumping into the pit. It is now a 1v2, though, as somebody in Danking strike back. And it's all on the veteran, Xiao Sage. He knows where both of them are. He gets spotted out. Did he not get spotted out? Yes, he does. And Danking with a 3k.
No!
An absolutely disgusting round from Tyloo and Invictus. They just fall apart.
Invictus, come on! You have to know what was coming. You know they're just gonna rush somewhere. No, Tyloo, they do it so often. How does this? Danking has a sawed-off shotgun, please. Why is this a thing? Tyloo, stop breaking my brain. This is just ridiculous. How does this happen so many times? It's like they do it on purpose, Blur. Like, give hope to their opponents. They just toy with them. They tease them. They break their hearts. They want to leave them not physically beaten, but emotionally destroyed.
No. They want to play more Counter-Strike. They're like, we're not getting enough rounds, just beating everyone easily. Guys, what do? Easy. Just make the games longer. Throw some rounds so we get to play more Counter-Strike. They love Counter-Strike. They're a fan of CS.
That's good. I'm glad. Very passionate about it, and Xiao Sage is going to get a good opening kill. Invictus with a chance to recover the previous woes and potentially pull it back to map point. It's Flying, trying his best, but it's all for one. And Destroyer, you've been so quiet, not a thing done, and you decide to step up now when it matters most. It's somebody in a 1 versus 3. He'll come out of the apartments with 59 seconds left. Somebody, if there's any time to shine, it would be now, and it's not going to work out. We head to round number 30. It's Invictus Gaming reaching map and series point for the first time in this tournament. This could be a loss for Tyloo.
I can't believe Tyloo haven't lost a game till now, considering how they've been playing.
This is the way they've been playing in every single series. This has been so mind-boggling as to how they haven't lost the series yet. It's ridiculous. And come on, Invictus lost to Hwatsa yesterday. How are they about to beat Tyloo? I've accepted my fate, Blight, and I've been taken by Asian Counter-Strike. This is definitely attacker. No, you're not allowed to do that. Blinded with a headshot. Xiao Sage will reply. And now 4v4.
Can we stop taking the fight, guys?
Please, just stop. 4v4. Fall back. Thank you very much.
That was just... And they've lost Viva, Dinko. Of all players. The one guy who has saved them again and again and again.
The hope
and guess
for
what?
Invictus.
If they head towards B, there's an M4 lying on the floor, but they know they're going to be going towards A. And why the hell not? They've been getting so much success here, Dinko. Flying's there, but he's got no Viva this time to save them in case Tyloo are able to jump into the site. Molotov going to give away Flying's position as the smoke comes in. The wraparound is in effect as well. Destroyer, Dinko. We've been critical of him so far this map. Can he finally deliver?
Well, Destroyer, here he goes. M4 in the middle of the site. He delivered in the last round. He found some important kills. And now he goes again. The bomb goes down. Destroyer looking to deliver a round for Invictus Gaming. A win against Tyloo. He holds the bomb in his hands as Bottle goes forward. Catches slowly. They've got a man advantage. Destroyer, what a hero. He's been so quiet, but in the last 2 rounds when they need him most, he's stepping up. And it might just be enough, but he's gone and thrown it. Summer in a 1v1. He can still bring it to overtime, but it's Xiao Sergey. That'll make it work for Invictus Gaming. A 16-14 win, and they will take the first win against Tai Lu. Their first loss in the group stages, their only loss in the group stages so far, and it comes at the hands of Invictus Gaming, a team that have looked so up and down. But again, it happens, boy. Happened in the group stage of Pal Summer. Invictus, they're just the bane of Tai Lu's existence.
I don't know how that game played out. I'm happy Tai Lu lost. I'm happy Tai Lu lost. You can't keep playing like that and not then make it to the playoffs without losing a single game.
Exactly.
And finally, the team that lost to Huatzai take down the Kings of Asia. Tai Lu will fall, although they're still gonna be on top of the group standings. Tom, Hawkeye, how are you doing?
I'm broken, Blair. I'm broken. You know what? I wrote down some notes, Blair. I'm like a soldier who's been through war and has PTSD, and I have some
It's not even been 8 hours.
I have some things to get off my chest, Blair. Okay, so just listen here, right? First half, Invictus got 2 opening kills. Somehow they won 7 rounds. That should never really happen, but fine. Secondly, all right, I'm going to compare this to a restaurant, right? In a restaurant, I get my starter, I move on to my main, and the main is what I really want. In Counter-Strike, 4 spies and pistol rounds are like the starter. That's all I got in the first half, Blair. It was just 4 spies every single round. I just got starters over and over again. I never got my main meal. And then by the time we got to the second half, I didn't even want my dessert anymore.
Yeah.
I just gave up. Zhao Sage, opening duels. 2 for 8 in opening duels. Stop taking those fights. You're losing them basically every time. Destroyer just seemed to struggle to do anything throughout this whole game. I've seen him have issues in a lot of these big games as well. I'm going to say some nice things too, because I at least want to say some positive things. Viva had a
right, and that's all we have time for.
No, let me get my piece out,
ladies and gentlemen.
Let me get my
Good night,
out.
thank you.
Viva had a great
go on,
second
Hawkeye.
half. Attacker and Summer also on that A site were superb. Summer had so many rounds on the CT side on that A site where he was shutting it down, but I don't know, man. I'm just broken. And Tom, take it away. Anything you want to get off your chest as well? Because I'm just lost.
Checkmate are the best Asian team.
They actually are.
At Inferno.
Actually are.
They're the best team, full stop.
That was a shit game of Counter-Strike. It's the only word that could be used. Like, that was both teams hugging it out, everybody re-peaking, everybody taking 1v1 duels, everybody fighting every single position. There were rounds there were plays that should never work in a game of Counter-Strike. There was a round where Zhao Sage gets the opening kill, then walks forward into Banana, and then hides in the smoke, and then gets another couple of kills. It made absolutely no sense. I'm not going to say...
But it worked out.
If you look at the stats, they should have lost. If you look at the way the game played, they should have lost. If you look at opening duels, they should have lost. And yet they managed to win the map. Yeah. And you know what? Screw Tai Lu. Well done, Invictus. You deserve the victory. Take it with pride. We're going to go into the playoffs, and Tai Lu are probably going to win it anyway.
Yeah, so that's the problem, right? The last time around, we'll kind of bring it down a little bit. Bottle, well-deserved MVP across 2 maps. I think this was certainly
he was good.
Yeah, an impressive
really
performance
good.
from two games. New addition to the team. Definitely starting to fit in more than he did at the start of this thing. But overall, Invictus versus Tai Lu. It was a story in previous PAL where they won. They won that first game against Tai Lu. Tai Lu got pissed off after they lost that series, right? That's when Tai Lu started destroying everybody. So maybe they can have that same reaction moving forward going into the playoffs, because that's usually when Tai Lu play their best Counter-Strike. We've seen that the next time around, Tai Lu did not let Invictus beat them again in the grand final. But Tai Lu, I feel like this is just a weaker version of them. And a big part of that is Attacker isn't having the same MVP performances he was having back in PAL Summer. He's still having good moments and obviously playing well on the CT side, but he hasn't been the same impactful player. And somebody has basically been AFK apart from 1 or 2 series. It's not the somebody we're used to. He's playing well. He's getting good moments, but for the most part, it's not the somebody we know. He's not hitting his peak. He's not hitting his ceiling. And that's a big problem for Tai Lu, because you can see the weakness when it comes to that, because they're the playmakers. They're the difference makers. Dan King's good for getting a couple of kills, but when they need to close out the rounds, they need to close out the games. The only player that's doing that right now is Summer. Summer is the only player, and we've been talking about him being probably the weakest link individually now on this team. Now that you've got Dan King, you've got Slowly, somebody. These are the players that should be doing all the damage. And right now they're relying on Summer to close out some important rounds for them, and that's just not good enough.
Yeah, especially when, like you just mentioned, especially with the firepower they have. We'll probably talk about it a little bit more in detail. It has been a crazy day of Counter-Strike. Let's take a look at the results from the day. It has been surprisingly a quick day. 3-2-0s coming out, despite the matchups we saw. We saw VG Beyond. We're like, okay, this should be a 3-mapper. No, VG won pretty convincingly at the end of the day. Beyond getting knocked out from the playoffs. We saw Sigma versus Bren, a must-win game for both the teams, and Bren came out on top, albeit a closer affair in Mirage, but they get the win, and they stay alive so far in the tournament. The final game of the day, of course, not really mattering much for either two teams. Invictus obviously wanting the win just so they can get higher placement points.
Tyloo might not finish first anymore. They play Tiger tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Whoever
Tiger
wins
been looking so
would
good
finish top
in these last few series now as well.
Interesting. But does it really matter for Tyloo whether the top of the group
Probably
or not? 'Cause
not.
I think everyone's
but
just
it's
scared to
definitely
face
interesting.
them. Well, okay, they have 21 points. Even if Tyloo lose tomorrow, they're going to be tied with Tiger. Yeah, it'll be a head-to-head, so yeah, they'll be second place. I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. But gentlemen, let's take a look at the standings here, right? The top four, the usual suspects, right? We have the Chinese guys, the top three Chinese kings, and of course we have Tiger there. Checkmate in 5th position. They still have one more game to play tomorrow. And this is the interesting thing. They're going to be playing against After Gaming. Take a look at the points. 12-12 between Checkmate and Bren. Beyond are out. Sigma are out. Now, if After Gaming wins tomorrow, it's going to be a 3-way tie between Checkmate, Bren, and After Gaming. What does that mean? It means that it's going to be 3 best-of-ones played after the final game tomorrow to determine which two teams are going to make it to the playoffs. That's how close it is. So tomorrow's matchup, let's take a look at tomorrow's games. We have After Gaming facing off, I do believe the graphic should be coming up. There we go. We have After Gaming face off in Checkmate. That's the game of the day right there, smack in the center. We have Vici versus Huadzai, though. Hawker, Huadzai already pulled off an incredible upset win against Invictus.
As if that's coming
Can
up.
they get another one?
Oh, I'd love to see it happen again. And to be honest, with how today went, I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen again. And then Tyloo Tiger as well. As you were saying, that could be a really fun one to watch for, just to see if Tyloo do good or bad. I don't really know at this point. Yeah.
I just put a small note for everybody at home and you guys as well. Hawker sent me a little message on WhatsApp saying, during that game, saying, are Tyloo just having fun? I just reply saying, this is how they've been this entire tournament. So yeah, that kind of summarizes Tyloo.
It's nothing different.
Yeah, it just hasn't been any different. That's not an underperformance. That is just Tyloo in this tournament.
Well, on that note, I do believe we have everything kind of wrapped up over here. It's been an exciting days of crazy Counter-Strike, and what a way to wrap it off. A mad series between Invictus and Tyloo. And Tyloo, once again, they fall to Invictus, although just a group stage game. But that does show that the Red Dragon, they can bleed. They can be taken down. So that's something some teams are going to be keeping an eye out on, especially teams like Vici and Tiger. But that's it from our end over here today, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you for tuning in. We have one more day remaining for the group stage, and that's of course going to be tomorrow. Dinko, Tom, Hawker, once again, thank you for joining me rather. I couldn't have done this alone. Honestly, I really couldn't have done this alone. Once again, and everyone, if you're watching from outside at home as well, or wherever you're watching from, thank you for tuning in. This is it from all of us here for today. One more day remaining for the group stage at the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the fall edition, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow morning, bright and early.